welcome back to another incredible, absolutely energizing installment of Arcane Archive presents MetaTalks. As always, you are joined today by your incredible host, Adam
and Sam.
And we're going to be going through another incredible MetaTalk topic today. Sammy, as always, tell the people, what are we MetaTalk talking about today?
We are MetaTalk talking about magic items
We're
and
gonna be
all of the
going
wonderful,
through-
wonderful things that you can hand people in your game or receive from your DM that make the game just a little bit more fun.
That's right. We're going to be talking about equipment, tools, items, wondrous little knickknacks and the like, all the way from your common little, garden variety things to all the way up to artifact level today. At least hopefully. We'll see how long this takes. We might end up, as we do, split this off into two parts, into two. But for now, let's go ahead and get started. We're starting off, of course, with your common, just basic B variety equipment and the like. Sam, would you like to take the first hit for this? What you got for us for your first common item that you personally just like a lot and, hope to God that you have in any campaign?
Well, it's my favorite common item. It's very useful. It's good in combat. It's good in social situations. It's the Cloak of Billowing.
The Cloak of Billowing, a classic. What does the Cloak of Billowing do, Sam?
Well, it does a really wononderful thing.
Oh, really?
It is one line of text. While wearing this cloak, you can use a bonus action to make it billow dramatically.
Yes.
Yeah, it's one of those items that
effective in every situation, if not necessary.
When Xanathars first came out, I felt like I bought the book because this is before D&D Beyond was a thing. Yeah. I bought the physical book and we were looking through it, and me and my DM couldn't believe it was an actual item. Which led us to think about things like an entire party with Cloak of Billowing. So every time you enter a room, it's like everybody uses their bonus action and the door opens, everyone's billowing as they walk in, which I thought, was very silly, and I wanted to at least mention it on our list.
That is fantastic. Honestly, Cloak of Billowing is always a classic choice. I mean, who doesn't love the ability to increase the drama and tension in any situation with a bit of like a cloak fluttering back as you're like posing dramatically as a superhero?
My favorite thing would be to give this to like an NPC, evil or otherwise, so that anytime they meet this person, it always just
they just turn and they're like, "So we meet again, my friends."
Yeah, I thought that'd be fun.
Oh my god, that is great. For me, I would say one of my all-time favorite common items of a similar vein would be cast-off armor. Almost in any and every campaign that I get, if I get the choice of being able to choose like common items or armor or whatever for myself, I usually will go with the cast-off version because I as I kind of told you before, I love just the picture. Like, for one, obviously, if you have like heavy armor and the like, this can be incredibly helpful at any point if you need to like jump in a pool of water or a body of water of some sort without sinking and drowning with your super heavy armor, or perhaps if you're, let's say, just a particularly you're in a rather intimate moment with an individual and you need to quickly doff your regalia quickly. This is a great thing for you as an action. It allows you to literally just drop all of your clothes and all of your armor to the floor instantly. I get the vision of like that scene from Bruce Almighty where Jim Carrey literally just goes like, and like all of his clothes like just drop off of him instantaneously. That is the image that I get from cast-off armor.
It's a great image.
It's just, it's like similar to the Cloak of Billowing. I feel like it's just thematically appropriate and convenient for almost any and every situation that you might need.
Yeah. I mean, keeping with the theme of things that maybe help you but might not is the Cloak of Many Fashions.
Yes.
This is like if I had to, it's one or the other. Between those two cloaks. If we're doing like a low campaign when each person gets a stupid common item.
Yeah, right? Why not? Take a Cloak of Many Fashions.
While wearing this cloak, you can use a bonus action to change the style, color, and apparent quality of the garment. The cloak's weight doesn't change. Regardless of its appearance, the cloak can't be anything but a cloak. Although it can duplicate the appearance of other magical cloaks, it doesn't gain their magical properties.
Nope.
Which does been, kind of put a little worm in my head of like, what if you have a guy that's pretending to be a supervillain? And it looks like he has like this crazy magical cloak.
Yeah,
And
he's like super
stuff
powerful.
like that. But then like you go up to him and you punch him and he's just like a normal dude. Yeah, which that would be fun.
What if he has two cloaks? What if he has the cloak of billowing like below the cloak of many fashions?
He's wearing
so that he makes
cloaks.
it billow, and it just like there's two cloaks billowing on top, but the top cloak looks like far more like dramatic and dangerous.
It's the
so stupid.
In my first campaign, we had the problem of our characters became quite famous, and so people that looked vaguely like us created an acting troupe, and were pretending to be us.
As the Ember Island players from like Avatar.
And my character was a barbarian and didn't understand that this was in jest.
Yeah.
And the person that was playing me thought I was an actor and not myself, and I got mad and I punched him. And I had taken the racial feat, so my claws did real damage. And I punched him and I gutted him by accident because I didn't know.
Christ.
I wasn't thinking. And I was like, yeah, I punch him. And my DM was like, well, roll your damage. I rolled it and I had 20 strength and I just eviscerated the midsection of this actor.
Good Lord, dude. You could have said non-lethal. Like,
he doesn't think that way. He thought he was being accused of being fake. Like, this person looked like he was trying to steal his identity and he didn't understand the concept. And I just murdered this man.
Jesus. Well,
yeah, so thinking of these items to make fake enemies makes me laugh.
It's fair. Keeping with this same vein, since we're on a bit of a roll here, another one of my favorite common items would be the item Shift Weave. Specifically, it is a suit. When a suit of Shift Weave is created, you can have up to 5, count them, 5 different outfits can be embedded into the cloth. And while wearing the clothing, you can speak its command word as a bonus action to transform your outfit into your choice of one of the other designs contained within it. Regardless of its appearance, the outfit can't be anything but clothing. Although it can duplicate the look of other magical clothing, it doesn't gain their magical properties. This, again, is just great. Like, it's wonderful. I feel like for any more like role play type of player or character, anybody who's much more, like out there, socialite-esque, you have an outfit for any occasion. Literally, you can just shift between all of them at a moment's notice, and it's super fun and cool.
To me, it's one of those great items because it's like, inevitably, if you are a adventurer of some sort of status, you will get invited to things like events, balls,
absolutely,
large dinners, things like that. If you meet any royalty,
like important
it's one of those
occasions,
things,
it's one of those things of, occasions.
No, you can't wear common traveler's clothes that have been beat to shit because
or
you've been on the road.
Wear like your dented, bloody armor that you've just like killed like a freaking rot monster in. All right, you gotta.
You have to dress appropriately, and it's one of those things of like, either you give your party this, or they go on shopping episodes.
I mean,
and to me, this is a little bit more streamlined.
I definitely know, like, there's been many moments and stuff where it's like, I know that, players are like rude to like get rid of their AC and their armor because like, we know something's gonna pop off at this party. We don't want to be so vulnerable or whatever.
You don't get to wear your big fucking plate armor at a dinner.
It's like there are plenty of opportunities for it's like, hey, this is a nice RP-esque moment where it's like, yeah, maybe you are a little bit more vulnerable, maybe you don't have, but this also allows you to, especially if you're like a player who has maybe higher decks, or even if you're just like a spellcaster, where you're like, hey, yeah, you can absolutely take this and just have literally your outfit for any occasion that you would want.
You are ready.
It's a great item. I wish I had more opportunities to use it.
I wanted to bring up what's a seemingly mundane item that I think in a lot of campaigns wouldn't really do anything. But I like it, which is the chest of preserving.
The chest of preserving.
So this is a wondrous item. It is a chest in which food and other perishable items do not age or decay while inside it. The chest is 2.5 feet long, 1.5 feet wide, and 1 foot tall, with a half barrel lid, and it weighs 25 pounds. Now, look, I understand that this isn't cool, but imagine you're a
I
shopkeep or
mean,
you're a farmer and every house in a village had one of these. It would completely eliminate stockpiling for winter in the way that they do normally in a society, which would be to cure or to
yeah,
grind things up.
or
It
salt
would,
it specifically to make it
yeah,
like,
cure it. Yeah.
yeah.
And so like it's items like these that make me love the common, wondrous items and uncommon items because you're in a magical world if your
Yeah.
DM runs a more magical world. So a normal family saving up to buy one of these is like back in, you know, uh times when we didn't have refrigeration widely available, like in like Wild West expansion, stuff like that, is someone buying an ice box or
Yeah.
in the early 40s a refrigerator that when because not everybody had those.
No,
And it's
they
one of those
weren't
things
out
like
as mass produced as they
this
are
is
now.
cool. You can keep raw meat. You can
Yeah,
just have raw meat.
it's
You
great,
obviously
honestly.
you'll still have to cure stuff, but like in the middle of winter, to have a nice fresh meat, like to have stuff like that available, fresh fruit is a commodity that people would kill for.
Oh, absolutely.
Like a
And not just
hundred
that.
percent.
I mean, I feel like this also is applicable to even like, for instance, the party, right? Like how many
Oh
times,
my
and to be
god.
fair, a lot of games, to be
They
fair,
don't run
don't
this, but I
run
do.
this. And like, I mean, I don't necessarily either if it's but if I did, I would give them this as well as a means. So like how many parties literally just have like bags of holding where you take like a dead animal carcass or a dead monster
But
carcass
that
that you
goes
cut
bad
off.
in there.
Exactly. And then you throw it in the bag of holding
You
and it's just
forget.
in there for like months or whatever.
You
And
pull
you're
it
just
out
like,
and it's
oh
just
shit, wait a minute.
you pull it out,
It's
it's just
like,
gloop.
yeah, it's like, it's like this might be a way, or even better, you could make a bag of preserving, whereas a bag of holding that's
They have something
specifically
like
like,
that.
yeah, I
It's the
think they
bag of
might
hunting or something.
maybe like that. But yeah, but it's like again, for games that do run this, I feel like this is a great like item to
dude,
have that you could
imagine
like
you have
carry
downtime for
around.
a year. Your wizard and your artificer just make these,
Yeah, they just make these for a
and
bit. Like,
you
I love
sell
it.
them
It's
to
great.
people. Like it's fucking great.
It is. It's a great thing for sure. Um, Once more, obviously, you all probably have seen there's a bit of a theme for common items, as a lot of them are uh not useless per se, but their uses usually have much more to do with RP and flavor rather than actual mechanical effectiveness, for obvious reasons. Another one that I love that is I've known as an absolute fan favorite would be the Pipe of Remembrance slash Pipe of Smoke Monsters. These two items are so fun and cool, but also just so useless overall, except for just kind of RP like purposes. So, specifically, for the Pipe of Remembrance. This long, delicate wooden pipe features a bowl made from smooth river stone. When the pipe is lit, smoke exhaled from it does not dissipate, but instead lingers around the bearer. After 10 minutes, the smoke forms moving shapes that reenact the bearer's most impressive and heroic achievements for 5 minutes. When this realistic performance is complete, the smoke dissipates. The pipe can't be used this way again until the next dawn. Like that's just fun. You're sitting around a literal campfire or you're in a tavern, you just like whip out this pipe and you just go like, did I ever tell you about the time that I slew a Tarrasque while riding in on the back of a bronze dragon betwixt the cheeks of like a most powerful beholder with two vorpal swords swinging in
It's just like reenacting the story on the top of the bar.
literally like it's just like the smoke just appear like it's a cool like role play effect that you're just like, oh, this is awesome, this is great. Alternatively as well, type of smoke monsters, it's not quite as complex. But while smoking this pipe, you can use an action to exhale a puff of smoke that takes the form of a single creature, such as a dragon, a flump, or a froghemoth. The form must be small enough to fit in a 1-foot cube and loses its shape after a few seconds, becoming an ordinary puff of smoke. So obviously, this is again not nearly as like complex or grandiose as the Remembrance, but it's still cool. You're just literally like, again, you're sitting there. It's literally for effect. You're just like, when like you puff out like a beholder or like a freaking a hydra, right, with multiple heads and stuff all moving around.
This
like
little tiny guy.
Yeah, it's a cool, fun little thing. Like you can use it as a means of just adding some extra oomph or intensity or flavor to your character in a moment.
I also love these things for NPC characters to give
them
a little extra depth.
Like it's great for any character just to like again add a bit of extra just like character to your characters.
I think I know you had one written down or we've talked about one, but I also had we could kind of do two of them. It's the ersatz eye and like the prosthetic limb.
Yes,
To
those
me
are
are kind of
cool.
in the same vein.
Yes.
I used this in one of my characters, which was the ersatz eye. This artificial eye replaces a real one that was lost or removed. While the ersatz eye is embedded in your eye socket, it can't be removed by anyone other than you, and you can see through the tiny orb as though it were a normal eye. My DM let me flavor it to be more of like a gemstone.
Yeah.
So it like almost jutted out of the side of his
like
face,
a
which
little
was
bit,
cool.
Kind of like
It made him, and he was a half orc, so it looked very like it was almost it looked kind of grotesquely done, but he was a very like intellectual gentleman, so it was very off-putting.
That's
which
cool.
I
like, yeah, it adds to his intimidation factor, but obviously like subverts the expectation. And yeah, obviously the prosthetic limb is exactly the same. It literally just replaces a lost limb, a hand, an arm, a foot, a leg. And while it's attached, it functions completely identically to the part it replaces, and you can detach or reattach it as an action, and it can't be removed against your will. And
which
so,
is,
like,
I think, a good point for both of those.
I just love those that specific caveat where it's like, hey, if you do want to play a character who has maybe been afflicted or affected in some way, like obviously in these worlds a lot of powerful tragedy and stuff happens. It's like, if you want to make them a little bit more, realistic in certain aspects, if you yourself maybe have these kinds of things in real life, if you want to represent yourself a little bit more, you have the opportunity to have this in the game as well and express yourself in such a way, which is fantastic.
What I love with the limb is that it could literally be your hand, your finger. Yeah. Like it doesn't
have to be like a full thing
or
a leg or
it's one of those. It's like it's an inclusive item, which I like.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. And honestly, like one of the biggest aspects too is like it reminds me, and you've never played the game Elden Ring, Sam.
No.
But there's a specific character in Elden Ring. Maybe you've even heard of her because she's become one of the most infamous like characters in gaming history now, as being one of the hardest bosses ever. Her name is Melania.
I've heard the name.
She is the hardest boss in Elden Ring, kind of undisputed. And some might be close, but still can't quite get to her level. But she specifically is a character who has, due to a certain affliction and backstory, she's lost a number of her limbs. But she has the same thing, a prosthetic limbs that she like attaches to herself that allow her to still move as fluidly and perfectly as she ever did with her actual limb, maybe even better potentially. And she's like ridiculously cool with them. And this gives me a similar kind of aspect.
And I also like both of these things that we just talked about. I also like the connotation they can have as a world building aspect. Like maybe these things aren't super common. I mean, obviously they're common magic items, but the average to be
fair, they're also part of Eberron, which is much more high magic.
True. Yeah, but like say you want to bring these in.
Yeah.
Like they don't have to be widely available or necessarily widely produced.
It could even be a very specific thing to like your character or something.
And the weird thing is like this does give the connotation, depending on how you use them, that like these things are available in the world and you might see people with them, but they're not for like the average
common.
And so it's one of those things of like this is a big deal, and I like that it's a thing that's it's like something like a family would save up for and get for their one of their family members to be a functional member,
to at least have an opportunity to like help, because obviously in that day and age it's going to be even harder to do a lot of, especially commoner work.
Most of the stuff here is manual labor,
physical labor. It's usually physical labor for most commoner folk. But going off of that as well, especially in regards to the Melania aspect of it, is another item that I really love, but I feel it could use a little bit of tweaking in whatever setting that you kind of use it in, and that is the arm blade weapon. The arm blade weapon specifically does have the caveat that normally it is strictly requires not only attunement, which I feel, again, I'm going to try to make an argument against, but also it can only be attuned by a Warforge character or creature. An arm blade is a magic weapon that attaches to your arm and becoming inseparable from you as long as you're attuned to it. To attune to this item, you must hold it against your forearm for the entire attunement period. Now, as a bonus action, you can retract the arm blade into your forearm or extend it out from there. While it is extended, you can use the weapon as if you were holding it, and you can't use that hand for other purposes. Now, for me, I feel like there's no reason for it to, one, require attunement, whether it be for a Warforged or not, or two, just be strictly for a Warforged. Like, again, we can literally go off of plenty of other like media and other things where it's like Assassin's Creed has this same kind of thing where you literally have like spring-loaded or like, cog contraptions or whatever that allow you to like shoot a blade forth from a bracer or an arm bracer or whatever that you have.
Yeah, I guess,
and then retract it as it were. Like I
guess the way you could reflavor this one of two ways, right? Either it's a contraption you attach, and that's the magic item, or it's an actual mechanical thing that's embedded in some sort of prosthesis.
and like a prosthetic arm, which is how I kind of also view it as like a Warforged.
Either way, I wouldn't require you to use attunement, but it would be two separate items, because you wouldn't be able to use the retractable into your arm if you don't have a metal. Like, if your arm is still a human arm, I don't want like the whole surgery arm not happening. It's just going to be an Assassin's Creed blade.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like I don't see any reason why it can't be like, because again, it's like it doesn't necessarily have to be like inseparable from you, nor does it necessarily maybe even have to be a magic blade either. You know what I mean? It could just still be a mundane blade that you're able to like shoot out. But I still feel like that's a really cool aspect. I love that flavor where you do just have like, maybe an arm bracer that you're like able to just like shink, almost like, Wolverine-esque kind of vibe. And it's got great flavor as well.
I think the fact that while the blade's out, you can't be holding anything is enough of a deterrent.
That's what I'm saying. Because it's also like the fact that it requires attunement. It's like it's the only thing about it is, it's magical. And it can't be separated from you, I guess. But it's like that. Yeah. None of that seems like a big thing in regards to, like, one, you don't have to do that magically for that to be viable. Two, it's still just a normal weapon. Like, it at most, because it can't be anything more than a light sword. Like, it has to be like a short sword. So
it's only ever going to be magic, though.
That's what I'm saying. But it's like it gets through maybe resistances to some things, but it's still only ever going to do a d6 of damage. Like, it's not going to be anything more than that. It's just like, it does a d6 of irresistible damage. Okay. Why does that take an attunement slot? Like, that's
I think if you were to upgrade it, or because like
that could be cool.
That you can add attunement to it. Say if you like make it more magic or stuff like that.
But if you make it like a +1 or 2, maybe.
Then maybe,
or make it like an elemental. Like,
I still like the flavor of it.
Yeah,
either way.
It's still a cool flavored weapon, and it's a common one at that.
And I think my next one is going to be the pole of angling.
Pole of angling.
And this is another, like, again, most of the items I picked were stuff that, like, if you saw a common folk had it would be like, it's like when you go to
look at it's when you go, it's specialized.
Like, it's like when you go golfing and you see someone with like really nice clubs and you're like, oh shit. And
like,
this guy takes it seriously.
It's professional. Oh boy.
While holding this 10-foot pole, you can speak a command word and transform it into a fishing pole with a hook, line, and a reel. Speaking the command word again changes the fishing pole back into a normal 10-foot pole. And I love this like idea of like this guy who wakes up every morning and he takes his pole and he uses it kind of like a walking stick out to his little boat, and it's and just like and he goes like this, and it just like
it just turns into the thing. It's like and shazoo, zoop.
And I don't know if I'd choose it to look more mechanical in its transformation or magic, but I love the idea of just like he goes like this and it's a 10-foot pole and you're like,
I think it would be more,
and then he
goes
like that and it's like, just a fishing rod.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel like it's more magical. It's just like a normal, like, mundane looking stick. It's the most mundane, normal, just like default stick. And he says some like, again, he's like, alakazam, and it goes like shoo, and it like turns into like this really elaborate fishing, like a Final Fantasy fishing rod, and you're just like, what the fuck?
I also like the connotation of this if you're playing like a pirate swashbuckler rogue, because the thieves tools come with a 10-foot pole that's collapsible, and so I would totally allow you to make this a 10-foot collapsible pole. So you pull it out and you're like, are you gonna check for traps with that? And you're like, huh?
Yeah.
you just start fishing. And along the same kind of go for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in that same kind of vein, as you just mentioned, I was going to say the pole of collapsing is definitely one of my favorites too, exactly for that. While holding this 10-foot pole, you can use an action to speak a command word and cause it to collapse into a 1-foot-long rod for ease of storage. The pole's weight doesn't change. You can use an action to speak a different command word and cause the rod to revert to a pole. However, the rod will elongate only as far as the surrounding space allows. Like, I like this aspect because it also like very much reminds me of like Sun Wukong's ability to like extend his power pole like in a similar vein. And while it's obviously not nearly as powerful, I would absolutely like give maybe like a monk or maybe even like a rogue the ability to like, if they wanted to start using a quarterstaff in a similar vein, be like, yeah, absolutely, you can like use a command word to like extend its reach and like do some cool stuff with that. I think
I always love the idea of if like you're falling down like a chimney and then you just like
just like shink, just like you just like stop and hold, or even like you need to get over like a large like fence or like wall, and just like command word, and like it helps boost you with the actual extension of it, like with the force. So we're just like, and you get like an extra boost.
Maybe it's not going to give you like a crazy mechanical advantage, but again, these items aren't meant to do that. They're meant to add flavor and like little things that the normal person can't do. And that's why I like these items.
That's also the thing, though. It's like if you can give me a fun, interesting, like creative reason for why this could help you, and some kind of like, I'm so interested. Like I said, exactly with that example, I'm like, oh, you want to get over a wall, and you want to use this as like a literal, like, you know, like, what do they call those when you like use it to like get up and over a thing? I forget this.
Oh my god. It's not high jump.
No, pole vaulting. Thank you. When you want to use it as like a pole vault kind of thing, it's like I would absolutely 100% allow you to try and do that. That sounds super fun and cool.
Another stupid this is more magic-y to me, but the Pot of Awakening.
I love Pot of Awakening. I had one of those in a campaign one time.
I also had one as well. If you plant it's a wondrous item. If you plant an ordinary shrub in this 10-pound clay pot and let it grow for 30 days, the shrub magically transforms into an awakened shrub. When the shrub awakens, its roots break the pot, destroying it. The awakened shrub is friendly towards you. Absent commands from you, it does nothing. And so
great.
For me, I love an herbalist shop who has an awakened shrub that stocks shelves. Like, stupid stuff like that is, to me, kind of it is definitely the upside to stuff like this. It creates, it takes a normal, you know, medieval or, you know, setting and turns it's that sprinkle of magic for the everyday folk.
Everyone loves it. It brings it to life.
Yeah, it really does.
It really brings it to life. It's so cute and adorable.
It's great.
Since we talked so much about like less effective overall like things and items, one particular item that I would recommend that probably could be very effective, especially at lower levels, is a great choice if you have it, would be the moon touched weapons, the moon touched swords. Similarly to, I guess, how we talked about with the arm blade, moon touched weaponry also has the caveat of specifically being magical. It's specifically in darkness, the unsheathed blade of this sword sheds moonlight, creating bright light in a 15-foot radius and dim light for an additional 15 feet. So it's literally just like a normal sword in every way, except for the fact that it can shed 15 feet of bright light, and then obviously dim light, so 30 feet overall of light. But other than that, it's just like a cool kind of like flavored sword that still technically gives you like the magic kind of property to allow you to maybe get past certain resistances at lower level if you're like, you know, whatever. And it's still a cool little thing as well. You know what I mean? Like once more similar to like a lot of other common item like that are wondrous items, it's like, you know, this gives you a little extra flavor to be had instead of just having, you know, your base mundane, just like armor, sword, you know, gives a little extra adage for you if you'd like, a little more bang for your buck.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, I think that's about all of the common items that we had on the docket we wanted to talk about. Let's go ahead and upgrade to uncommon, shall we? And this is going to be quite the bulk of a lot.
There's a lot of stuff.
Rare is also pretty high up there as well.
Yeah.
For uncommon, we have probably just a lot of your obvious honorable mentions. You know, you got your bag of holdings in this category where you kind of have to have them. Like your bag of holding is going to be so integral to almost any kind of. I don't see any reason why any campaign, unless you're running a very specific one where like, you know, you're wanting to be a little bit more survival based, realistic, maybe. Why you shouldn't have a bag of holding. It just makes a lot of things easier.
We still don't have one in my Monday game at level 9. Or no, we just leveled up to 10. We still don't have a bag of holding.
But you guys incorporate like encumbrance and shit and stuff too, right?
No, it's just we can't hold like thousands of coins.
Okay, that's fine. Too,
he's just like, yeah, that's not fair. He's like, no, where are you gonna put it?
Sure,
I'm like,
sure. I mean, if we got a bag of holding, maybe, but either way, it's like, yeah, that's also why you distribute your wealth between, you know,
oh yeah,
more platinum, gold, whatever, and all throughout. But bag of holding obviously is a great one. Honestly, amulet of the drunkard is also pretty fun.
I have that on my list. I love that.
Go ahead, hit that one, my man.
This amulet smells of old ale-stained wood, which is such a homey scent for me. While wearing it, you can regain 4d4 hit points when you drink a pint of beer, ale, mead, or wine. By the way, the fact that you drink mead or wine by the pint, maybe you have something wrong with you. Once the amulet has restored hit points, it can't do so again until the next dawn. Now, I love this. This combined with the tankard of the drunk or tankard of ale, the dwarven ale tankard from common items is ostensibly a free
heal,
greater healing potion.
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
And while it's not, you know, flashy,
doesn't require attunement.
It is one of those things that, like, I imagine in like a dwarven city, there is a special guard force, and it's this like elite guard force.
Oh yeah,
they all have both of those items.
Yep, this is like,
and so in the middle of battle, it's just like,
here we go.
Yeah, I love it.
All right,
we're
ready for round 2.
Yeah, and they're all slightly drunk all the time, and like I mean,
dwarves usually are, to be fair, but they, you know, that's their whole thing.
Yes,
going off of yours as another amulet. Honestly, this is a great amulet. It's actually kind of maybe not ridiculous that it's an uncommon level amulet, but it's honestly great, and I feel like it should be relatively open for your party to have at some point, especially if they're fighting like high level enemies. It is the amulet of proof against detection and location. While you're wearing this amulet, you are hidden from divination magic. You can't be targeted by such magic or perceived through magical scrying sensors. This, like, it's very specific, but it's also super powerful. It does require attunement, which is one caveat of it. But again, it makes sense why it probably would, because this particular item, like, again, if you're trying to, infiltrate, you know, like some kind of high security place, or maybe even like, you know, like the royal castle or something, that's definitely bound to have all kinds of divination, you know, protections and wards and other things. Like, this is absolutely the item that, like, you know, a professional thief or assassin would have on them. Like, it just makes sense that they would have this thing on them in order to keep from being found. Like, if you have certain criminals or whatever else, like, these items, like, it's incredibly powerful, even though it's only uncommon. But I also feel like it might be fair that it's uncommon, because it's also like, it's like, yeah, you know, it's like, why, like,
it requires attunement as well.
It requires attunement, which is a big thing, but it is also, it's like, in a world of Dungeons and Dragons where, yeah, you have like high level casters, and not even super high level, mid-range level casters who can cast scrying to like locate people. How could any, like, you know, criminals or rogues or any of those people be able to like have any kind of thriving business if they didn't have pretty easily accessible items, tools, and abilities to, you know,
cloak themselves,
defend against that? And I like this a lot, like, both for flavor, but also and like ways of fleshing out your world and making that more viable, but also just for the abilities that it offers, because it can be great for your party too.
Mm-hmm. I do want to give a shout out to the alchemy jug. One of my
alchemy
favorite.
Jug is great.
Yeah, this ceramic jug appears to be able to hold a gallon of liquid and weighs 12 pounds, whether full or empty. Sloshing sounds can be heard from within the jug when it's shaken, even if the jug is empty. You can use an action to name one liquid from the table below to cause the jug to produce the chosen liquid. Afterwards, you can uncork the jug as an action and pour that liquid out up to 2 gallons per minute. The maximum amount of liquid the jug can produce depends on the liquid you named. And once it does that, it can't produce a different one or more after it's reached its maximum until the next dawn. But you can produce, in order, 8 ounces of acid, a half ounce of basic poison, 4 gallons of beer, a gallon of honey, 2 gallons of mayonnaise, a quart of oil, 2 gallons of vinegar, 8 gallons of fresh water, 12 gallons of salt water, or 1 gallon of wine. Now, obviously, it's mundane, but the fact that you have access to these things anywhere, once per day, and if you're a barbarian and you have this, you're only allowed to use it to make mayonnaise, to eat it just right out of the jug.
Oh god!
But I like, but I like the idea of like you can have this if you can literally use this no matter what class you are. I especially love it if you like cooking on the road.
Yeah, absolutely.
Making things like vinegar, oil, honey, wine, like
all of that.
I love
super
it.
Helpful. Yeah.
The idea of
any chef.
There is nothing to state that you can't also take the wine from this, pour it into wine bottles, recork the wine bottles, and have a couple bottles of wine at your disposal, but they wouldn't last very long, but that doesn't matter. Sure. Just the idea of being able to have this, because 4 gallons of beer is a decent amount of beer. Which means, I mean,
4 gallons?
Don't say, oh yeah. How many ounces is in a gallon? I need to know this now for myself.
How many ounces? I mean, gallons are pretty decent, my man. How many ounces in a gallon?
It's only 128 fluid ounces. And how much is a pint?
Jesus. How much is a pint?
A pint is only 16 fluid ounces.
Yeah. So that's a decent amount.
Okay, 128.
Why are we going down this avenue?
I need to know how many beers. Okay, that's 8 beers. 8 beers is. So
yeah, that's a decent amount, buddy. 8 beers.
Yeah.
A day? Yeah.
That's only 32 beers. Okay?
Oh, only 32 beers.
So if you have a real problem, that's a 30 case. That's a 30 case every day. So you can share it with all your friends.
Oh my good lord. All right, moving on.
4 people, that's a decent campfire, Adam.
Sure. Fine, whatever. Either way, god damn. Moving on, we're gonna another great mention for this particular level is the barrier tattoo starts at this level as well. Now we're just gonna go through basically the other rarities of the barrier tattoo as well, since we're just gonna talk about it anyway. Because it's a pretty cool item to have, especially if you're like a class that can't really get to those like bulkier armors and such, and don't maybe have like a lot of decks either. But specifically, this is a magical tattoo produced by a special needle. This magic tattoo depicts protective imagery and uses ink that resembles liquid metal. What it does is it provides you with protection. While you aren't wearing armor, the tattoo grants you an armor class depending on a tattoo's rarity as shown below. You can use a shield and still gain this benefit. At uncommon level, you get 12 plus your dexterity modifier.
Which is studded leather.
Yeah, it's literally studded leather armor, which is great. At rare, you get 15 plus your dexterity modifier.
Scale mail, baby.
It's literally scale mail. And finally, at very rare, you get 18. Which again, all super great. You don't get to add your modifier. So essentially, as the rarities go up, it just becomes like light armor, medium armor, heavy armor.
I do kind of love this for barbarians.
Yeah, no,
because you still add your dex and your con to this.
Or you would at least add your con to like the very rare. If you got the very rare version,
you'd add your con.
Yeah, I don't see, because you couldn't add your dex technically to it, but I don't see why you couldn't add your con, because you're not wearing armor.
No, and so if you took the very rare, you add your con, you now have at 20 con, you have a 23 AC.
Yeah.
Plus, if you get bracers of defense.
Yeah. It's like you could bolster your barbarian to the buttloads with this,
and then also
your
casters,
your monks,
and your monks
too. Monks, although same exact thing, bracers of defense with their wisdom mod specifically with their unarmored defense.
I would use it with the uncommon because they're usually dex based, But
they are dex based. Well, what I'm saying is even with their dex like higher, like again, if you used it with like say the rare, because it would be 15 plus your dex maximum of 2, so it would still at least be, if you got your dex and wisdom up to 20, it would still at least be 17.
It would still make more sense to go very rare.
22. It would still probably make more sense to go very rare because it would get you to 18. So yeah, plus, so like same thing at plus your wisdom. Yeah, so both your monks and barbarians could get just crazy like bonuses.
That's ridiculous. I didn't even think about that.
With the barrier tech, like again, this item like is pretty amazing at any level, even especially at lower level. It's like
for anyone who doesn't use armor, so casters. Like full caster classes that don't use armor,
it would be great. So especially like sorcerers or wizards, like, especially would be great for this. Like especially if you don't get like a robe of archmagi, and we're going to talk about that later. But especially if you don't have like or a wand or a staff of like power or defense, we're also going to talk about later. This is a great item to get at, especially early on, because I also feel like there's no reason why you couldn't maybe like talk to your DM about leveling this up as you level up, right? Like finding ways to increase it from just being uncommon to rare.
Or you just go back to the same guy, get it upgraded.
Well, again, it's like a lot of the time adventurers get shit from like, like dungeons or monsters.
But for me, the barriers, the tattoo stuff was always done by somebody. So
I would certainly hope it would be. Well, that's the thing. It's like it's produced by a special needle, and for this, it's like you hold the needle to your skin, so it's like a magic item.
We always played it as the.
I also have played it that way too, where like we have
it's like someone who makes
tattoo
the needles.
Artist. Yeah, we have a tattoo artist who does it. So if you have that, it's a perfect thing to be able to be like, yeah, they add on to your tattoo,
which is
to make it stronger.
Makes me think of the Far Cry games.
Yeah, exactly. I think it would be amazing. That would be an awesome flavor aspect to the game too.
My next, it's a combo.
Please do.
Which is the boots and cloak of elven kind.
Yep. Always great. Can't ever go wrong.
They're both uncommon.
Mm-hmm.
One requires attunement, which is the cloak. One does not, which is the boots.
Yes.
For the boots, we'll start out with, while you wear these boots, your steps make no sound, regardless of the surface you are moving across. You also have advantage on dexterity stealth checks that rely on moving silently. Now, there's 2 schools of thought for this item. Either give it to your rogue if you don't already have a cloak, but give it to someone like in heavy armor or like a warforged or something, because it makes them move silently.
Yeah.
Which is terrifying.
It's specific. Well, I mean, again, to be fair, it does specifically say that your steps make no sound. Yeah. It doesn't technically stipulate that it keeps your armor or whatever from like jangling and making sound.
But it makes you have advantage on stealth checks that rely on moving silently.
It does. So it would cancel out the disadvantage you'd have, which
is huge.
Yeah, which is nice. It's nice. Again, to be fair, your more martial classes probably aren't going to have great stealth anyway.
No.
But at the very least, it does give them like, and it doesn't require attunement, which is
that's why I like it.
About it.
The other one is the cloak, is while you wear this cloak with its hood up, wisdom perception checks made to see you have disadvantage, which is huge.
It's very
and you have advantage on dexterity stealth checks made to hide, as the cloak's color shifts to camouflage you. Pulling the hood up or down requires an action. Now, oh man,
I mean, if you give this to your rogue, there's almost no chance anyone will see them ever. Like there's just not. Again, if they have disadvantage on finding them as well as they have advantage on hiding, like there's just almost no way. Like it's just like it's incredibly powerful. It does require attunement, which like it's like I'm not like if the boots don't require attunements.
It's because of the double.
It's because of the advantage and disadvantage
and the camouflage. It literally camouflages you, which is cool. And
I mean, yeah, but it's like it's I don't know. I guess it depends, because obviously the camouflage doesn't, depending on how your GM might not have an actual like.
I think if you play it correctly, to me, this would give you more opportunities to hide than the boots.
I would agree. I don't know if the GMs would always allow that though.
No, but. From how I would also
agree. Yeah, I would also agree and be like, yo, because it literally says it shifts to camouflage you. Like again, if you're like you're like a chameleon, where you're like moving through, you know, a space, and like if you have your
hey,
cloak up, it's trying to camouflage and blend into the environment.
Upon closer inspection, they will see through it. But if they're just glancing from afar,
I mean, they have disadvantage and you have advantage
on perception.
so like, yeah.
But like, I mean, like if someone were to walk right past you and investigate you, they could probably find you. But
I mean, I don't know, because here's the thing. If we're going to talk about how it camouflages, I think it's very similar to how, if you've ever seen any depictions of ninjas and how they have like those literal camouflage things.
I don't know how well those actually work in real life.
But again, though, it's magical. And so if we're talking about that, it would be literally like, I don't see how a guard could see you unless they made a successful check against your height. You know what I mean? And it'd be super hard if you're like, again, a rogue and doing this. However, jumping off of that, so we're going to talk about two that kind of coincide with one another and have basically the same thing. I'm going to talk about the cloak of protection and the ring of protection, and a little bit of a strange, weird caveat that I don't know, Wizard seems to have with certain items in terms of their rarity and the like. But cloak of protection, one of, honestly, in my opinion, one of the best items in the game, almost regardless of any level you're at. Like, it's no matter what level you're at, cloak of protection is almost always a viable item to have. That's simply because it literally just gives you a +1 bonus to AC, which is your armor class, and any saving throws while you wear this cloak. And that includes death saving throws, which a lot of people don't actually remember or realize. And there are very few things in this game that have any effect on the turnouts to your death saving throws. But the cloak of protection, as well as the ring of protection, do. Now, one thing I did want to talk about specifically is I just don't understand, like, the cloak of protection is an uncommon item, and yet the ring of protection is a rare item. That has never made a lot of sense to me, because literally the ring of protection does nothing else. It does exactly the same thing as the cloak.
I will say, and this depends on your table, there is the caveat of you can wear 10 rings, you can only wear one cloak. And like, I know some people are like, well, I can wear 2 cloaks. To me personally, I would say it's 1 cloak, my guy. And so the fact that you can wear 10 rings, and that's big in my opinion, in terms of like, I can have 10 different rings that do 10 different things.
But you can only have 3 attunement slots, though.
I know, unless you're an artificer, but the reality is, or you have some sort of homebrew stuff, but the reality is, that you can have
homebrew it.
one cloak. The same way you can only wear 1 helmet or 1 breastplate or 1 set of boots. And so there's a limitation there that is not stated in the item that I think makes more sense.
I still don't think it's enough to justify, because again, if you can only have 3 attunement slots and both of these require attunement, you're usually only going to have the 1 ring anyway, or maybe 2 rings at max.
Adam, I can't wear my cloak of billowing without the ring instead, and it is important. It is important that I have that option.
Just take gust or whatever, and you can make your cloak billow naturally anyway. Have
no, gust is an action. I want to do it as a bonus action. You don't action economy, Adam.
Oh my goodness! Have your friends do it for you. Have your friends action gust, and you have all your actions left at that point.
No, you don't understand.
Good Lord. Either way, it's dumb, it's bad.
It is weird.
It doesn't make any sense. There's no lot, and we're gonna have, I think, this discrepancy with a couple of different items today that we're gonna talk about.
Just gonna have to disagree on the viability of this.
Moving on.
Speaking of things that require attunement that are really good at low level, that will and can last you until the end of the game. Bracers of archery.
Oh, bracers of archery are great.
This item, when I first realized how good it was, ruined one of my tables because it was just like, hey, I will kill everything. While wearing these bracers, you have,
especially at low levels,
you have proficiency with the longbow and shortbow, and you gain +2 bonus to damage rolls on ranged attacks made with such weapons. Now, keyword here, proficiency, which means you can use a longbow as a rogue.
Yes, you can.
Which makes you a threat all the time.
Yeah, no, you can get your sneak attack depending, like,
well, it's you can take this and sharpshooter and
Skulker.
use the long range of the bow, and no one on the field, if you're backed to the edge of the map, technically,
I mean, dude, just take you what you do, you get this, you take Sharpshooter, and you take Skulker, and you just bonus action hide. And if you end up missing the attack, you're still hidden. And then you can then technically use your sneak attack every time, and you don't lose it.
Pair this with another fun
and then,
item at low level.
Here's the thing: if you miss the first attack while you're still hidden,
they don't know where you came from.
Well, not just that, but you can still then technically use precise aim as a bonus action.
Yeah, aim shot.
Turn. Yeah.
Well, you can also just aim shot anyway.
You could.
And just as long as you don't move, you get advantage, and they don't know where it comes from.
But they could also not. But if you're hidden, though, they also can't attack you.
Yeah.
Like if you're successfully hidden, they can't even try to attack you because they don't even know where you are.
Dude,
they can fire like a fireball or something, but they can't directly attack you.
The best thing is you pair this up with something like Eyes of the Eagle. Which is requires attunement, obviously that does cause problems.
Goggles of the eagle. Yeah, eagle goggles are great.
Eyes of the eagle. These crystal lenses fit over the eyes. While wearing them, you have advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight. In conditions of clear visibility, you can make out details of even extremely distant creatures and objects as small as 2 feet across.
Yep,
now, me as DM, if you can see them, you can try to hit them. And so if you get out to that long range of the longbow, that's 450?
Yeah, it's like 500 feet or something.
So you're sitting 500 feet away from somebody as small as 2 feet across, and you could hit them with an arrow.
Yeah.
That to me is...
And it's like, how could they do anything else to you? They couldn't do anything.
So my thing is I would give this to an enemy.
Yeah, I would too.
And just harass my players.
Yeah, I would do this too. I'd give to be fair,
like, what do you do? What do you do now?
That actually did happen to me in a session actually, but he did not have all of that prepped and prepared. It would have made more sense if he'd actually done that and been like, hey, he has this specific feat, this specific item, and this specific whatever.
Oh no, you can't just you'd have to.
No, I know he didn't do it
to that guy and kill him.
But that exact scenario did happen where he was 500 feet away. To be fair though, it was also in darkness. And so he tried to be like, yeah, he hits you in darkness and you can't see him. And it's like, all right. But either way, that I could say that situation could be interesting and cool if you did it right. Yeah. It was done. It was done to us in the wrong way, but that situation could be cool in the right way.
It's dude, these are if you kill this guy, you get this stuff, and this is good. If you have if you have a ranged, well, dude, but if you have a ranged character in your party. Now you have a longbow that might be magic because this guy's crazy. You can see really far away, and you now, no matter who you are, you have proficiency with it. Yeah. And so it's these little items in combination with each other that really make them work even better.
I agree. Another one that I wanted to call just honorable mention too, just kind of on the off. It's not the best item overall. It's very situational, but it's still really cool for certain reasons, and that is the Cloak of the Manta Ray. While wearing this cloak with its hood up, you can breathe underwater and have a swimming speed of 60 feet. Pulling the hood up or down requires an action. And if you look at the actual artwork for it, it's really cool. It does look like a manta ray-esque kind of cloak with fins and stuff.
Oh yeah.
But one of the best parts about this is that this cloak does not require attunement. So you can just have this cloak and carry it around and then don it anytime you need to jump into water.
I love that.
Great. It's a perfect cloak where it's yes, it is very situational, but the cool thing is that you can put it on at any time. Anytime that situation arrives, you can just do that, which is amazing. I love this cloak so much for that reason. I wish more items like this were not attunement. Because again, the fact that you only technically in raw D&D can only have 3 attunement slots, I feel like it limits the game to such an extent where it's just you have so many cool ideas and you're just I want to do these things.
That's the same way I feel about the Ring of Water Walking.
Yeah.
Is again very situational.
Very much so.
But hear me out. No attunement slot. 10 rings, baby.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Rings.
Any rings that don't require attunement are great to have because
all of them.
You can put on 10 and have those effects at the ready. However, I did also want to talk about next up on my docket list would also be these items are now they're relatively new, I guess might be the most accurate way to put it, but they specifically come from Fizban's Treasury of Dragons, and they are incredibly powerful artifacts, or essentially, honestly, in my opinion, they could probably reach artifact level. But those items would be the Dragon Vessel, the Dragon's Wrath weapon, and the Dragon Touched focus. Now, all of these specifically have four separate levels to them that they can amass, obviously by like, if you specifically like have them absorb the energy from like a dragon's hoard or something or whatever. Starting off with the Dragon Vessel. This vessel can be a potion bottle, drinking horn, or other container meant to hold a liquid. At the slumbering uncommon state, as a bonus action, if the vessel is empty, you can speak the word to fill the vessel with one of the following, your choice: either ale, olive oil, a potion of healing, or a potion of climbing. Once this property is used, it can't be used again until the next dawn, and a potion you create in this way loses its properties if it isn't imbibed within 24 hours. Now, this just gets better. Like having literally, like Sam said, even for like, the dwarves, where you have like the drunkard amulet and then the dwarven ale or whatever. It's like, this is literally the same thing as that, or where you can literally just get a potion of healing once a day if you want, or any other ale, olive oil. And if you get the higher the rarity, it begins to get more powerful. You can instead also fill the vessel with mead, as well as a potion of fire breath or a potion of healing greater from a rare variant. From the very rare, you can do a potion of flying or a potion of healing superior. And this also, again, includes all of the previous stuff from the lower tier versions that you can still get. And then finally, at legendary, you can get whiskey, as well as a potion of supreme healing and a potion of dragon's majesty with this. Like, these items are just busted.
All of the dragon.
Literally, Dragon's Wrath weapon. This is probably one of the most busted weapons in the game. And what I do love about the fact that this Dragon's Wrath weapon is that it does, I think, have like the foundation of being a longsword, but you can make this practically anything you want.
You can make it anything you want.
You can make it any weapon you want. This weapon is decorated with dragon heads, claws, wings, scales, or draconic letters. When it steeps in a dragon's hoard, it absorbs the energy of the dragon's breath weapon and deals damage of that type with its special properties. In its slumbering or uncommon state, whenever you roll a 20 on your attack roll with this weapon, each creature of your choice within 5 feet of the target takes 5 damage of the type dealt by the dragon's breath weapon. At the stirring/rare level, the stirring weapon has the slumbering property, as well as you get a +1 bonus to attack and damage. On a hit, the weapon also deals an extra 1d6 of the damage type dealt by the dragon's breath weapon. So again, if you like steep this in a green dragon or a silver dragon or whatever, you get that dragon's elemental type for your damage. At the waken/very rare level, you get the bonus to attack and damage rolls increases to +2, and extra damage dealt increases to 2d6 instead of 1d6. And then finally, you also get, I'm sorry, not finally, still at the end of very rare, you get, as an action, you can unleash a breath weapon from your weapon. Each creature in that area can make a DC 16 dex save, taking 8d6 damage of the type of the dragon's breath weapon on a failed save or half on a success. You can only do it once until the next dawn. Like that's like it. And then finally, for legendary or ascendant tier, it has all the previous properties. The bonus to damage and attack rolls increases to +3, and your extra d6 increases to 3d6. Now as well, your breath weapon attack increases from a 30-foot cone to 60 feet, as well as the DC to 18 and the damage to 12d6. These weapons are insane at any level. Yeah. And they're so cool. Again, they do have the added caveat that it's like, oh, you have to steep these weapons in like the hoard of a dragon to increase like their power.
There's also the fact that like you have to include dragons in your story, which also means you can find them in already steeped.
That's what I'm saying.
Which is cool.
It depends on how long they've steeped in a dragon's hoard. That determines not only like the type, like their elemental type, but as well as like how powerful they are, like their rarity, essentially. And so obviously with these, there is that restriction on you have to have dragons unless you want to like homebrew them for whatever. Which in my opinion is like, I'm always down to have dragons. Yes, absolutely, and powerful dragons at that. If you find like this kind of weapon in an ancient dragon's hoard, it's probably a legendary, if
at least a very rare.
Yeah, at least very rare, if not legendary, and that's still super powerful. And then obviously last is the Dragon Touched Focus, which is the spellcaster equivalent, essentially. which gives you plenty of cool, dope things. This wondrous item can be a scepter, an orb, an amulet, a crystal, or another finely crafted object. It typically incorporates imagery of dragon's wings, claws, teeth, or scales. At the uncommon tier, you have advantage on initiative rolls. While you're holding the focus, it can function as a spellcasting focus for all your spells. And already right there, for a spellcaster to have like initiative on or advantage on initiative, that's already a great ability. At the rare tier, it gains an additional property determined by the family of dragon in whose hoard it became. For chromatic, whenever you use a spell slot to cast a spell that deals acid, cold, fire, lightning, or poison, you roll a d6 and you get a bonus equal to the number rolled on the dice to the spell's damage. So you just get an extra d6 of elemental damage or whatever, depending on what you're doing. For a gem dragon, whenever you use a spell slot to cast a spell, you can immediately teleport to an unoccupied space you can see within 15 feet of you. That's amazing. You literally can cast a spell if it uses a spell slot, so any first level or higher, and you get to just teleport 15 feet. So if you're in like a jam again, like somebody runs up on you, and you just like cast like, I don't know, like thunder, what the fuck is it called? I forget what it's called.
Thunderstep?
Not Thunderstep, but the
Thunderclap.
Thunderclap. No,
Thunderwave.
Thunderwave. Thank you. I was like, I know it's not Thunderclap. But yeah,
I'll get one of them one day.
Yeah, literally. You cast Thunderwave, even if he doesn't get blasted back, you can still just teleport back. So it's like been phenomenal. And finally, with Metallic, when a creature you can see within 30 feet of you makes a saving throw, you can use a reaction to give that creature advantage on a saving throw. So it helps bolster your allies. When you get to the very rare tier, you specifically, once the item is used to cast a given spell, it can't be used to cast the same spell again. So you basically get extra spells depending on what type of dragon is hordes it was steeped in. So for Chromatics, you get Hold Monster and Rhymes Binding Ice. For Gem, you get Rary's Telepathic Bond and Rolothim's Psychic Lance. For Metallic, you get Fizzband's Platinum Shield and Legend Lore. All decent spells, no matter which one. And then finally, for the Ascendant or Legendary tier, when you cast a spell of first level or higher while holding this focus, you can treat the spell as if it were cast using a 9th level spell slot. That's bonkers. Literally.
Is that just once a day?
Yeah. Once it's proper, it can't be used until the next dawn. So technically, if you time it right, you could do this twice in an encounter. If it's like, oh hey, if you're literally fighting somebody and you use this right before dawn hits, the next dawn happens, and then dawn happens.
The chances of that happening are next to none.
I mean, Sam, how many D&D parties painstakingly strategize and plan for these exact types of scenarios?
Well, considering an encounter can last 12 to like 40 seconds sometimes.
Hear me out though. You have a spellcaster, you give them the Keen Mind feat.
Yeah, and you wait.
And you wait specifically, and you know
I want 6 seconds before dawn, and I want to cast 2 9th level spells now.
Exactly. The exact time and moment, because you always know what time it is at any given moment.
I don't know what 2 spells you would cast at 9th level for free.
I mean, it could be like, dude, just 2 9th level disintegrates, man. Like,
well, no, I'm even thinking like, is it just attack spells, or can you use
No. It's when you cast a spell of first level or higher. That's it. It's any spell.
So you can do some dumb environmental shit with this as well.
Yeah. Dude, you could try to feeble-mind a dude twice with a 9th level spell slot. Like, it's ridiculous. Because again, you only have to cast it at that level, but you treat the spell as if it was cast using a 9th level spell slot. So you don't even have to use. You could cast 3 9th level spells in one encounter. It's ridiculous.
It's a gross thing that you're doing there, bud. It's gross.
The power.
The power.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. What if you literally you did the Keen Mind thing, and you did you cast once and then again right as dawn hit, and then you use Wish to then push time back just slightly, like 6 seconds, so that you could be like, hey, I rewind time just 6 seconds. That's it. So then I can cast another spell at 9th level again, right as dawn hits once more.
I'm trying to think of like dumb spells that scale up to 9th level.
There's so many. Dude, just hit them with a 9th level like chromatic orb.
Well, no, I'm thinking of like
cast 2 9th level chromatic orbs, Sam.
I'm thinking of like non
Dude, cast 2 9th level freaking scorching ray. Scorching ray.
No, I'm thinking of stuff
magic
that isn't.
missile.
I'm trying to think of spells that aren't like attack spells that still scale with up to 9th level. Because I'm sure there's some that like get bonuses, and that would be fun to just be like, I don't even know what it would be.
Gesh,
I'm trying
Gesh
to
a
think.
person. Gesh a person. Ninth level Gesh.
I hate that word.
You can Gias either way. However, I like Gias better than Gesh personally, but either way, those my friends I have one encapsulate the dragon touched items and weapons. So again, we got all of the both uncommon, rare, very rare, and legendary out of the way just in one sitting, because again, they're all at whatever level pretty bonkers.
I do have one more for this level.
Sure.
And it's the item you need to give to every barbarian.
Okay.
And that's a javelin of lightning.
A javelin of lightning.
It's a magic weapon, and when you hurl it and speak its command word, it transforms into a bolt of lightning, forming a line 5 feet wide that extends out from you to a target within 120 feet. Each creature in the line, excluding you and the target, must make a DC 13 dexterity saving throw, taking 4d6 lightning damage on a failed save and half as much damage on a successful one. The lightning bolt turns back into a javelin when it reaches the target. Make a ranged weapon attack against the target. On hit, the target takes damage from the javelin plus 4d6 lightning damage. Now, the funny thing is, I've seen this used wrong so many times. Yeah. But either way, it can't be used again until the next dawn. In the meantime, the javelin can still be used as a magic weapon. So I've seen this used wrong, where people just, anybody in the line, including the target, has to make the dex save, which is not how it works. It's if you hit, you do the extra lightning damage.
Yeah.
But man, it's a fun weapon. The only problem is I've also seen it lost so many times.
Oh yeah, I know. I also had a number of campaigns where people use this and they're just like, I forgot. Or the GM will be like, well, you didn't say you went and picked up your javelin. So
oh no, that's not why. It was just because you were fighting something flying and he just like threw it, and it just like missed and it just went like off a cliff or some shit. And we're like, fuck it. We're not getting that back.
It's gone.
This is a great thing to have for like a melee fighter, specifically like barbarians who tend to use javelins.
What's the range on it, by the way?
120 feet.
Okay.
Which is 3 times to 4 times as long as javelin.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, I was like, if you like maybe did the thing where like I literally attach a chain to it or whatever, where I could,
the chain of returning.
Yeah, literally the chain of returning to it or whatever, and it's like
that wouldn't work.
No, that wouldn't work. At least it would, but only so you couldn't necessarily hit something at the 120 foot.
So I don't think you can. The chain of returning has to be for a melee weapon, and these are not considered. They're not considered melee in rules of law. They're thrown weapons, so it's different. You can't hit someone with a javelin as a spear.
Yeah, you can. It's absolutely also a normal weapon that you can use to attack. You can do it as a melee.
I guess you wouldn't be able to use it as its lightning thing though, because it has to be thrown the 120 feet.
Like, no, I don't know. It has to go 120 feet.
Well, oh no, it says within. Never mind.
It says within. Yeah, so I think the chain of returning absolutely would work.
I don't know if I'd let that fly, but
I would. I mean, it's a magic freaking chain after all. So why couldn't it necessarily have a similar, I guess, requirements or the similar? I can't think of words today. I'm like thinking, not requirements, but like, what is one? Not materials. One is something that's like. Either way, it's magic, so I don't see why it couldn't necessarily
the chain of returning
properties. That's the word, properties. I don't see why it couldn't take on the same properties as
that's like also a homebrew
javelin.
The chain of returning is a homebrew magic item. It is not existing.
Any technically returning item is homebrew, but I think it is more than fair to have those in your world when you have like this magical items that are just like, oh, there it goes, I guess. Or if you have like daggers, for instance, where you're like throwing, like that's one thing about throwing daggers that sucks. If you have magical daggers, you're never gonna throw them because you might end up losing them. It's like, so you might as well have like a belt of returning or a chain of returning or something that allows you to like get that.
Well, there's the Pathfinder, the Blinkback belt.
Yeah.
So they don't have it in 5e.
Yeah, they don't technically have it in 5e, but my point being is I always homebrew like those items and stuff to be like, hey, you can now, like, if you have items that have the throne property, you can use them if you like without worrying, or even like a quiver of returning, whatever. Speaking of quiver, the next item that I really did want to pay homage to, which is I think woefully underrated, although I feel like maybe it's beginning to get a little bit more of its exposure that it deserves, and that is the efficient quiver item. Each of the quiver's 3 compartments connects to an extra dimensional space that allows the quiver to hold numerous items while never weighing more than 2 pounds. The shortest compartment can hold up to 60 arrows, bolts, or similar objects. The mid-sized compartment holds up to 18 javelins or similar objects. And the largest compartment holds up to 6 long objects such as bows, quarterstaffs, or spears. You can draw any item the quiver contains as if doing so from a regular quiver or a scabbard. This thing is incredible. This oh my god. For any person, not even necessarily just like rangers or rogues, or again, because the mid-sized compartment holds javelins, whereas the large compartment holds bows and quarterstaff. You can have like multiple just weapons and just go like zoop, and then pull out all kinds of crazy stuff. You can literally be Hawkeye with this thing and have all kinds of dope trick arrows, javelins, or other dumb crazy stuff. Like, it's amazing. And again, it's not even limited to these things. It's a similar object, so you can just store all kinds of crazy stuff in there if you want it. Wonderful item. Another one.
I want to throw the slippers of spider climbing.
Dude, slippers of spider climbing are great. I love those. I usually reflavor them to be like boots or sandals or shoes. Whatever. It doesn't always have to be like slippers, you know.
While you wear these light shoes or boots or whatever you want them to be, you can move up, down, and across vertical surfaces and upside down along ceilings while leaving your hands free. You have a climbing speed equal to your walking speed. However, the slippers don't allow you to move this way on a slippery surface, such as one covered by ice or oil. I love anything that is a
spider climb
buff.
Anything that's like a spider climb thing or increased speed.
I mean, I love this. There's a version of this that's better later on in the rare section.
We're gonna talk about
which I have written down.
It's one of the best items. I love it too. I love it too.
But this for like early game is great for your ranged characters. It's great for your fighters. Anybody.
I was gonna say it's great for your martial, like melee characters.
They're good for everyone.
It gives them much more like versatility with their movement. If like an enemy is flying, it's like, oh, all right, I'm gonna run up this wall and I'll try jumping off to get it. Then, like, you know,
it's good both defensively and offensively, getting away from somebody or getting closer to someone. And they're great because again, they do require attunement, which is unfortunate, but you leave your hands free.
Yeah, you can still do all kinds of other things.
Yeah, you can do pretty much anything.
You can cast your spell, you can range attack, like you can flip them off as you run away up a wall like Spider-Man. Love slippers / boots of spider climbing. Another great item that I want to call attention to is it's very specific. It will be more applicable to very specific builds or characters, but it is the Eldritch Claw tattoo. This particular tattoo gives you 2 separate abilities or properties, and those are Magical Strikes and the Eldritch Maul. So Magical Strikes, while the tattoo is on your skin, your unarmed strikes are considered magical for the purpose of overcoming immunity and resistance to non-magical attacks, and you get a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls with unarmed strikes. So again, phenomenal for your monks, and even maybe if you wanted to go like a fighter who's like unarmed strike kind of thing, you know what I mean?
A brawler type.
A brawler type and everything. But as well as with Eldritch Maul, makes like this is now really where it comes into like monk territory, which makes it really helpful for them. As a bonus action, you can empower the tattoo for 1 minute. For the duration, each of your melee attacks with a weapon or an unarmed strike can reach a target up to 15 feet away from you, as inky black tendrils launch towards the target, like venom. This is literally
I love this
like
for
venom.
a shadow monk. Shadow monk would be
Here's
sweet.
The thing. You say that, and that is exactly the example I was going to give, because a friend of mine in a campaign we played did exactly that. He had a shadow monk with the Eldritch Claw tattoo, and he kept this tattoo the entire campaign and used it like in every encounter, or at least not every, because specifically for this. In addition, your melee attacks deal an extra 1d6 force damage on a hit. Once used, this bonus action can't be used again until the next dawn. So you can only use it once, basically per day or dawn.
Per
That
encounter, really.
yeah, well, again, it depends. Yeah, per encounter depends, obviously. But this, like, so the magical strikes are just always there. It's always a flat +1 bonus to attack
Which
and
is
damage,
huge.
which is awesome. Monks already get like magical fists, so that doesn't necessarily really apply to them, but
But the
still.
+1 is still
Yeah,
huge.
+1 is still
And
great.
they only get the magic fist once they hit level 6.
Yeah, it's level 6. So again, if you get this beforehand, that is super helpful right there.
I want to add this. If you throw this on the dragon monk, where
Yeah,
you already get
you
the
can,
extra d6 of
extra
damage from the
D6.
dragon,
Yeah,
and then you also get the d6 from this, and you get the +1 bonus, you are a
now,
menace.
here's the thing. There's another item. There's another item. It's a legendary item that I'm going to talk about later on.
Okay.
That used in conjunction with this, as well as I believe with another item. I think that might be rare. That will make your monk
Ridiculous.
you will destroy, like, oh my god, you're gonna be like Dragon Ball Z, where you just like you're gonna be pummeling things into, you're gonna disintegrate them with your force punches.
Oh,
like,
you're making me
like
you're making me want to build a monk as a backup character for my Tuesday campaign.
These items, like, just stay tuned. Seriously, stay tuned, because I love monks, and they are considered to be one of the least viable classes due to the
They're
fact
just
that
difficult to build, man.
well, they're limited in a lot of what they can do, but what they can do, they do really well. As well as the fact that, like, with items, for instance, there aren't a lot of items that really enhance what monks do best. You know what I mean? Like, there just aren't a lot. So it's like, but these particular items that I've researched kind of extensively, oh my god, they just
did you write all those down, by the way? All 3 items. You're gonna have to tell me after this. I'm gonna have to write those down.
Yes.
I have another item. And this one it's a little dark and it's a little unfortunate, and it's probably not usable in a lot of campaigns, but I like it anyway. It's the soul coins.
Soul coins are dark.
This is Descending to Avernus, so this is the hell.
I was gonna say they're very specific. They are very
well. This is any hell campaign. You can find these on a devil. But these soul coins are about 5 inches across and 1 inch thick, so heavy ass coins.
Yep.
They are minted from infernal iron. Each coin weighs 1/3 of a pound and is inscribed with infernal writing and a spell that magically binds a single soul to the coin. Because each soul coin has a unique soul trapped within it, each has a story. And it talks about, why they would maybe be imprisoned. Carrying soul coins. To hold a soul coin is to feel the soul bound within it, overcome with rage or fraught with despair.
Yeah.
I like also like the fear aspect is pretty good. I love this caveat. An evil creature can carry as many soul coins as it wishes, up to its maximum weight allowance. A non-even evil creature can carry a number of soul coins equal to or less than its constitution modifier without a penalty. A non-evil creature carrying a number of soul coins greater than its constitution modifier has disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws.
Using just from the pure, evil, malevolent, horrendous nature.
And I wonder, does this apply if you throw them in a bag of holding?
I don't know, maybe
extra planar space.
It's a separate plane of existence. It is.
Now that to me is terrible, because you're just leaving a bunch of souls in an extra planar space to exist for eternity. A creature carrying each one has 3 charges. A creature carrying the coin can use its action to expend 1 charge from a soul coin and use it to do one of the following. You can drain life away from the soul you gain 1d10 temporary hit points. You can You can telepathically ask the soul a question and receive a brief telepathic response, which you can understand.
I feel
the soul knows only what it knew in life, but it must answer you truthfully and to the best of its ability. The answer is no more than a sentence or 2 and might be cryptic.
It's like it's like multiple soul cages that you can have, basically.
But these are
I also feel like this would be perfect. Well, soul cage is mobile too. You have it for
I know, but this is
8 hours, but still. I feel like this would be perfect for that one character we theoretically talked about doing with the Whisper Bard and the Assassin Rogue combination, where you just you collect these coins and you do like the coin trick that they just flick it across your knuckle and stuff, and you have multiple of them, and you're just pick a coin, any coin.
Yeah. Freeing the soul. Casting a spell that removes curse on a soul frees the soul trapped within it, as does expending all of the coin's charges. The coin itself rusts from within and is destroyed once the soul is released. A free soul travels to the realm of the god it served or to the outer plane most closely tied to its alignment. The souls of lawful evil creatures released from the soul typically emerge from the river Styx as lemur devils. The soul can also be freed by destroying the coin that contains it. A soul coin has an AC of 19, 1 hit point, and immunity to all damage, except when it's dealt with a Hellfire weapon or an Infernal War Machine, so it's very hard to destroy. Freeing a soul from a soul coin is considered a good act, even when the soul belongs to an evil creature. This is considered hellish currency. Soul coins are currency of the 9 hells and are highly valued by devils. The coins are used among the infernal hierarchy to barter for favors, bribe the unwilling, and reward the faithful for services rendered. I love these. They're not that great, like, to just have around you.
No,
but the fact of the matter is that
very situational.
You have these in your back pocket, and you can maybe able to convince a devil not to kill you.
You could, or you could convince it to give you something or do you a favor of some sort if you needed. You know, it is, again, in any kind of like hell-based campaign, they're super cool and awesome to have.
They're just, I love these.
Real quick, I do want to give like some honorable mentions to basically these items are not just uncommon, but also might go to like rare as well, but they are essentially the attribute increase items, and specifically the ones that take your attributes to 19 regardless of what level or where they're at any point. And these would be the gauntlets of ogre power, the headband of intellect, and then I believe at rare it's the amulet of health. And those basically, the gauntlets increase your strength to 19, the headband increases your intellect, your intelligence to 19, and the amulet of health increases your constitution to 19. All of these require attunement, but as you can no doubt probably ascertain, being able to just take any of those attributes just straight to 19 immediately and just have them there as long as you have this item attuned, that is incredible. Like, they require attunement because that is a powerful thing. Once more, there are very few things in this game that allow you to increase your attribute scores outside of leveling up. And these are one of the few. There are also some other items I believe they're very rare, in the very rare category, that also do this, but to an even better extent that we'll talk about a little later. They are very cool. But I just wanted to get those since those all kind of fall under the same umbrella. As well as I also wanted to talk about the gloves of thievery. Just a little quick shout out for those. I'm sure plenty of people have probably either heard of, if not encountered, maybe even used themselves in their campaigns. These gloves are invisible while worn, for one. And while wearing them, you gain a +5 bonus to dexterity, sleight of hand checks, and dexterity, while wearing them, you get a +5 bonus to dexterity, sleight of hand checks, and dexterity checks made to pick locks. So
that's pretty good.
I think what we were talking about before, I think it actually, because it specifically stipulates and dexterity checks.
Oh yeah, no, it's good. It's for sleight of hand checks, so pickpocketing and stuff of that nature, and also lockpicking. And
dexterity checks made to pick locks, which technically also would be sleight of hand in a lot of ways, if not also
it's
whatever.
Just thieves. To me, it's
thieves. Yeah,
it's
literally,
it does it for both, so it's all.
It does it for both, and it does it for
we're both happy
here.
it's
these are busted and broken if given to a rogue, like a rogue who has expertise already in sleight of hand, like,
or you could make a bard with that too.
Yeah, or a bard too with expertise, like any technically the 2 expertise classes, which are technically, and although again I believe they also have made change to the ranger now as well. That
I haven't seen one that gets expertise unless I missed it, but
I think it's an optional feature that the ranger now has. Like, again, I believe they brought it from Tasha's specifically. I think I'll have to check to be sure, but if you give them these gloves, like, there's almost no way they can no mundane lock will ever be an issue. They'll be able to steal and take basically anything they want. Take it from me, I've seen many individuals in multiple campaigns do this and use this to abusive effect. Like, it's kind of annoying, actually. Like, you need to be very, and because they are deceptively powerful because they're uncommon, and it's like, oh well, it's just dexterity, sleight of hand checks, and whatever. Why would those matter? And it's like, well,
yeah, until a rogue walks through a tavern and cleans up.
Literally takes everything, until a rogue literally like takes the robe, crown, jewels off of a king while they're looking at them. You know what I mean?
That's one of those things, is like, you as a DM have to then be like, there is a limit to what is acceptable.
But my point being is like as we stated, I believe in our skills as well as like balancing episode,
there's a limit.
There is a limit to the exact extent of what your skills can do for you. But still, the fact that this is a thing that gives you just a straight +5 bonus to that is super powerful. Yeah. And for the goggles of night are another one that I want to talk about. Super cool, very straightforward and simple. While wearing these dark lenses, you have dark vision out to a range of 60 feet if you don't already have it. So again, that's a great way to just get dark vision for and they don't require attunement. Neither do the gloves of thievery. I also should have mentioned that's another reason why they're very powerful. The gloves of thievery do not require attunement.
Yeah, for all you people that like to play humans out there.
Literally, for the goggles of night, these don't require attunement, and that's also why you can literally pass them off between party members. That's a great way to do that if all of you don't have dark vision, which is highly unlikely because almost everything in this game has dark vision.
Unless you're playing...
Unless you're a dragonborn, a gnome, human, a halfling. I think gnomes have dark vision, too.
One of them doesn't.
Halfling. I know.
Is it halfling?
Yeah. Okay. Dragonborn, human, halfling.
There are a couple others.
Warforge. I don't think. Yeah, orcs have dark vision. Yeah, okay. Half orcs and orcs have dark vision. But there are a number that there are a few that do. I don't. There are a
surprising amount that don't.
Yeah, Aarakocra don't have it. But these are great. And also, though, another great bonus: if you already do have dark vision, you wear the goggles, it increases your range of your dark vision by 60 feet. To a total of 120 for most things. That is... So even then, even if you do have dark vision, these are still great because they just make your dark vision longer. These will be applicable to any and every situation, and character, no matter what you have. They're a fantastic item.
Are we moving up to rare?
Let's see. I still have some decent honorable mentions because again, there are so many great items just even in uncommon itself. The immovable rod is another great mention. The immovable rod, it's lit as its name suggests. You can use an action to press a button on this rod, which causes it to become magically fixed in place. And until you or another creature uses an action to push the button again, the rod doesn't move, even if it is defying gravity. The rod can hold up to 8,000 pounds of weight. More weight causes the rod to deactivate and fall, and a creature can use an action to make a DC 30 strength check to try and move the fixed rod up to 10 feet on a success.
My favorite is to tie something to this, or if it's a big creature, put it in its mouth.
Yeah. So here's the second item used in my super monk build. Is also an uncommon. It's 2 uncommon items, and then I believe the one the one legendary one. And this is the insignia of claws.
Oh yeah.
Jewels in this insignia of the cult of the dragon flare with purple light when you enter combat, empowering your natural fist or natural weapons. While wearing it doesn't require attunement, unlike the Eldritch Claw tattoo, and then the third item. So you can wear this on and have the other 2 equipped and still have a third attunement slot. But while wearing this insignia, you gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls you make with unarmed strikes and natural weapons. Such attacks are considered to be magical. So you just get another plus bonus. That's already, if you have the Eldritch Claw tattoo, that's a +2 bonus to your not non-magical, but to your unarmed strikes and natural weapon attacks. Just baseline. Let's see. There were some more. Helm of Comprehending Languages, another fantastic item. Literally, it does not require attunement and is basically just functions the exact same way as the Comprehend Language spell. Or rather, I'm sorry, you can use an action to cast the Comprehend Languages spell from it at will. So basically,
I like that one.
You can just comprehend languages constantly all the time.
Yeah, I like the Eyes of the Poltergeist, which is they're very rare glasses that kind of let you read all languages at all times, which I love. It's similar. It's kind of in the same vein.
Those are great. Let's see. Necklace of Adaptation is really fun and cool as well. It's literally just allows you to breathe in basically any environment. While wearing this necklace, you can breathe normally in any environment. And you have advantage on saving throws made against harmful gases and vapors such as cloud kill, stinging cloud effects, inhaled poisons, and the breath weapons of some dragons.
Ooh, I liked the one right above that. The
Nature's Mantle.
The Nature's Mantle. The fact it's one of those once you get to a high level, you won't use it anymore. But the flavor is fantastic.
Yeah, because it requires attunement. It wouldn't be one that you probably use at a higher, but the flavor is cool and it does give you some decent abilities. This cloak shifts color and texture to blend with the terrain around you. While wearing the cloak, you can use it as a spell casting focus for your druid or ranger spells. And while you're in an area that is lightly obscured, you can hide as a bonus action, even if you are being directly observed.
That's
it's very situational, but it's still really awesome.
Being able to hide while someone's looking at you is pretty nice.
If you're lightly obscured, that's great. I feel like it's a similar vein of like, you see a person in like a crowd of people and a person walks by them and they disappear.
I love that.
I feel like that's exactly what that is. And that's really cool. Let's see. A filter of love is another one I want to give an honorable mention to. Like, how
isn't there a more powerful version of it?
I don't think so. Not as an item. Like, I think like and specifically the flavor text is what I love the most about it. Is the next time you see a creature within 10 minutes after taking this filter, you become charmed by that creature for 1 hour. If the creature is of a species and gender you are normally attracted to, you regard it as your true love while you are charmed. This potion's rose-hued effervescent liquid contains one easy-to-miss bubble-shaped like heart. Like, there are very few things in this game that literally are, like, this flavor text are literally telling you regard this person as your true love. Like, that is a very important statement. Like, it's different from charm person. It's different from dominate person. It's different from gesh or whatever else that, even though those things charm a person, they usually stipulate that they're like, oh, well, you view them as a super close friend, Like, they're like, maybe like a close, like a friend, maybe even something you regard as like a brother or a family member. But this specifically is like, no, this person, you feel they are your true love. And so, like, that, you can interpret that however you might want, but that is, to me, is like, you will do just about anything for your true love in a lot of ways. Like, this is one of the few ways where I'm like, all right, they are going to be highly influenced by you. And even if I do require you to make a check, it's going to be exceedingly low because they obviously, like, there's little to nothing a person won't do for their true love. Like,
yeah. I love it.
Another honorable mention is the Ring of Mind Shielding, which is great. Yeah. Like, once more, another item that it's like, regardless of your level, you'll probably always have, it'll always be applicable and you can use it. While wearing this ring, you are immune to magic that allows other creatures to read your thoughts, determine whether you are lying, know your alignment, or know your creature type. Creatures can telepathically communicate with you only if you allow it. You can also use an action to cause the ring to become invisible until you use another action to make it visible, until you remove the ring, or until you die. So people won't even know that you have this a lot of the time, like, unless they can see invisible stuff. If you die while wearing the ring, this is a really interesting part about it. Your soul enters it, unless it already houses a soul. So you could technically already house the soul in the ring that will talk and speak to you. Because, again, you can remain in the ring or depart for the afterlife at any time you choose. And as long as your soul is in the ring, you can telepathically communicate with any creature wearing it, and they cannot prevent you from telepathically communicating with you. So if you, like, just find the ring and, like, the GM is like, oh, yeah, you just start hearing a voice in your head talking to you about something. Like, it could be, like, an old wizard or, like, maybe a warrior who got this at one point randomly. And has, like, all this knowledge and information. Like, it's a fun, cool spell in many different ways. It does require attunement, however. I do believe that's about all the ones that I had for this. Oh, I will say another honorable mention would be for sending stones. Sending stones are great to have. You know what I mean? It's just literally the sending spell with an item that you can do once per day. Weapons of warning are all really great. Like, if you have, like, weapons of warning, they literally will let you know when I
think the sword from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. So essentially, they will, even when you are, like, sleeping or whatever, they will warn you of, here it is. This magic weapon warns you of danger. While the weapon is on your person, you have advantage on initiative rolls. As in addition, you and any of your companions within 30 feet cannot be surprised, except when incapacitated by something other than non-magical sleep. The weapon magically awakens you and your companions within range if any of you are sleeping naturally when combat begins. So, like, this is like your literal go-to, screw you, GM, no ambushes ever for you.
And is it attunement?
It is. It does require attunement.
But all you need is one person to be attuned to it, even if they don't
Exactly, yeah. And it's within 30 feet. So in addition, if you and any of your companions within 30 feet of you cannot be surprised in any way except when incapacitated by something other than non-magical sleep.
Yeah, I do want to throw the decanter of endless water in there as well.
That's a great one too. Like, honestly,
I mean, it says what it says in the tin. It's just access to fresh water is, depending on what game you're playing,
it's
is
great for like, it's great for like certain species or races as well that like need to be submerged in water. Like a friend of mine did that when he was what are they called? Are they no, they're grunks or whatever. They're like the poison.
Oh, the grung.
Frog. Yeah, the grung. He was a grung.
I love the grung.
And he had a decanter of endless
There's
water.
also the weird catfish people now, the lolcath, which also have to be submerged.
That is true. Another one would be, this is actually a very powerful one. This would be the Shield of the Sentinel. Essentially, similarly to the Weapons of Warning, the Shield of the Sentinel is it does not require attunement, again, which is one of the biggest things that make this weapon so powerful. Or sorry, the shield so powerful. While holding this shield, you have advantage on initiative rolls and wisdom perception checks. The shield is emblazoned with a symbol of an eye. A shield is made from wood or metal and is carried in one hand. Increase your armor class by 2. You can benefit from rolling one shield at a time, as was the case with any shield. So you get your normal just +2 increase to your armor class, and you have advantage on initiative rolls and wisdom perception checks. So like both of those are absolutely fantastic. Hang on a second. I do believe that my pause recording.
Just pause, yeah. And we're back.
There we go. Sorry about that. My other headphones had run out of energy, so I had to replace it real quick. But yeah, so we left off specifically with the Sentinel Shield. I do believe that's probably the final one in the uncommon category that I wanted to talk about. As you guys can all see, like even in the uncommon tier, like there are so many amazing like items and things that are super viable for literally any level of play. Like uncommon is still an amazing like spot to have things.
Oh yeah.
But with that all done and done, let's move on to the next tier, which is rare. And rare tier is definitely when things start to get pretty bonkers. Yeah, spicy. In a lot of ways. Go ahead and take it first. But
I did have Amulet of Health. We already touched on that. So the next one on my list is Bag of Beans.
Bag of Beans! I love Bag of Beans. Who doesn't love them a Bag of Beans?
You know what? When we got this item in Tomb of Annihilation, everyone was like, "That seems lame," and I'm like, and my DM wouldn't let me. My DM wouldn't let me look at the table.
Yeah, because he wanted to be random. Yeah,
he was like, "You don't get to see what's going to happen. I get to roll, and it'll happen."
That's what I'm saying. He wanted it to be random.
And he was like, "So don't look at the items table, but you can see what it does." And I was like, "Okay." And I looked at it, and I was playing my mischievous bard, and I went, "Oh, this is going to be great."
Oh,
and
yeah,
so inside this heavy cloth bag are 3d4 dry beans. The bag weighs half a pound plus a fourth of a pound for each bean it contains. If you dump the bag's contents on the ground, they explode in a 10-foot radius, extending from the beans. Each creature in the area, including you, must make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw, taking 5d4 fire damage, or half on a successful save. The fire ignites flammable objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried. If you remove a bean from the bag and plant it in dirt or sand and then water it, the bean produces an effect 1 minute later from the ground where it was planted. The GM can choose an effect from the following table, determine it randomly, or create their own effect. Now, there is kind of an argument as to whether or not if you take a bean out and throw it, it will explode. But we didn't do it that way. We just did it if you threw the bag. But I'm gonna touch on, there are some in here that are great. There's stuff like, I can't hear you, by the way.
You can't hear me?
Oh, now I can. Oh man, you are like strangely quiet on my end. But so one of them, it's like stuff. It's stuff like, oh, a geyser erupts and sprouts water, beer, berry juice, tea, vinegar, wine, or oil 30 feet in the air for 1d12 rounds. That's pretty cool. There's ones where it's like a bunch of toadstools come out and you can eat them and either get poisoned really bad or get a bunch of temporary HP.
I have like a very specific, because I've used these as well, and I have a very specific
there was
example
one
story.
There was one, and it was awesome, and that was A pyramid with a 60-foot square base bursts upward.
Jeez.
Inside of it is a sarcophagus containing a mummy lord. The pyramid is treated as the mummy lord's lair, and its sarcophagus contains treasure of the GM's choice. Now, what really did that mummy? He rolled randomly, got the mummy lord, which was ridiculous. And on top of that, we were underleveled for it.
Yeah,
and I planted the bean.
Yeah.
I planted the bean, and we were all sitting around in a little circle. And all of a sudden, we were on top of the pyramid, and so we're like sliding down the side of this pyramid, and there's this big double doors, and we're like, we're gonna go in there. And so we go in there. We barely beat this mummy lord, and I think we only won because he was an inexperienced DM and did not use it to its full capability.
I was gonna say, mummy lords, like, they can summon other undead and stuff, which is insane.
Either way, we killed it. We did have a lot of fire on our team, so that was good because it was vulnerable.
I was gonna say that's very helpful.
I mean, we blew it up, like fireballs, all sorts of stuff, and we killed this mummy lord, and we got a bunch of like really good treasure. And it was like, dude, he was like, dude, I didn't think you were gonna just immediately start planting beans with complete disregard for yourself. And I'm like, what did you think I was gonna do? I'm in now. We're playing Tomb of Annihilation.
Why would I not?
Like, my character's not fit for fighting. Why wouldn't I do this?
As for me, for my personal experience with the beans, very similar in a number of ways. See, we actually ended up being in not quite the tomb of a mummy lord, but more so the hidden lair of a vampire lord and an Afridi, essentially what's the equivalent to an Afridi, not pharaoh. What do you call the head of a in Aladdin? What was Jasmine's dad's title? He was the
oh my god, there's like 3 different terms depending on where you are.
I'm not. Damn it! I'm just blanking on words today. Like, it's just like. I mean, they usually are. I'm usually quite linguistically gifted, but not today. Like, I can't think of the actual, like, Aladdin, Jasmine's dad.
You're like talking about like the king.
He's the king. Sultan is the word. Yeah, it was the lair of a vampire lord and an Afridi sultan. Essentially, what it was. Yeah, we had to fight them both at the same time. And I was a druid at the time, and so I literally used like druid craft to kind of like conjure some like soil, essentially, as I made like an argument that I'd be like, I could maybe conjure maybe some soil if it's like a natural kind of miracle. And I took cloth off of like some of the dead guards that we had, and I put 3 separate beans inside this soil, wrapped them in these cloth pouches, and like opened the doors and threw them into the main chamber, and we're like 1 minute, and like closed the door and just waited for a minute. And like as soon as like the minute was just almost done, was like 50 seconds left, 10 seconds left, we like opened the doors, walked in, and we're like, all right, we're ready to fight. And from the 3 beans I threw in, one sprouted a giant tree from like right beneath the vampire lord that sent her flying up into the air. It's like a magical tree that like conjures like 10, like it's like a 1d10 magical fruit or something like that. And like they have like the ability or the capacity, like one of these fruits, or I'm sorry, no, it's like if you eat one of these fruits, if you eat one of these fruits, it has the potential. You have to like make like a DC 20 or maybe like 25 Constitution saving throw. And it allows you to, I think, maybe increase either your hit points or maybe like an attribute. But if you fail to save, you take like 10d10 force damage or something. All the rest of them are just normal mundane fruit, except for that like
egg. That's the eggs.
The eggs, gotcha. Yeah, that's what it did. It spawned the fruit, and then the second bean spawned the eggs. The little nest with the eggs, and then the third bean spawned a geyser of water at the vampire. And because vampires have a very specific weakness to running water.
Oh my god.
And so
that's hell.
My other friend, as well as with the Ifrit, who is a fire, he's a fire genie, they also have like a bit of a weakness towards water, we ruled. And so we were able to permanently kill the vampire lord by like sticking her into the geyser as we did the final damage to her. Like because this is also the dude, my friend who had the shadow monk specifically. So he literally just grappled her, thrust her into the geyser of water that was shooting out, and then punched her in the face, killing her permanently because she was inside moving water. That also, it just did her continuous damage too. Like it burned her like the sun almost.
It's menaces.
It's hilarious. Like the bag of beans will forever be one of my favorite items.
Yeah, we also managed to get the beanstalk as well, which was very handy in like creating a safe place for us to go.
Yeah, I think we also have the beanstalk at one point too. Yeah,
because that is also like, hey, do you want to just be in a safe place?
Yeah, there you go. Go up there, bud. The beans are great. We love them so much. For me, one of the ones I also wanted to talk about was the Belt of Dwarven Kind. I think this is another pretty fan favorite, popular item for sure, especially if you've watched Critical Role. The Belt of Dwarven Kind. While wearing this belt, you gain the following benefits. Your Constitution score increases by 2 to a maximum of 20. Once again, that's awesome, dude. Regardless, like as long as your con score isn't already 20, getting a +2 bonus by wearing this, it does require attunement, but still amazing. You also get advantage on charisma persuasion checks made to interact with dwarves. Shocker! In addition, while attuned to the belt, you have a 50% chance each day at dawn of growing a full beard, if you're capable of growing one, of course, or a visibly thicker beard if you already have one.
That's my favorite part of that whole thing.
It's a favorite part of everybody. Additionally, if you aren't a dwarf, you gain the following benefits while wearing the belt. You have advantage on saving throws against poison and resistance against poison damage. You have dark vision out to a range of 60 feet, and you can read, write, and speak dwarfish. Like, that's incredible. Dude. This is a rare item right here, for sure, bro. All those bonuses, phenomenal. With those little bits of, like, funny little flavor and stuff. Great. Fantastic.
Yeah, I do love that item. My next ones where it's kind of a combo, because they're both in the same area, which is where are they? One of them is more important, and one of them is more of like an honorable mention. But the braces of defense.
Yes, that was going to be one of my next ones. The braces of defense, one of probably the best items in the entire game.
Well, I'll let you do this one then, because I have another one I'll do right after.
Fantastic. Bracers of defense. They're very simple, but oh, so very sweet. While wearing these bracers, you gain a +2 bonus to AC if you are wearing no armor and using no shield. It does require attunement, but these things are so integral to like your wizards, your sorcerers, your bards, your monks, even your barbarians.
Oh yeah, we always put these on the barbarian and the monk. We've never used them on a caster.
Like these are so great for any of your classes that don't use armor and don't really use shields either. Like they're just phenomenal.
They're good. Because a +2 bonus to AC it stacks with anything.
In and of itself is worthy of a rare rating, in my opinion. Yeah. +2 bonus to AC, yes.
The other one which I enjoy is the bracer of flying daggers.
I was gonna also talk about that one too. Go ahead.
Well, we each get one.
That's what I said. Go ahead.
It's the armband appears to have thin daggers strapped to it. As an action, you can pull up to 2 magic daggers from the bracer and immediately hurl them, making a ranged attack with each dagger. The dagger vanishes if you don't hurl it right away, and the daggers disappear right after they hit or miss. The bracer never runs out of daggers. Now, keyword here, as an action,
so cool.
You throw 2.
Yep.
Now,
give it to the rogue, man. Give it to the rogue.
I made a character,
or give it to a ranger, or give it to the fighter. Give it to the fighter.
Yeah. The cool thing about this to me is I made a character that's like throwing weapons, and I had to do the soul knife rogue and the all this stuff. And this basically lets you do this without worrying about playing into your subclass too much. So this opens up for you can use it with a monk if you want.
Yeah,
but also still be good.
Cool.
And it's one of those items that might not be the best, and it it sucks that it requires attunement, but
It does. The attunement part is a little.
It gives versatility that I enjoy a lot.
Yeah.
Especially with the new thrown weapon fighting style, and
I mean, it gives some great flavor where you're just literally like you can like it's almost again like you're a ninja and you just like make some daggers appear in your hands and you just go like wah, wah, as you're like moving and stuff. Like it's phenomenal. It's great. Another one that I also wanted to talk about.
I have a weird question for you.
Yeah.
Oh, this is an action, so technically you don't get a second attack if you do have extra attack, or you do.
No, so well, because it does say this might be a case you could maybe argue for, because it does say as an action you can pull up to 2 daggers from the bracer and immediately hurl them, making a ranged attack with each dagger. So one could technically then maybe make an argument that you are making an attack. Because you are rolling for an attack roll. Yeah. So you are technically, even though you're not taking like I guess the attack action, though you are, because you are making a ranged attack. Like you're not casting a spell. You are like, because it's, I mean, one could say, oh well, you're activating the bracer or whatever. You're doing an item interaction that allows you to then do this thing. But I'm like, but because you're technically making a ranged attack, I don't see why you couldn't necessarily also still attack. Like, again, like I don't see why that wouldn't be considered an attack action. I feel like it'd be similar as like, you like when a person makes a grapple check, you're technically spending an attack from your attack action to do that. So I don't see why, if you're also attacking, why that wouldn't be an attack action. But yeah, another one that I did want to also talk about was the Cape of the Mountebank. This item as well is great. Probably first and foremost because it does not require attunement. It is a fantastic cloak or cape, even technically speaking. It is actually a cape. But this cape smells faintly of brimstone. And while wearing it, you can cast the Dimension Door spell as an action. This property of the cape can't be used again until the next dawn. However, when you disappear, you leave behind a cloud of smoke, and you appear in a similar cloud of smoke at your destination. The smoke slightly obscures the space you left and the space you appear in, and it dissipates at the end of your next turn. A light or stronger wind disperses the smoke. So this is great, again, for any like non-caster spell, like or non-caster class. So give it to your rogue, give it to your fighter, your barbarian, your monk, like anybody who might need like a little bit of something to like increase their like movement. Because again, Dimension Door allows you to instantaneously teleport up to 500 feet in any direction.
And you can bring someone.
Yeah, you can bring someone with you. And you don't need to see where you're going. You can just go anywhere 500 feet. And as long as you bring someone or something of your size or smaller, you can bring up to 2 things like that. Like,
it's
and
just
you can
one
only
person.
Well, it's also, I think it's objects too. I think of a certain, yeah. But it's one creature of your size or smaller that you can bring. But it can't be used again to the next dawn. So obviously there's that caveat. But still, having a once a day essentially Dimension Door for like a non-spellcaster is phenomenal. Huge. It's amazing.
To stay within the cloak scenario, we do also have the Cloak of Displacement.
Yes,
which this does require attunement, which is unfortunate, but it's good. While you wear this cloak,
awesome.
When you wear this cloak, you project an illusion that makes you appear to be standing in a place near your actual location, causing any creature to have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. If you take damage, the property ceases to function until the start of your next turn. This property is suppressed while you're incapacitated, restrained, or otherwise unable to move. Now, that means until someone hits you on a turn, they have disadvantage. Now, area of effect spells do kind of counter this to a degree.
It's true.
But if you're a rogue with evasion or a monk with evasion, that's pretty much
it's incredible.
It's really good. But the cool thing about this is that every turn it resets.
Yeah.
So when your next turn comes around, you then gain this until you get hit again.
Yep. Which if you're already any damage, to be fair.
Yeah. And if you're already a sneaky class or like a midline fighter where you dart in and out, it makes it so hard to hit you.
Yeah, because you're all going to have high AC because of your dex, as well as like Sam said, if it's any kind of dex save and you're a monk or a rogue, it's like you still won't take damage even from that. Now, you also can obviously suppress it if you are restrained or incapacitated or unable to move in any way. So there is obviously that thing that keeps it from being too overpowered, where there are multiple different ways of dealing with it. But I also love to put this on like enemy characters, for instance. Like you just have like a whole party of like assassin rogues with displacement cloaks. Like, it's so great, especially against higher powerful players where you're just like, hey, you guys have such high bonuses, but you're going to be rolling at disadvantage for almost all of these attacks until you do some damage to them. And they're slippery, though. They're hard to hit. Like, with disadvantage, they have decent AC. They have evasion for, like, dexterity saves and such. But, you guys can try to, like, grab them or whatever. Like, it's a great item for those reasons. Fantastic. Another one I want to talk about in the same vein would be the Cloak of the Bat. Cloak of the Bat is a fun little item. While wearing this cloak, you have advantage on dexterity stealth checks. In an area of dim light or darkness, you can grip the edges of the cloak with both hands and use it to fly at a speed of 40 feet. If you ever fail to grip the cloak's edges while flying this way, or if you are no longer in dim light or darkness, you lose this flying speed. However, another aspect of the cloak, while wearing the cloak in an area of dim light or darkness, you can use your action to cast Polymorph on yourself, transforming into a bat. And while you're in the form of a bat, you retain your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma scores. The cloak can't be used this way again until the next dawn. So this is literally like your cool Batman like gliding, or just straight up like Dracula transforming into a bat in darkness. Like,
it's wonderful flavored.
And then one of the biggest things too is that if you cast Polymorph, it doesn't specifically say you lose the Polymorph if you go out of darkness or dim light.
No.
So you can still fly even with that. Like, that's great.
Yeah,
it's hilarious.
It's helpful. I have another one, which I know we both mentioned at some point or another, but the glamored studded leather armor.
Yes, that's a great one. I love that.
While wearing this armor, you get a +1 bonus to AC, so it's a magic.
It's basically a better shift weave,
and you get the base armor setting, so 12 plus your dex +1.
Yeah.
You also use a bonus action to speak the armor's command word and cause the armor to assume the appearance of a normal set of clothing or some other kind of armor. You decide what it looks like, including color, style, and accessories, but the armor retains its normal bulk and weight. The illusory appearance lasts until you use this property again or remove the armor. Made from tough but flexible leather, stud leather is reinforced. So my favorite thing is I got this for my bard in Tomb of Annihilation, and I used it ostensibly as costume changes.
Yeah, literally.
So we'd be doing something, and it would be like, oh yeah, you're walking around, the wilderness, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm in a safari outfit.
Yep.
It would be like we're fighting
outfit truly for every occasion.
Yeah, it's like you're fighting there's 2 T-Rexes over there, and I'm like, oh, me, I'm in a full penguin suit.
Yeah,
like,
literally.
And my DM is just like, dude, why? and I'm like, because if we ever fought like normal humans, no, I meant like penguin suit, like a penguin tuxedo.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say like an actual like penguin furry suit.
Oh, that'd be funny too.
Just like,
but it was just like I would use it to change outfits.
Slide on your belly,
and man, it would add just a layer of ridiculous comedy.
It's just great. It's a wonderful effect, and it still gives you really good, decent defense too,
and no attunement.
Yeah. That's even better. Speaking of a particular item that requires no attunement, and this one, in order to really kind of be good and viable, probably would require a little bit of homebrew, but one that I do want to call just a little honorable mention to is the Dagger of Venom. You get a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon, which is nice. Another ability is you can use an action to cause thick black poison to coat the blade, which isn't great. In fact, it has to use an action. But the poison remains for 1 minute or until an attack using this weapon hits a creature. That creature must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution save or take 2d10 poison damage and become poisoned for 1 minute. The dagger can't be used this way again until the next dawn. So it's like, I feel like there needs to be a little finagling. I feel like it should be a bonus action to do that instead of an action. Either that, or if it is an action, I feel like the poison should remain on the dagger for more than just more than just 1 minute. But I think the 15 Constitution save and the 2d10 poison is decent, and obviously then you become poisoned for 1 minute. And there's nothing that says anything. You don't roll to get out of the poison or to save from the poison after.
No, you're just poisoned.
You're just poisoned for 1 minute.
You could always you always tweak it as like once per round. You can have an attack that has poison, or something of that nature where it's like, yeah, you only get to try once per turn, but it's there, or stuff like that. Because stuff like this, the fact that it takes an action, it's similar to the True Strike mantra.
I mean, but it's also obviously this is supposed to be a weapon that is more for assassination. You know what I mean? That's clearly what this is for.
Yeah,
it's not a weapon that's designed more for like actual combat, or like long combat, so to speak. It is like more so the tool of an assassin, where they're just like, I get this ready, I code it, I throw or I stab this person, they become poisoned, take this damage, and they're just going to stay poisoned, and then I finish them off or whatever if they didn't die from that alone. So again, I feel like, it is, I like that because it's also, I feel like it's a great item to like throw, for instance, especially if you're like ambushing, like for an assassin rogue, I think this would be a great weapon to add on to like the assassin rogue's assassinate ability. Because even if they don't die from the initial assassination, it's then like, well, they're poisoned now for basically the entire encounter. And so like that could have things. Another dagger that I also want to call attention to that's right next to it would be the Dagger of Blind Sight. Also, I guess one more caveat for the Dagger Venom, it doesn't require attunement. So that's another cool aspect of it, that you can just use it as like a thrown dagger, But the Dagger of Blind Sight does require attunement, and I'll tell you why. Because this rare magic item requires attunement because a creature attuned to it gains blind sight out to a range of 30 feet. The dagger has a sawtooth edge and black pearl nestled in its pommel. Like that, dude. So few things in this game allow you to get blind sight of all things, especially blind sight out to 30 feet. Like this, in essence, is like the dagger or the weapons of warning, only maybe slightly better, because then, like, while it doesn't necessarily wake you up if there's like danger or whatever around, this allows you to see invisible things. It allows you to potentially see like through certain illusions if necessary. This allows you to anticipate income. Like you can also see through like darkness, for instance. Anytime that you are blinded, well, you just have your blind sight and you can still do all the things that you need to do. Like this dagger is great for a multitude of builds that I've come up with over the years. Love these things.
I want to throw the Necklace of Fireballs in the mix.
Oh god, the Necklace of Fireballs.
Now, it's no attunement, and the caveat is that this item is finite. This necklace
has ammunition.
This necklace has 1d6 plus 3 beads hanging from it. You can use an action to detach a bead and throw it up to 60 feet away. When it reaches the end of its trajectory, the bead detonates as a 3rd level fireball spell. Save DC 15. You can hurl multiple beads or even the whole necklace as one action. When you do so, increase the level of the fireball by 1 for each bead beyond the first. Now, me, being the messed up person I am, and my DM on Tuesday, which used this, he has a character that can die and come back because there's a lich helping his soul come back. So what he did was he had a necklace of fireballs that he walked into the middle of a council meeting and threw on the ground right in front of him. So it exploded as a 9th level fireball in the middle of a council meeting, eviscerating himself, but also most likely doing large amounts of damage to everybody else. And
there's not much that can survive if you use every single bead at once. I think it's like, depending on how much you have, obviously it's equivalent to a leveled fireball. So it's like, if you do like a 9th level fireball, just oh god, dude. That thing is deadly. That thing is nasty.
It's one of those things. It's like you give this to an evil character, or like if there's some
I have
if there's like some sort of a secret society or like cult, this is a great thing of like, well, I don't care if I live, so I'm just gonna run at you with this necklace.
It's a literal, bombing thing. You know what I mean?
It's like, terrifying, and the connotation is rough, but it's
a little bit.
Awesome.
But it's scary for a reason. Another thing I want to just a quick honorable mention to would be the dimensional shackles, which are a fun little item. They will be a little bit more situational for sure, but you can use an action to place these shackles on an incapacitated creature. The shackles adjust to fit a creature of small to large size. In addition to serving as mundane manacles, the shackles prevent a creature bound by them from using any method of extra-dimensional movement, including teleportation or travel to a different plane of existence. They don't prevent the creature from passing through an interdimensional portal, however, just as a heads up. You and any creature you designate when you use the shackles can use an action to remove them. Once every 30 days, the bound creature can make a DC 30 strength athletics check. On a success, the creature breaks free and destroys the shackles. But that would be very difficult indeed. And it's only once every 30 days. That's the same as a freaking feeble mind spell. Like,
Yeah.
these things are great. Like, again, if you have like a high level like wizard, spellcaster, druid, whatever, and like, you know, you want to keep them alive and keep them from running away from you, dimensional shackles right there. And they are now in your thing. It doesn't say it keeps them from casting spells, but again, if you like gag them and like, although I do think actually technically, if a person is shackled, I don't think they can cast spells. Like, I think you technically need.
Well, it depends on what the components are. If it's just a verbal component,
but that's what I'm saying. Like, again, if you like gag them, like, but even so, like if they require somatic components, I don't think if your hands are shackled, you can technically cast, because it's not necessarily just like doing, you know, finger or hand signs. Like, it's like you have to like move your hands around more and more like grandiose gestures, I think. So I think if your hands are shackled, I don't think you technically can cast somatic components.
Yeah.
So they're good for that too. So that would also help. Like, you put that on a wizard and then you bind and gag them. Like, yeah.
Yeah. I have another item for those of you who like to try to ruin campaigns, which is the portable hole.
Portable holes are.
And this is a fine black cloth, soft as silk, folded up to the dimensions of a handkerchief, and it unfolds into a circular sheet 6 feet in diameter. You can use an action to unfold the portable hole and place it on or against a solid surface, whereupon the portable hole creates an extra dimensional hole 10 feet deep. The cylindrical space within the hole exists on a different plane, so it can't be used to create open passages. Any creature inside an open portable hole can exit the hole by climbing out of it. You can use an action to close a portable hole by taking hold of the edges of the cloth and folding it up. Folding the cloth closes the hole, and any creatures or objects will remain in the extra-dimensional space no matter what's in it. The hole weighs next to nothing. If the hole is folded up, the creature within the hole's extra-dimensional space can use an action to make a DC 10 strength check. On a successful strength check, the creature forces its way out and appears within 5 feet of the portable hole or a creature carrying it. A breathing creature within a closed portable hole can survive for up to 10 minutes, after which time it begins to suffocate. Placing a portable hole inside of an extra-dimensional space created by a bag of holding, a handy haversack, or another portable hole instantly destroys both items and opens a gate to the astral plane. The gate originates where one item was placed inside the other. Any creature within 10 feet of the gate is sucked through and deposited in a random location on the astral plane. The gate then closes. The gate is one way and can't be reopened. Now if you're me and you're a little shitter, you use this. So now hear me out.
Why do they have to call it a portable hole?
It's just because that's what it is, Adam. And you can use this to create a very salacious business. You can also use it to permanently get rid of non-magic users.
It's true.
They
suffocate in there.
Not just that. Because if they're strong enough, or if you bind them and they can't make the strength check, that's fine. If they're strong enough to break out, it's not helpful. Now, you could put a portable hole on the ground, throw someone, or like you could put someone inside a bag of holding, or I don't know. There's ways that you can put a portable hole inside of another portable hole, or stuff of that nature. And if someone's inside the one portable hole, it creates a rift and traps them in the astral plane.
Yeah.
Which would not be good.
Not for all the stuff you have in the portable hole, because then you'd basically be sacrificing that to like.
Oh no, but it would be if you had like a big bad guy that is just a really good fighter.
It's a huge
and isn't a wizard, or it doesn't have planar travel available to them by themselves.
You could just banish them and they'd probably die like from suffocation.
In the astral plane.
Yeah,
you just put them in the astral plane. They wouldn't die in there, but they're never coming back.
No, I mean they would. Like in the astral, there's no air in the astral plane, so unless they would suffocate.
It's just it's a way to fuck around and find out. And
it's a fun little troll-esque kind of thing where you're just like bye, and you just drop like
it's a
bag
campaign,
of holding in there, and
it can be a TPK thing if someone's not careful. Similar to dropping an instant fortress on someone.
Yep.
It's just one of those things where, maybe you shouldn't fuck with it, but like inevitably you will.
It's probably best not to mess around, because the GM might then be tempted to be like, well, you found out, you effed around and now you just found out. So, all right. Oh God, I had I had a whole journey there. My mind, as soon as it just said portable hole, and I was like, oh, well,
No,
that's and then,
I saw it real time. As I was reading, I kept looking over, and it looked like you were about to cry, and it was great.
and then it got exacerbated. But you were like, you can fit this on any kind of surface, whether it be a wall or the ground, or just like no.
I just like you. What can you put in there? I don't know. A bag of holding, a handy haversack, another portable
You
hole.
can't, and if you get in there, people will get stuck in there and begin. If they stay down too long, they will suffocate. Just like, oh my god!
How many things can I fit in my portable hole?
Oh my god! I stick it to a wall. I put my arm through it. Like,
ooh, what's in there?
I put my fist in there. It's not made for children. Okay, moving on.
All I'm saying is you could create a lot of very interesting red light district businesses out of this portable hole.
Yes, you certainly could in many ways. What's behind portable hole number one?
It's another portable hole. You're in the astral plane.
Yeah. Or at least that is the name of a very particular courtesan or the Madam Portable.
Oh no.
No.
You said that one. I didn't say that one. That wasn't me. I don't know where you got that. I don't know
why
your mind brought that up.
We're moving on. We're going to talk about an item that I think is really cool and that I think is also fair, that it is very specific to only a specific race, and that would be Warforged. And this is called a docent. And essentially what a docent is it's essentially like a Jarvis to a Warforged, like Iron Man's Jarvis to a Warforged. A docent is a small metal sphere about 2 inches across, studded with dragon shards. To attune to a docent, you must embed the item somewhere on your body, such as your chest or your eye socket. And yes, it does require attunement, and I think it's fair because it does a lot of cool things. First off, a docent is a sentient item of any alignment with an intelligence of 16, a wisdom of 14, and a charisma of 14. It perceives the world through your senses. It communicates telepathically with you and can speak, read, and understand any language it knows, which it gets like random abilities to like figure out what those are. Life support. It also, whenever you end your turn with 0 hit points, the docent can make a wisdom medicine check with a +6 bonus. If this check succeeds, the docent can stabilize you, which is fantastic. Awesome. It also has random properties, which is, again, for languages, the docent knows common, giant for some reason, and then 1d4 additional languages chosen by the DM. If a docent knows fewer than 6 languages in total, it can learn a new language after it hears or reads the language through your senses. It also gets access to certain skills. The docent has a +7 bonus to one of the following skills. You roll a d4 to determine, or you can just choose and decide yourself, in my opinion. On a 1, you get Arcana. On a 2, you get History. On a 3, Investigation. And on a 4, Nature. So it has a +7 bonus to any of those, one of those skills. You also get spells with the docent. The docent knows one of the following spells and can cast it at will, requiring no components. Roll a d6, or again, just choose yourself with with your DM's approval. On a 1 to 2, detect evil and good, and on a 3 to 6, you get detect magic. The docent decides, however, when it will cast this spell. A docent is designed to advise and assist the Warforged it's attached to. One of the simple functions of a docent is to serve as a translator. The docent's properties are under its control, and if you have a bad relationship with your docent, it might refuse to assist you. I love this item so much. It is rife with not just amazing flavor and role play opportunities and potential, as well as just a number of great abilities and effects. Like, this is absolutely worth it being an attuned item to a Warforged. Because you have a second character that's just with you, it's a literal Jarvis or whatever AI that you just have to help you out and talk to or whatever. It's phenomenal. I love it. I love it so much. It's great.
I touched upon this item in my last item, and it's not inside of a portable hole. It's the Instant Fortress. Or Darren's Instant Fortress.
It could be. Yeah, it could be.
I wouldn't put it in there. It'd be bad. You can use an action to place this 1 inch metal cube on the ground and speak its command word.
That's what she said.
Yes, the cube rapidly grows into a fortress that remains until you use an action to speak the command word that dismisses it, which works only if the fortress is empty. The fortress is a square tower 20 feet on each side and 30 feet high, with arrow slits on all sides and a battlement atop it. Its interior is divided into 2 floors, with a ladder running along one wall to connect them. The ladder ends in a trapdoor leading to the roof. When activated, the tower has a small door on the side facing you. The door only opens at your command, which you can speak as a bonus action, and is immune to the knock spell and similar magic, such as that of the Chime of Opening. Each creature in the area when the fortress appears must make a DC 15 Dex saving throw, taking 10d10 bludgeoning damage on a failed save or half as much damage on a successful one. In either case, the creature is pushed to an unoccupied space outside but next to the fortress. Objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried take this damage and are pushed automatically. The tower is made of adamantine, which its magic prevents it from being tipped over. The roof, the door, and the walls each have 100 hit points. Immunity to damage from non-magical weapons, excluding siege weapons. Resistance to all other damage, which includes siege weapons. Only a wish spell can repair the fortress, and this use of the spell counts as replicating a spell of 8th level or lower, each casting of which causes the roof, door, or one of the walls to regain 50 hit points. Now, yeah, the uses for this spell are few and far between, for this item, but imagine you're fighting somebody, and then they go, no, fuck you, castle, and you get put, and because when you say the command word, it goes this way.
Yeah.
So it doesn't go back towards you. So if
you throw it and it just
you can't throw it. You have to place it. But
okay.
the thing is if I'm, say, on a battlefield and there's 2 lines of infantry and I'm here and there's a bunch of people right here and I walk forward, place it down, and say the command word, it's going to expand this way, crushing and bludgeoning everything that way. So it's awesome. In the fact that if you have a team of people, or like you have men at your disposal with bows and arrows that can sit at these arrow slits, you can create a pretty impenetrable
fortress,
fortress.
Because it says literally what it is,
instant.
Yeah.
And so what you can do with this is ostensibly create battlements in the middle of a battlefield.
Yeah. That
even with siege weaponry take half damage from that because they're resistant to it, and don't take any damage from weapons that aren't magical. It's great. It's a fun item, and the fact it is, unfortunately, if it takes damage, that damage stays. Yeah. And you have to use a wish spell. But that means, it's just, I love it.
It's a wonderful item. I feel like it does have the opportunity. And once again, Sam, you brought out a very troll-esque item for sure.
No.
Yes. Yeah, it's super troll-esque, Sam, but again, there is fun in that. Yes, it is very cool and fun.
It's not very fair of you.
Not very fair of you to have a literal instant fortress that you use to crush legions of people and then use as fortress armaments.
I didn't put it in the game. That's an old item. That's a basic.
I'm aware. I know how old and how iconic an instant fortress is, Sam. Wax poetic to me. Anyway, we're moving on. I want to just real quick, since I actually didn't touch upon it in the uncommon items, I actually just want to touch real quick upon the class boosting items, which there are a number of different ones, but essentially, ostensibly, they just help to make a lot of what makes your class good even better. And they usually have to do with more magical-esque classes. And those usually are, I believe, for sorcerers, it'll be like your blood vial thing, which basically increases I believe your spell.
You get sorcery. You get sorcery points back when you get hit dice.
That too. Blood vial. I think blood vial. It also does increase your DC though as well. I believe.
Not the blood vial.
It doesn't. Are you sure?
You're looking like if you want to cast her when it's either Wand of the War Mage or Tome of the Pack Keeper.
Let's see, blood vial.
Rod of the Pack Keeper.
You provide holding again. Yeah, you get a bonus to spell attack rolls and saving throw DCs of your sorcerer spells.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yes, because usually a lot of these get for sorcerers, it's your Bloodwell Vial. For druids and rangers, it's going to be your Moonveil Scythe or whatever it is. It's gonna, and then for or Moon Scythe, excuse me, not Moon Veil. That's Elden Ring again. Your Moon Scythe for druids and rangers. For wizards, it is going to be it's the tome or whatever, the Arcanist.
Well, there's the
tome.
wand. There's that, and there's the wand of the War Mage, depending on which iteration.
Well, Arcanist tome is like the one again that's in this same kind of series. And then for warlocks, it's going to be Rod of the Pact Keeper that gives you these bonuses. Essentially, what these do again for your, and then also for monks is your Dragonhide belt. For the monk specifically, your Dragonhide belt gives you increased key points, as well as allows you to regenerate key points at point. Yeah, so the finely detailed belt of Dragon wearing it, you gain a bonus to saving throw DCs for your key features. And in addition, you can use an action to regain key points equal to a roll of your martial arts die. You can only use it until once per day, essentially. But yeah, these items are always just baseline amazing and great for any of your spellcaster or again monk classes. They give an increase to your spell attack and save DCs, which is always amazing, as well as usually one other ability, such as with the Bloodwell Vial, or like Rod of the Pact Keeper and whatever, as also with the Dragonhide belt. So yeah, just wanted to quickly touch upon those. They're really great, really awesome. There's never going to be any bad way or bad reason to not take those, because they will always be they do require attunement, but if you get like a +1 or +2 or +3 bonus to like your spell attack and your save DCs for your spells, or even for your key point features or whatever, can never go wrong. Always super great. Very few ways for you to increase those particular things, except with very specific items or obviously leveling up. So yeah, I just want to do that. Excuse me. I also did want to specifically touch upon an item known as the Dragon Tooth Dagger. Phenomenal dagger. Even better than the Venom Dagger for sure. Does not really require much homebrew, maybe just one small little tweak.
Which my DM did.
Which is great. And it's like the Dragon Tooth Dagger does not require attunement. Another huge benefit to it. A dagger fashioned from the tooth of a dragon. Who would have thought? While the blade is obviously a fang or predator's tooth, the handle is leather wrapped around the root of the tooth, and there is no crossguard. You gain a +1 bonus to attack rolls and damage rolls made with this weapon, and on a hit, this weapon deals an extra 1d6 acid damage to the target. It has an added bonus feature called Draconic Potency. Now, against enemies of the Cult of the Dragon, the dagger's bonus to attack rolls and damage rolls increase to +2, and the extra damage increases to 2d6 instead of 1.
Yeah,
now,
my DM switched it to the second one because we killed the dragon.
Yeah.
So we killed the dragon. He's like, "Oh, dude, your dagger's like freaking out." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, It's just +2 now. There's 2d6."
Yeah. So it's like how I feel from it is similar to like, I feel like it should function similar to like the Dragon's Wrath or the other dragon type weapons.
Which book is that from?
It's from Tyranny of Dragons.
So
it's specifically about like Cult of the Dragon.
Have you played through those at all?
Not personally, no.
I've read through them, the reason I know why it works that way. It's because when in presence of their dragon or a worm speaker, which is like the dragon mask users, all of the other cult members, after like when they're a certain height in the cult, they gain extra power.
Yeah, they gain bonus
because they're there.
Abilities. Yeah,
and so the dagger gets more powerful because they're they're fighting cult enemies.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. And so like,
no, I agree. I know it's specifically tailored like to that module, because obviously your main antagonists are the Cult of the Dragon. You're going to be fighting a lot of dragons.
Those are the daggers that are used against you.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's like, but that's the thing where it's like, I feel like if you kill a dragon, if you're like able to like, bathe this dagger in the blood of a dragon, I don't see why you couldn't just then permanently have it like increase to the +2/2d6, like a bonus. Like I feel like that just makes sense to me. And would be a fair bonus and increase.
I do have one we definitely have to mention, which is the Ring of Spell Storing.
Yes, that is a very powerful one. Great one.
This requires attunement, but the ring stores spells cast into it, holding them until the attuned wearer uses them. The ring can store up to 5 levels worth of spells at a time. When found, it contains 1d6 -1 levels of stored spells chosen by the GM. Any creature can cast a spell of 1st through 5th level into the ring by touching the ring as the spell is cast. The spell has no effect other than to be stored in the ring. If the ring can't hold the spell is expended without effect. The level of the slot used to cast the spell determines how much space it uses. While wearing this ring, you can cast any spell stored in it. The spell uses the spell slot level and the spell save DC, spell attack bonus, and spellcasting ability of the original caster, but is otherwise treated as if you cast the spell. The spell cast from the ring is no longer stored in it, freeing up space. Now, this is cool.
It's amazing.
You can give it to a spellcaster to then basically give them extra spell slots.
Yep.
Or
I highly suggest giving it to either a bard or a sorcerer, personally.
Or you can give it to a non-caster to make and then cast spells in it before a rest so that they have access, whether you want to make them into an off healer in case your healer goes down, or give them mobility spells. My favorite thing that I did was I had this on a bard combined with one of the bard magic instruments, which allow you to cast certain spells once per day.
Through the instrument,
What I did was spells like fly, which I could only get through the instrument at that time. I think the expanded list has ruined this. But I had I could cast fly through the instrument, but I couldn't cast it myself. So what I would do is I would cast fly from the instrument into the ring, and now the next day I would have 2 casts of fly and stuff of that nature, where I was using the ring.
Get really cool and interesting depending on how you strategize.
And what my favorite thing with the ring of spell storing, and something that I think people forgot or tend to forget, which I remind my group, we have one now in my Monday game. At the end of the day, go together, all the spellcasters. How many spell slots do you have left? How many spells do you have left over right before we sleep? Because you're going to get them back. What can we put in the ring? It may be important.
It can be. It can be a huge game changer.
It's nice because then you have say it's on a wizard. Well, they don't have access to healing spells. Well, now they do. It's one of those things where you can spread out the wealth.
I was going to say, it is important to be aware, however, is you can't. The ring only holds up to a combined total of 5 levels. So you can put either 1 5th level spell, 1 4th
5 1 level
first, 5 1 level. And obviously what I love to do too, again, for specifically, let's say either bard, sorcerer, warlock, or any individual who has maybe a low AC, you can put in 5 levels worth of shield, of the spell shield. And they just have 5 uses of shield now that they can use in that thing, or give them 5 uses of chromatic orb or absorb elements or whatever, defensive type spells, which is really great.
We do a lot of defensive. We do combos of absorb elements, healing word,
healing
word.
That. All that stuff is great in the ring of spell storing. It's just literally 5 extra free uses of it.
And this is a fun one. Cast haste in it. Give it to
I was thinking about that too.
Give it to a fighter or someone with high con, someone with high constitution, and they can now get bonus AC, bonus movement, bonus attack, and they're the ones concentrating. So one, it frees up your wizard to concentrate on something else, and
you can cast haste on someone else again.
And on top of that, you get this really cool thing where now the person who's concentrating has a much higher constitution.
That's true too.
And so you can spread the wealth, and it gives you an avenue to save and use resources when the time is needed, as opposed to then, because this gives you 5 extra levels of spells that consist as long as they just use them. So when you go to bed, look at what spell slots do I have left? How much space in the ring?
We used to do that all the time. I had a ring of spell storing in one of my campaigns. Use it to great effect, exactly like this. What can I put in? If we're gonna rest right now, what do we have to spare right now to put in there? It was phenomenal. Another one, real quick, I just wanted to actually mention 2, since they're part of the same vein. First off, it's going to be the Crystal Blade, which I actually feel is a pretty decent weapon, especially for the rare tier at this point. Again, it gives you a little extra bang for your buck. This magic sword's blade is fashioned from a horn or spine from a crystal dragon. When you hit with an attack roll using the sword, the target takes an extra 1d8 radiant damage. And not a lot of things you'll probably be fighting in most campaigns are going to be resistant or immune to radiant damage, unless obviously they're of celestial make. However, the sword also has 3 charges and regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. When you hit a creature with an attack roll using the sword, you can expend 1 charge to regain a number of hit points equal to the extra radiant damage dealt by the sword. So you can potentially gain like 8 hit points back as you hit. And you have 3 charges, so you could potentially gain 24 points of healing back. Obviously, if you rolled, max every single time in an encounter or just for the day. While you're holding the sword, additionally, you can use a bonus action to cause it to shed bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet to cause it to shed dim light in a 10-foot radius or to douse the light. So this is a nice little, again, it's not like a super powerful weapon or item, but for a rare item, I definitely like, it gives you a nice little bonus thing of like, hey, you deal some extra damage, you also get some healing off, like give this item to like, again, obviously either your paladin, your fighter, your barbarian, even ones that don't really have like a lot of, and it can be like any kind of sword. So heck, you could even give this to like your rogue, for instance, and you could deal like some extra damage with the rogue, and then gives them a little bit more healing and versatility. Or you're like a college bard, or valor bard or sword bard. A nice little weapon. Going off of that, I wanted to talk about one of my probably maybe even my most favorite rare weapon, like the most favorite item / weapon in the rare tier, and that is going to be flame tongue weapons. Like, I, in almost any campaign, if I have the opportunity to choose getting a rare item, I will probably almost always at least consider taking a flame tongue weapon. Flame tongue weapons. You can use as a bonus action, or you can use a bonus action to speak this magic sword's command word, causing flames to erupt from the blade. These flames shed bright light in a 40-foot radius and dim light for an additional 40 feet. While the sword is ablaze, it deals an extra 2d6 fire damage to any target it hits. The flames last until you use a bonus action to speak the command word again, or until you drop or sheathe the sword. That is just phenomenal. Just baseline extra 2d6 of damage, and that's literally the same amount of damage as a normal greatsword can deal.
Yeah, so you end up doing 4d6.
Yeah, time. if you have it, and again, this in my opinion, I feel like you can make this any weapon. I feel like any weapon could be a flame tongue weapon, but it does.
Oh, that's what we do.
Yeah, it specifically says obviously it's any sword similar to the crystal blade. I feel like you can just make it any weapon. That's fine. You just get it. Like for me, also, I also feel like they should have made this where it's like multiple elements, not just fire. So I also have homebrewed like both frost, like ice damage, as well as lightning damage types of these. But just even having that, you just have it does require attunement, of course, but being able to literally just pull it out, a bonus action, and get for that entire time an extra 2d6 elemental damage on top of the already dice pool you have for damage or anything else is amazing. That's great, fantastic. Can never go wrong. This is another weapon, another item that you will potentially use for the whole campaign. Like you won't really need anything else. Now, again, obviously it has the caveat of if you fight something that's either resistant or immune to fire damage, then yeah, this now becomes almost null and void in a lot of ways. But a lot of things are also vulnerable or just not resistant to fire damage. And so like you can, again, do a lot of damage with this thing. This thing is amazing. Let's see. What are some other nice honorable mentions that we wanted to talk about? I did want to specifically talk about like Elven Chain is another little fun one.
Elven Chain is fantastic.
Like Elven Chain is you gain a +1 bonus to AC while you wear this armor. You're considered proficient with this armor, even if you lack proficiency with medium armor. So that's great. Made of interlocking metal rings, a chain shirt is worn between layers of clothing or leather. This armor offers modest protection to the wearer's upper body and allows the sound of the rings rubbing against one another to be muffled by outer layers. So, what also makes this even better is you can literally wear Elven Chain underneath like other armor too, if you wanted to. Like, so this would give you an even more bonus to your AC while wearing other armor.
I like throwing it on casters because
it's great because
it technically allows a sorcerer, wizard, or warlock to wear heavier armor.
Yeah, proficient with this armor, you can wear this even if you lack proficiency with medium armor, and on top of that, it just gives you extra bonuses, like because it doesn't require attunement. It's not an attunement item, so you can just wear it. You can pass it off to other people who might need it. It's an amazing item to have for any party. As well as that, I also think I wanted to talk about the handy haversack. Now, we've been talking about the portable hole. We talked about the bag of holding. Once again, it's similar situation to like the cloak of protection, the ring of protection, whereas this is a rare item, yet it is clearly far inferior to a bag of holding, which is an uncommon item. This backpack has a central pouch and 2 side pouches, each of which has an extra dimensional space. Each side pouch can hold up to 20 pounds of material, not exceeding a volume of 2 cubic feet. The large central pouch can hold up to 8 cubic feet or 80 pounds of material. The backpack always weighs 5 pounds regardless of its contents. Now, again, a bag of holding can hold up to 500 pounds of material inside of it. Like, that is just, compared to this, which is a rare item, it's just like, why would you ever take this or have this? And it's going to cost more, technically speaking, than a bag of holding. It's like, this becomes almost null and void, in my opinion. I don't understand at all who or what people were thinking when they did this. Similarly to the cloak of protection and the ring of protection. There's like, you only have 3 spell slots, Sam, or attunement slots.
10.
You only have 3
10 rings,
slots.
1 cloak is all I have to say about the matter.
You only have 3 attunement slots, Sam.
10 rings, 1 cloak.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. 3 attunement slots.
Just only attuned to rings. I don't know what to tell you.
Anyways, continuing on. The Horn of Valhalla is another very powerful item.
That's
it has, similar to the other things, it has various tiers for how effective it can be, but essentially you can use an action to blow this horn. In response, warrior spirits from Valhalla appear within 60 feet of you. They use the statistics of a berserker. They return to Valhalla after 1 hour or when they drop to 0 hit points, and you can use the horn only once 7 days have passed after you have blown the horn. 4 types of Valhalla are known to exist, each made of a different metal. The horn's type determines how many berserkers answer its summons, as well as the requirement for its use. You have silver, brass, bronze, or iron. A silver, you can summon 2d4 plus 2 berserkers. For brass, 3d4 plus 3. Bronze, 4d4 plus 4. And iron, 5d4 plus 5 berserkers. So... And obviously, again, requirements, like, not really as important overall, probably for whoever has it. Usually these items are more so for martial classes and fighters rather than spellcasters. But dude, being able to literally potentially summon 5d4. Like you could literally potentially summon 25 berserkers with one use of this thing. That's crazy. You can summon a veritable like army, like
a small
militia to combat in an area. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, good Lord, I don't know how the GM will ever be able to plan for that kind of encounter. Like that, like just you get 25 extra berserkers that you're just like, who rolls for them now? What do you do? Do you just you roll for 25 in one sitting? Like, what do you do? It's even well,
they
worse
have rules
than a
for
literal...
they have rules for mass rolling. Like,
I mean, yeah, but for 25 extra potential fighter combatants, like, it's even worse than a druid summoning conjure animals or whatever.
I wouldn't use this item in my game because it would just bog down.
That's what I'm saying. It's like that is insane. Like, it's super powerful for like no reason. Yeah, obviously you should probably also give a shout out to the Ioun stones, or the stones of Ioun. There's so many different variants. We're probably not going to go into any specifics at the moment. Like, suffice to say, they basically can cover anything from like increasing attributes by a number to giving you proficiency in like skills, giving you like damage resistances or whatever. Like, they vary so much to all the things that they can do, as well as their rarity as well.
Mm-hmm.
But they are absolutely a great item at any point to have. They require attunement. They usually will also be like literal stones that like orbit around you, like they just float around you, which is a cool little flavor aspect.
Which can be hit out of the air if a DM chooses to do so.
Well, usually it will probably require like I think they have like an AC of like 20 or maybe even like 25 or something like that.
I think it's
like
24.
It's like really hard to knock them out of the air. Yeah, it's AC of 24 or a DC of like 24 acrobatics check to like for another creature to take it or from you, essentially.
Yeah.
But they're really cool and powerful. Feel free to like search those up because they're very,
there's
very,
a lot
very,
of them.
Yeah,
there's more than there originally was.
There's a ton of them, and there's rare, very rare variations too. I think, and maybe even legendary variations.
I don't know, but maybe. I want to touch on one. Do you have any more left before we go?
I do have some. Yeah, I've got Iron Bands of Binding. Are a cool
those
one.
are fun.
This rusty iron sphere measures 3 inches in diameter and weighs 1 pound. You can use an action to speak the command word and throw the sphere at a huge or smaller creature. You can see within 60 feet. As the sphere moves through the air, it opens into a tangle of metal bands. What you do is you make a ranged attack roll with an attack bonus equal to your dex modifier plus your proficiency. On a hit, the target is restrained until you take a bonus action to speak the command word to release it. Doing so, or if you end up missing the attack, causes the bands to contract and become a sphere once more. Now, a creature, including the one restrained, can use an action to make a DC 20 strength check to break the iron bands. On a success, the item is destroyed and the restrained creature is freed. If the check fails, however, any further attempts made by that creature automatically fail until 24 hours have elapsed. They cannot be used more than once, basically, a day. But they're super fun, super cool. Once again, if you need to, like, restrain an individual, like, taking them out non-lethally, it's really cool. I've seen them, these, like, used in almost, like, in certain, like, television shows or movies where, like, you press a button, you throw it at them, and just go, like, shink, and it, like, wrap them up, which is a really cool, like, thing, in my opinion. Let's see. What else? I think I have one more. For mantle of spell resistance is another great one. It literally just gives you resistance to spells, which is basically you get advantage on saving throws against spells while you wear the cloak. Always great. Molten bronze skin. That is another huge one. This is a busted thing, in my opinion. This is specifically from Mythic Odysseys of Theros, the book. This magical armor appears as a jug of molten bronze. When you attune to it, the bronze adheres to and contours to your skin. The armor can be worn under normal clothes, as we said, the same with like Elven Chain, but it doesn't impede bodily functions. And once you put it on, it can't be removed unless you choose to do so. While wearing the armor, you have resistance to fire damage. And the armor also doesn't impose disadvantage on dexterity stealth checks. So this armor can literally be breastplate, half plate, or full plate. Does require attunement, obviously, but dude, you get resistance to both fire damage, you don't get disadvantage on dexterity stealth checks, and you could potentially have up to like 18 armor class, just baseline, and you can wear other clothes over it. That is busted as hell. Molten bronze armor is one of my favorite items in the whole game. I love it so freaking much. Let's see, what else? We're going to talk about Purple Hulk. Ring of Free Action is another great little item ring. It literally gives you a similar abilities as the Freedom of Movement spell. It's essentially what it is. It's literally like a continuous, never-ending Freedom of Movement spell, where you cannot be restrained or have your speed slowed in any way by magical means or I think by like terrain or by difficult terrain. While you wear this ring, difficult terrain doesn't cost you extra movement. In addition, magic can either reduce your speed nor cause you to be paralyzed or restrained. So it's not quite as powerful as the Freedom of Movement, whereas like you can like get out of like non-magical stuff because it doesn't specifically say that. But just having that as a passive is incredibly powerful. It does require attunement. Let's see. Ring of Temporal Salvation, another very powerful ring. If you die while wearing this gray crystal ring, you vanish and reappear in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of the space you left. You have a number of hit points equal to 3d6 plus your Constitution modifier. If your hit point maximum is lower than the number of hit points you regain, your hit point maximum rises to a similar amount. If you have any levels of exhaustion, reduce your level of exhaustion by 1. You can only use this once, of course, though. The ring turns to dust once it is used and is destroyed forever. But this is literally, like, I love this item for, like, a bad guy, like a BBEG, where it's like he has this literally just on. You kill him, he's just like, ah! And he just appears, like, next to the spot. Like, just kind of like, oh.
That's terrifying.
Bye! And then, like, runs away. It's like, yeah, it's like this is a huge, get out of jail free card real quick. Like, it's a great little thing that you can use for, like, a BBEG or even your own things.
Robe of Eyes is another really cool one. This robe is adorned with eye-like patterns. While you wear the robe, you gain the following benefits. The robe lets you see in all directions, and you have advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight. You have dark vision out to a range of 120 feet, and you can see invisible creatures and objects as well as into the ethereal plane out to the same range of 120 feet. So essentially, nobody can sneak up on you. It'll be literally almost, you're like a literal beholder at this point. However, what I do love about this too is there's a little caveat, a little twist. The eyes on the robe can't be closed or averted. Although you can close and avert your own eyes, you are never considered to be doing so while you wear this robe. So, a light spell cast on the robe or a daylight spell cast within 5 feet of the robe causes you to be blinded for 1 minute. At the end of each of your turns, you can make a con save to try and get through the spell, ending the blindness. If it's the light spell, it's DC 11. If it's the daylight spell, it's DC 15. Love that. Those little like flavor aspects of this robe are amazing, as well as obviously the power behind this thing. Other than that, it would probably just be like honorable mentions for Staff of Defense, for spellcasters. Grants you like a number of uses of both shield as well as like increasing your AC by a decent amount, as well as like some other things. The Staff of Healing, another great one that you should look up for any kind of like for either I think druids or clerics or bards, I believe, are the three that can use it. Gives you again more uses of healing. Super awesome.
Ring of Evasion.
Ring of Evasion is great. Just allows you to, if you fail any kind of dex save, you can automatically succeed with it. You only get 3 uses, I believe, a day.
Yeah. Well, it's you have to roll each day. You might not get them all back.
That's true. Another one would be the Sword of Wounding, which is great. Sword of Wounding, it's attunement, I believe. Essentially, the effects of it are you can essentially, anytime you hit with this weapon, you literally restrict an individual from healing. Yeah, so hit points lost to this weapon's damage can be regained only through a short or long rest rather than by regeneration, magic, or any other means. So they literally, like, this will shut down any kind of healing bullshit in any encounter. So again, great weapon to give to your BBEG or even just any other like powerful opponent, as well as if you have it, you can like stop a troll from regenerating. You can stop anything from regenerating unless whatever. Additionally, once per turn, when you hit a creature with an attack using this magic weapon, you can wound the target. At the start of each of the wounded creature's turns, it takes 1d4 necrotic damage for each time you've wounded it, and it can then make a DC 15 con save, ending the effect of all the wounds on a success. Alternatively, the wounded creature or a creature within 5 feet of it can also use an action to make a medicine check, ending the effect of the wounds on a success. So you can literally build up damage to this thing, as well as keep it from healing. Wonderful, wonderful weapon for its tier. And then finally, last but certainly not least, I feel like it absolutely deserves a mention because it has gone down in infamy in many different people's lists. The Wand of Wonder. This wand has 7 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend one of its charges and choose a target within 120 feet of you. The target can be a creature, an object, or a point in space. After you do this, you roll a D100 and you consult the following table to discover what happens. If the effect causes you to cast a spell from the wand, the spell's save DC is 15. If the spell normally has a range expressed in feet, its range becomes 120 feet if it isn't already. If an effect covers an area, you must center the spell on and include the target. If an effect has multiple possible targets, the GM randomly determines which ones are affected. The wand regains 1d6 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the wand's last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the wand crumbles into dust and is destroyed forever. This is known as a campaign ender. Like, along with, like, let's say, Deck of Many Things, this one is, like, right behind it in terms of TPKs, just random crazy shit that will happen. Like, this will screw stuff up badly. Like, again, there's a D100 table. We're not going to go through all of it. Feel free to look into it more if you want to see more of the specifics. But it is, I had, there was a person in a campaign that I played in with who had this, and all kinds of just ridiculous. It can be really fun and really funny in many situations, but it can also be exceedingly deadly as well. But I'd say that in essence is the totality of the rare tier. We may move on to the very rare now. Did you have one specifically that you had in mind you want to start off with, Sammy? For the very rare?
For the very rare. Yeah, the cloak that I love very much.
It's a wonderful cloak. It's a fantastic cloak.
Take on all of my if I get up to that point, I'd like to kind of grab something like that. If not, then But it is the let me find it on here because I can never say the second word correctly. Cloak of Arachnida, which is ostensibly the big, better older brother to the spider climb slippers.
Indeed.
It is a very rare cloak that requires attunement. The fine garment is made of black silk interwoven with faint silvery threads. While wearing it, you gain the following benefits. You have resistance to poison damage. You have a climbing speed equal to your walking speed. You can move up, down, and across vertical surfaces and upside down along ceilings while leaving your hands free. You can't be caught in webs of any sort and move through webs as if they were difficult terrain. You can use your action to cast the web spell, save DC 13. Web created by the spell fills twice its normal area. Once used, the property of the cloak can't be used again until the next dawn. But it's a free resistance to a damage that isn't super common, but you know what? It's definitely there.
It's still great. I mean, having extra resistances never hurts, especially if it's just part of other things.
And the reality is the spider climb boots require a attunement slot, and so does this. So if you get this and you had the other one, you just replace them.
Yeah,
just
and give them to somebody else or whatever. Sell them maybe.
But it's one of my favorite items.
They're incredible. It's an incredible cloak. It's amazing.
Mobility, all of it.
In that same vein, as a matter of fact, I also wanted to talking about resistance. One of my favorite very rare items would be the absorbing tattoo. Getting back to the tats. I love me my tattoos. It's very simple, straightforward, but still quite powerful. It does require attunement, like I believe all the tattoo items do. This literally gives you 1 damage resistance to basically any one element that is associated with the tattoo that you want. In my opinion, I feel like you can probably just get this. Like you can just like ask your GM or whatever like character that we talked about previously that like is a tattoo artist or whatever to be like, yo, I want resistance to this specific thing. In addition, however, to gaining just, permanent resistance, as long as you have the tattoo, you also gain damage absorption. When you take damage of the chosen type, you can use a reaction to gain immunity against that instance of the damage, and you regain a number of hit points equal to half the damage you would have taken. So if you get hit by like an ancient dragon's breath weapon attack, and you use this, not only will you be immune to that breath weapon for that instance, but you will actually be able to heal for half the damage you would take. I think an ancient dragon's breath weapon is what, 6 or 12 d6 of damage? Yeah. So that's dude, an amazing ability to have. Worth the attunement slot every damn day, in my opinion. Did you have another one you want to hit?
Well, I had one on the same page, so I'll hit it. I'd like this. It's not necessarily the best thing, but I like it a lot. Is the dragon scale mail?
Ooh. The wait a minute. Is that the one that I'm thinking of? No. Okay, never mind. That's not the one I'm thinking of. Continue. Go ahead.
This is an older. The thing is that they've added all this dragon stuff with Fizbins.
They have, and I love it. I'm so thankful.
And this is this is a basic rules. This is when 5e first came out.
The dragon scale mail. I remember.
This is
gives resistance to like the breath weapon.
Yeah, so a scale mail is made of the scales of one kind of dragon. Sometimes dragons collect their cast-off scales and give them to humanoids. Other times, hunters carefully skin and preserve. While wearing this armor, you gain a +1 bonus to AC. You have advantage on saving throws against the frightful presence and breath weapons of dragons. And you have resistance to one type of damage that is determined by the kind of dragon that provided the scales. Additionally, you can focus your senses as an action to magically discern the distance and direction to the closest dragon of the type of armor within 30 miles of you. This special action can only be used, can't be used until the next dawn. Now, I want to put out there that while this isn't the best armor, what I like is the theme that it takes, which is you are resistant to, or you have advantage on the frightful presence, which is huge.
That can be a great
amount of times I fought a dragon and my character gets chain frightened till the end of fucking time.
Well, technically, chain frightening can't happen because frightful presence technically only usually can happen once.
I mean, I can never make the save.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
And then the breath weapons, that's great. Because that doesn't say one breath weapon. It's every breath weapon.
Just the breath weapon.
So if you have if this is a dragon campaign, the reason I like this item is it also fits very well into a DM having NPCs or other characters have these things.
Yeah.
Because if you're having a dragon war,
if you kill a dragon, take its hide and then make
you
it out of
make
this.
it, or
Yeah,
commission
you can
someone
make
to make it.
Like it would be
And
great. That gives great flavor there too. I feel like
it's a very lore friendly object, which I like.
It's very applicable to almost any, in my opinion. If you're, I feel like you're not necessarily doing things right if you don't include at least like one dragon at some point in your campaign. Like I love games called Dungeons and Dragons, for God's sakes. I love dragons. Everybody loves dragons. Put a dragon in your campaign and then allow them to like get some cool dragon weaponry and items. Come on, y'all. Seriously. Another particular item that I love a lot would be the animated shield. This shield, in my opinion, is phenomenal. It does require attunement, and while holding the shield, you can speak its command word as a bonus action to cause it to animate, as you might imagine. The shield leaps into the air and hovers in your space to protect you as if you were wielding it, leaving, however, your hands completely free. The shield remains animated for 1 minute until you use a bonus action to end the effect or until you are incapacitated or die, at which point the shield will fall to the ground. Or into your hand if you have one free and are conscious. This thing is just incredible. You get, like, again, I feel like it's great for either, like, let's say, two-handed, like, barbarians. Like, if you have, like, a two-handed weapon, this shield is great because you can literally just pull out the shield, bonus action, do that, and then pull out your two-handed weapon to then have the shield up there to get its bonus defense, but still use that. It's great for spellcasters who might need a little bit extra, like, defense. You can literally have this, have it float, and then cast spells and such, like, as you're needing to. Fantastic shield. Love it. Has so much great aspects to it. Lovely honorable mention, the Bag of Devouring. Such a great troll item. You know what I mean? Feel free to look it up. It does probably exactly what you think it would from the name Bag of Devouring.
My favorite is when you put your friends in there and you never see them again.
Yeah, literally. Another honorable mention that we didn't do earlier, but that I will do now is the Belt of Giant Strength.
Yeah, which does go across multiple rarities.
It does. This belt is bonkers. It's busted, like probably one of the most busted items in the game. There are multiple different versions. Obviously, for every giant that there is, for every true giant specifically. So that includes Hill, Frost, Stone, Fire, Cloud, and Storm. This belt, while wearing it, your strength score changes to the score granted by the belt. The item has no effect on you if your strength without the belt is equal to or greater than the belt's score. However, if it's Hill Giant, you're and just to give you an idea, if you get a Hill Giant, which is the canonically weakest giant of all the true giants, your strength score immediately goes up to 21. So if you have nothing else that's already increased your score, which very few things in this game do above 20, you just get 21 straight up by wearing this belt. As a Frost or Stone Giant, your strength increases to 23, which is, again, almost any other way, completely impossible unless you're running a homebrewed game. If you get a belt of Fire Giant, your strength goes to 25. That is already
all odd numbers. For
insane. It's crazy. You get to Cloud Giant, 27. These are legendary now, of course. We're getting a little higher now. These are legendary. The lowest of these belts is rare, which is the Hell Giant. And that gets you to 21. Everything else is very rare or higher. Cloud Giant is 27. Now, finally, the biggest, baddest of all the giants, the Storm Giant belt, gives you a strength score of 29. Which, just as a heads up, would give you a +9. That's a +9. To all strength scores, strength associated benefits, skills, anything like that. Not even including every other bonus on top of that. Your proficiency. That is just a friend of mine has this belt in one of our games, and her score is 29. Like, it's utterly insane. I gave this belt to a very powerful BBEG to get his strength up to 29. Like, it's just busted. It's crazy. Like, no other.
You're as strong as a dragon.
You're as strong as a giant. You're as strong as this giant. These giants have these strength scores. Hill Giant's 21, Frost 23, Stone 23, Fire 25, Cloud 27, and Storm Giant 29. Like, you are as strong as these giants. It's ridiculous. Like, I gave him this as well as he's a Goliath barbarian totem. And so I gave this in conjunction with a couple of other items and abilities to give him a legendary item that we will talk about in a second. But just again, to give you guys that particular understanding, these items here are crazy. I would highly suggest any GMs who are going to put these items in their game, do so carefully, because these do have the potentiality to break your game. Like these are game-breaking items here, these belts. Did you want to go ahead and talk about this nice little blade here that you had, the blade of the miss, who is...
No, I don't. It's not very good. I realize
it can still be kind of funny.
I talk about Blade of Medusa.
Yeah.
We can. I'll touch
It's
on
still
it.
kind of fun. I mean, you don't have to, of course.
The thing that makes me sad is that unfortunately, the petrified status condition is really hard to do.
Yes, it is. But it's hard. Maybe it takes a bit of time for it to take effect. But again, if you have a character that isn't great at con saves and you fail too, it's incredibly hard to get rid of petrification. You need like greater restoration or something akin to that to have any chance.
So this is like a high risk, high reward scenario. When you attack a creature with this magic weapon and roll a 20 on the attack roll, the creature must make a DC 15 con saving throw in addition to suffering the attack's normal effects. On a failed save, the creature is restrained and must make another Constitution saving throw at the end of its turn. If it successfully saves against this effect 3 times, the effect ends. If it fails 3 times, it's turned to stone and subjected to the petrified condition for 1 hour. A creature is immune to the effect if it is immune to damage of the weapon's type and does not have a body made of flesh or has legendary actions, which is the kind of the doo-doo aspect of this.
Yeah, that's the caveat. Well, but again, obviously, it does help to keep, certain encounters from maybe being too cheesy or too, it keeps them,
There is a curse. There's a curse. The weapon is cursed. Becoming attuned to it extends the curse to you. Until the curse is broken with a remove curse spell or similar magic, you are unwilling to part with the weapon. Whenever you attack a creature with this weapon and roll a 1 on the attack roll, you must succeed on a DC 15 con saving throw or be restrained and forced to make additional saves against being petrified as above.
High risk, high reward, man. You never know. I mean, obviously, the chances of rolling a 1, especially multiple times, maybe not high, but maybe depending on who you are, maybe it is. And on top of that, if you don't have a decent con, like that DC 15 is no small feat.
If you can combo this with having someone be able to, like, because I know there's abilities and stuff that make people roll saving throws with disadvantage, like the next saving throw and stuff like that.
Yeah.
If you can combo the two of those, if you get lucky,
you could cheese an encounter. Depending.
Because once they're petrified, once they're stone, you can break them apart.
Yeah, you just break them apart and they're dead.
And
they're
dead.
Well, not technically, but
I mean, when they come back, it's not going to be.
That's what I'm saying. But unless you repair them, if they come back in broken pieces, they're that's not a pretty sight.
To be fair, though, there is no size limitation on this.
There is not. It's just there are very specific stipulations and limitations, but outside of that, it's fair game.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do it to a dragon because legendary.
Legendary resistances and actions. Anything with legendary actions, I think it said.
It said legendary resistance.
Did it? Are you sure it didn't say actions? I thought it said actions. Either way, I also want to touch upon, since we just talked about a sword as well as the previous shield we just mentioned. The dancing sword is another great weapon. I have seen used to amazing effect, and I have also loved to use myself. You can use the bonus action to toss this magic sword into the air and speak the command word. When you do so, the sword begins to hover, can fly up to 30 feet, and make one attack on a creature, and attacks one creature, of your choice within 5 feet of it. The sword uses your attack roll and ability score modifier to the damage rolls. When the sword hovers, you can use a bonus action after the first initial one that you used, of course, as it's still flying, to have it fly an additional 30 feet to another spot. As part of the same bonus action, you can cause the sword to attack one creature within 5 feet of it. After the hovering sword attacks for the 4th time, it flies up to 30 feet and tries to return to your hand. If you have no hand free, it falls to the ground at your feet, or if the sword has no unobstructed path to you, it moves as close to you as it can and then falls to the ground. So if it can't reach you, it will do its best to get as close to you as it can within 30 feet and will then fall. It also ceases to hover if you grasp it or move more than 30 feet away from it at any point. This is great. Once more, I was telling Sam again, I've seen this used to amazing effect with specifically like rogues, for instance. This gives them more diversity and versatility when it comes to attacking more, because rogues unfortunately do not automatically get multi-attack, which I feel is kind of dumb, but either way, this gives them something. And for me, if I run the game, I had a rogue a player who was a rogue use this sword, and he was like, "Can I use my sneak attack on this?" And I'm like, I think because it literally it requires you to make a bonus action. I feel like you're the one who is still controlling the sword in the air to make it do the attack. I feel like you can apply your sneak attack to that thing. But once again, it gives me the ability to be like, if you have, say, 2 blades, right? You use the dancing sword as a bonus action to throw it up in the air to have it go attack, and you can use your action to attack with another sword right away. That's just super cool flavor, in my opinion. You literally have like 2 different swords fighting. You can like flank around and stuff. It's an interesting aspect and a really cool weapon. Let's see. What other thing that I want to touch upon in this particular very rare. Another really great one would probably be the illusionist's bracers. These bracers, I see that face, Sam. These bracers are quite busted in a lot of ways, depending. It depends. But these bracers essentially, they require attunement by a spellcaster. A powerful illusionist of House Demir originally developed these bracers, which enabled her to create multiple minor illusions at once. The bracers' power, though, extends far beyond just simply illusions. While wearing these bracers, whenever you cast a cantrip, you can use a bonus action to cast the same cantrip on the same turn a second time. That essentially, like, if you combine this with certain classes, certain abilities and features, can be super. If you take a warlock, a high level warlock, you take, the bonuses to your Eldritch Blast, and you cast Eldritch Blast, you can potentially attack up to 8 times as a warlock with these items. You take the specific Eldritch invocations that increases your damage, that allows you to like push or pull an enemy closer to you.
There's a worse thing you can do.
There is. Because
when do cantrips go to 4? Is it like level 17?
It's level 7. It's level 16 or 17.
So if you do
Maybe
fighter, 2 levels, the rest in warlock,
and then action surge,
and then what you do is the first turn you hex.
Yep.
You shoot. You just do the one time, and then your DM's like, "Oh, okay, that's a normal. That's like a normal thing you do." So that's a possibility if you hit 4d10 and 4d6. Now, plus your charisma, and if you get like spell sniper and shit like that, you can shoot from like 600 feet away. And either way, that's fine. That's normal. No one's.
We don't need to say Eldritch Invocation. You take your Eldritch Spirit.
You get both. You get 600 feet. Now. You thought to yourself, oh, 600 feet away, you only hit him 4 times. It's not a big deal. You're Rod of the Pack Keeper. It's only like the best one. And so you're like a plus fucking 25 to hit or whatever
25 to hit with Rod of the Pack Keeper.
Whatever
that Adam told you about, remember? Yeah, the one is the plus 3.
Yeah, it's whatever it is. It's like a plus 17 to hit. You're fine.
Yeah.
And then what you do is the next round, you do 8. Oh, wait. Sorry, I action surge. That's right. That's 12. Eldritch, that's 12 beams, so it's 12d10 and 12d6 plus 5 to all of them, and whatever was there isn't there.
That's your hex damage.
That's what I said. The hex is d6s too, and it's like, and then it's just
you have the ability or capacity to literally vaporize almost anything from 600 feet away.
It's not what the item was supposed to be for.
It was not. They did not think about that at all.
The main thing is like, now
to be fair,
if I play Warlock and I don't take this, am I doing something wrong?
I mean, that's the question, right? Can you resist the temptation, Sam, for potential ultimate power? Though, to be fair, you also will be made fun of a lot for being a one-trick pony, one-pump chump.
Nice to be found.
Well, here's the thing. All you have to do, you make the enemy immune to force damage, and then
and then he's useless.
Yeah, and then it's done. And then there's nothing. You have nothing. You're empty and hollow.
Yeah.
That therein, friends, is why these illusionist bracers can potentially be so utterly busted and broken. I did also have a player in one of my games have these. She was a shadow sorcerer, however, so it wasn't nearly as powerful. But still, even with that, the fact that you can cast 2 cantrips in a row as an action or bonus action on the same turn can be potentially great, because there are a lot of powerful cantrips, especially at higher levels. Never forget that, Poison Girls. Another super cool, fun item that I love, and one of my favorite in the entire game, is super cool and interesting, is known as Kirzan's Ooze. This is a wondrous item. Requires attunement. This opalescent symbiotic goo comes sealed in a jar and slowly shifts and moves as if endlessly exploring the jar's interior. To attune to this item, you must first drink the contents of the jar, unlocking the following properties. 1. You gain resistance. While attuned to Kirzan's Ooze, you have resistance to both poison and acid damage, and you're immune to the poisoned condition. 2, you gain the amorphous ability. As an action, you can speak a command word and cause your body to assume the amorphous qualities of an ooze. For the next minute, you, along with any equipment you're wearing or carrying, can move through a space as narrow as 1 inch in width without squeezing. Once you use this property, it can't be used again until the next dawn. However, you also gain acid breath. As an action, you can exhale acid in a 30-foot line that is 5 feet wide. Each creature in that line must make a DC 15 dex save, taking 8d8 acid damage on a failed save, or half as much on a success. You can only use this once a day, or until the next dawn specifically. You also gain symbiotic nature. The ooze can't be removed from you while you're attuned from it, and you cannot voluntarily end your attunement to it. If you're targeted by a spell that ends a curse, your attunement to the ooze ends as it seeps out of your pores, every orifice and pore that you have. However, another caveat to have, if you die while the ooze is still inside you, it bursts out and engulfs you, turning your corpse into a black pudding allied with the Dalkir.
That's good. I like that a lot.
I love this item so much. It's so great. Again, I love these items that are just jam-packed, pun intended, by the way, with all of this just flavor and RP potential, but also all kinds of badass mechanic boosts. It's just great. It's an amazing item. I highly suggest you incorporate this item in every single campaign that you ever have. It's phenomenal.
I was going to go with a way less flashy one, but Ring of Regeneration.
It's okay. Ring of Regeneration is decent.
I like it. While wearing this ring,
you regain... it was quicker. That's
but while wearing this ring, you regain 1d6 hit points every 10 minutes, provided you have at least 1 hit point. If you lose a body part, the ring causes the missing part to regrow and return to full functionality after 1d6 plus 1 days if you have at least 1 hit point the whole time. Now, here's why I like this. Say you go traveling for an hour. Mm-hmm. That's 66 hit points.
It is.
And so, like, in theory, you don't rest anymore. You just never.
I mean, you don't only necessarily have to.
But you don't need hit die. You don't need anything, because as long as you just hang out.
You don't really use hit die too much unless your campaign is like you take more short rests. You know what I mean? Like, it's still great. Cool. I still like it. I wish it was quicker. I wish it was like, instead of maybe 10 minutes, like maybe like 5 minutes or something. It is nice though. If you lose like a limb or whatever, you can regenerate that. Like, that's a cool aspect. But also, that kind of stuff doesn't really appear in most campaigns anyway. Like, dismemberment. I don't know. I mean, again, like I said, unless you have like these specific, the issue being is that there aren't easier ways to fix that unless you have these higher level either spells.
Well, yeah, you have Regenerate is the spell.
That's what I'm saying. Regenerate's like a 6th or 7th level spell, so it's like that's like super hard to get to. So it's like that's the thing. It's like I wish it was like, a little bit better. But in regards to healing and such, however, and slowly trying to resist the jaws of death closing around you, another item that I love is known as the Lifewell tattoo. Again, I'm a tattoo boy, my man. Love them. But specifically, this tattoo not only grants you a necrotic resistance, which is resistance to necrotic damage for all of you out there who might not be as in the know, it also gives you the Life Ward ability. When you would be reduced to 0 hit points, you instead drop to 1 hit point instead. Once it's used, this property can't be used again until the next dawn. So you essentially have 1 free use of the Orc's Relentless Endurance ability, which is great. That's awesome. You get resistance both to necrotic damage as well as a once per day, or I guess essentially an Relentless Endurance ability. Wonderful to have. Let's see what else. Obviously, we have to mention these are in regards to the other items we told you that allow you to increase like your attribute scores. These ones are even better. Mostly one, because none of them require attunement, and they also increase their corresponding attribute by 2, and they do it permanently, on top of the fact that these are one of the few only items in the game that allow you to increase your attribute score above 20. And these are known as the magic manuals and the magic tomes. Specifically for Constitution, you have the Manual of Bodily Health, which increases your Constitution score by 2, as it does for your maximum. So at that point, you are now able to get a maximum of 22 for any ability score if you take these books. They do have a restriction of this book contains health and diet tips, as its words are charged with magic. You do have to spend 48 hours over a period of 6 days or fewer studying the book's contents and practicing its guidelines. And then once you successfully do so, the manual or the tome, whichever one, loses its magic but regains it in a century, or again, 100 years in layman's terms. So these items here are technically used, like they're one-shot uses usually. If you find one, they're very rare for a reason, and you can only technically use them once. Like only one character or person could probably use them once per campaign. Unless, of course, you do what me and my campaign did, and you have a person who has the spell Wish, and wishes for the book to magically age 100 years after you finish using it. And so then you can give it to another party member. And as long as you don't fail the D100 roll to lose Wish, you can keep doing it with the books if you find more.
You're a terrible human being.
Which we could, because we're also given a magical key that allowed us to magically search for all kinds of manuals, tomes, books, and other kinds of information instantly based off of D100 rolls.
I'm judging you.
It was phenomenal. It's great. It's wonderful.
It's fantastic.
These are phenomenal. I highly suggest, again, in seriousness, that all GMs incorporate these items in your campaign somewhere, because they're just nice. Again, even at lower levels, they're not super busted. They just allow a player to increase their one specific score by 2. It does increase their maximum, but they might not even get up to 22 anyway.
The best part is don't even like specifically think of which person's going to use the tome. Just throw a random tome in there and see the players
tome or manual.
See the players argue as to who is the best use of said tome.
Oh yeah, they will fight over it.
It's great.
It is hilarious. It's great. It's fantastic. You know, I love to drop and sprinkle a few of those in there just for funsies.
Yeah. I mean, I would do it to mid game. It is like at the latest is when you should start introducing them. I feel like once they get to like in the 10s, you really should start. Like they should start finding stuff like that, depending on what kind of game it is.
Like I personally feel like I'm a huge advocate for high fantasy, epic fantasy type of games where you want your players to be powerful and strong, and you want to give them opportunities to do so. So I love these specific types of items. They're some of my favorite. Another one of my favorites, however, is right below them would be Marvelous Pigments. These are a lot of fun. Typically found in 1d4 pots inside a fine wooden box with a brush weighing 1 pound in total. These pigments allow you to create 3-dimensional objects by painting them in 2 dimensions. The paint flows from the brush to form the desired object as you concentrate on its image. So you don't even need to be an actually skilled painter or artist to use these. They do not require attunement, so you can just carry them around. They do have a finite amount of uses, however. Each paint is sufficient to cover 1,000 square feet of a surface, which lets you create inanimate objects or terrain features such as a door, a pit, flowers, trees, cells, rooms, or weapons that are up to 10,000 cubic feet. It takes 10 minutes to cover 100 square feet. When you complete the painting, the object or terrain feature depicted becomes a real, non-magical object. Thus, painting a door on a wall creates an actual door that can be opened to whatever is beyond. This is the Looney Tunes item in D&D, you guys. Do you understand all of the hilarious, ridiculous stuff you can get up to? You paint what is in effect like a tunnel leading through just a solid bit of rock, right? And technically speaking, it can affect up to 1,000 square feet of a surface. So you could potentially make an argument being like, yeah, I just dug a 1,000 square foot tunnel through a mountain. And you can do this multiple times. Like it's again, you have 1d4 pots. So it's like you have at least 4,000 square feet of surface. Like ridiculous. It's amazing. However, again, the painting a wall or door creates this. Painting a pit on a floor creates a pit, and its depth counts against the total area of objects you create. Nothing created by the pigments can have a value greater than 25 GP. Just be aware of that. So you can't like start creating like incredibly expensive stuff on a whim. If you paint an object of greater value, such as a diamond or a pile of gold, the object looks authentic, but close inspection reveals it is made from paste, bone, or some other worthless material. If you paint a form of energy, such as fire or lightning, the energy appears but dissipates as soon as you complete the painting, doing no harm to anything. Love these things, man. So much amazing, just meaty, juicy flavor up in there. Let's see. You got another one you wanted to do, bud?
Yeah, I got 2 swords.
Hit it.
I got the Sword of Perunes, which is it's a long sword, but you could probably make an argument for replacing that. You gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon. Additionally, once on each of your turns, you can use one of the following properties if you're holding the sword. Immediately after you use the attack action to attack with the sword, you can enable one creature within 60 feet of you to use its reaction to make one weapon attack that's ranged or melee. Immediately after you take the dash action, you can enable one creature within 60 feet of you to use its reaction to move up to its speed. And immediately after you take the dodge action, you can enable one creature within 60 feet of you to use its reaction to gain the benefits of the dodge action. It's very fun.
It's pretty awesome. That's a pretty dope fucking weapon. I also have one that is also a weapon. Real quick, I have the 9 Life Stealer sword. These swords are pretty badass in that you gain a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon. This sword also has 1d8 plus 1 charges, obviously, as you say, 9 Life Stealers. If you score a critical hit against a creature that has fewer than 100 hit points, it must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or be slain instantly as the sword tears its life force from its body. A construct or an undead is immune. The sword loses 1 charge if the creature is slain, and when the sword has no charge remaining, it loses this property, which is probably the worst part about it. However, you can, with this weapon, potentially, if you score a critical hit against a creature that has fewer than 100 hit points, just outright kill it instantly. Super dangerous, great. I love this for like BBEGs or other enemies to have because the DC is 15, so it's not super high, but it's still decently difficult where you might fail, and it presents a legitimate challenge against your players. You got another one, bud?
Yeah, I have the Scimitar of Speed.
Love that one. That's one of my favorites too. Go ahead.
Yeah, you gain a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. In addition, you can make one attack with it as a bonus action on each of your turns. It's simple, but
it's simple, but damn, is it effective, my dude. Really is. Again, you give this to a fighter.
Yeah, you don't have to dual wield. You can have something in your other hand. I like the options there. And it's just +2 is +2, and that's good.
+2 anything, like I said, even with the 9 Life Stealer, +2 is great, as well as it has another extra effect on top of it. Phenomenal. Keeping in vein with the weapon theme we have, it'd be remiss if we did not mention the Oath Bow. This bow is pretty busted and broken as well. I'm sure many a Ranger player just salivates and drools at the thought of eventually owning this weapon at some point. It does require attunement, as obviously it should. When you knock an arrow on this bow, it whispers in Elvish, "Swift death to my enemies." When you use this weapon to make a ranged attack, you can, as a command phrase, say, "Swift death to you who have wronged me." The target of your attack becomes your sworn enemy until it dies or until dawn 7 days later. You can only have one such sworn enemy at a time, and when your sworn enemy dies, you can choose a new one after the next dawn. When you make a ranged attack roll with this weapon against your sworn enemy, you have advantage on the roll. In addition, your target gains no benefit from cover other than total cover, and you suffer no disadvantage due to long range. If the attack hits, your sworn enemy takes an extra 3d6 piercing damage. And while your sworn enemy lives, you have disadvantage on attack rolls with all other weapons. This thing is busted and broken. You give this to a rogue equipped with the bracers of archery that we talked about earlier, and they will just be utterly decimating this thing. Well, they can use their sneak attack every single time.
Like, yeah, the only thing obviously is the sworn enemy. So that's the only downside. But if you have one big bad thing to kill,
that's what I'm saying. Like, again, you want to use that. It does that specifically to get the restriction of, instead of just placing on multiple enemies, right? Where it's like, if you have like a dragon or a beholder or a super powerful mind flayer or a pit fiend, you know, one of these super powerful enemies that you're like, we need to kill this thing. This is what you do. You hit it, you make your sworn enemy, you give it to your ranger or your even a fighter or even your rogue with braces of archery, and you just have at it. You just lay into this dude and you will kill it. It's ridiculous how powerful this thing is. Any other thing you had in this level, my man?
Staff of Power.
Staff of Power. Fuck, I love a Staff of Power.
Yeah, Staff of Power. It requires attunement by a sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. Staff can be wielded as a magic quarterstaff that grants a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls weighted with it. While holding it, you have a +2 bonus to armor class, saving throws, and spell attacks rolls. The staff has 20 charges for the following properties. The staff regains 2d8 + 4 extended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the staff retains its +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls, but loses everything else. On a 20, the staff regains 1d8 + 2 charges. The Power Strike is when you hit with a melee attack, you can expend 1 charge to deal an extra 1d6 force damage to the target. Now, it also has spells. While holding the staff, you can use your action to expend 1 or more of its charges to cast one of the following spells from it using your spell save DC and spell attack bonus. And here are some options. Cone of Cold, 5 charges. Fireball, 5th level version, 5 charges. Globe of Invulnerability, 6 charges. Hold Monster, 5 charges. Levitate, 2 charges. Lightning Bolt, 5th level version, 5 charges. Magic Missile, 1 charge, which is annoying. Ray of Enfeeblement, 1 charge. Wall of Force, 5 charges.
Those are all super busted spells.
There's also a Retributive Strike, which you can use an action to break the staff over your knee or against a solid surface. Performing a Retributive Strike, the staff is destroyed and releases its remaining magic in an explosion that expands to fill a 30-foot radius sphere centered on it. You have a 50% chance to instantly travel to another random plane of existence, avoiding the explosion. If you fail to avoid the effect, you will take force damage equal to 16 times the number of charges left in the staff. Now, there is no rolling here. It's 16 times. Every other creature in this area must make a DC 17 dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, it takes the same amount of damage based on how far away it was from the point of origin, as shown in the following table. On a successful save, a creature takes half as much damage. If they're 10 feet away or closer, they take 8 times. 11 to 20 feet away, they take 6 times. And 21 to 30 feet away, they take 4 times the number of charges left. Now, I wouldn't recommend using it that way, but it is kind of funny.
It's pretty awesome. Like, it's pretty amazing. I got another fun one, the Peregrine Mask, which I think is a great little thing here. Wondrous item, requires attunement. While wearing this winged helm, you have a flying speed of 60 feet, and in addition, you have advantage on initiative rolls. Honestly, it's kind of funny too, because we also didn't mention the winged boots in the uncommon section, which are super freaking busted for an uncommon item. Because obviously those specifically give you a flying speed equal to your walking speed at any time, so you could potentially get even faster.
Only for a little bit, right? Only for an hour each day?
No, it's like a total, I think, of 4 hours, and you technically like get back, I think, 1 hour or maybe 2 hours even for like, I think every 12 hours you spend not using it. So essentially, for wing boots, the reason why a lot of people figure like they are game breaking in a lot of ways, like there's no way that your character will ever use the full allotment of that, restriction of the 4 hours. And especially not when they can just sleep or rest for like 12 potentially, and then get everything back for the amount that they might use it. Because again, the absolute maximum, or I'm sorry, the absolute minimum the time you expend from using the boots at all is only 1 minute.
Yeah.
So it's like even if you fly for like 2 seconds, you technically would have used 1 minute total. But even then, it's like you don't need to do that all the time. Like that still will never get up to like 4 hours, especially in a combat encounter. But the Peregrine Mask is cool too, that it gives you just that base 60 feet as well as advantage on initiative rolls. So that's always nice. Plus it's a mask. So, it's like it's kind of just on your face there. So you got room for other places. Besides the Peregrine Mask, I also wanted to give a shout out to like the Ring of Telekinesis, which is a fun little one. It gives you basically unlimited uses of the spell Telekinesis on specifically objects. You can't actually affect creatures like with the spell. But dude, amazing. It does require attunement, but it's like you can still, I think the spell still says you can lift like objects weighing like 1,000 pounds at most. That's crazy. Like you're literally in like, I remember one time I used this in a campaign and we were in like a dungeon of some sort, and like somebody triggered a trap and had like a rolling like boulder coming at us. And I was just like, Ring of Telekinesis, and just like stopped it in its tracks. It was so cool. I was like, dude, that's awesome, man. You can also use it to like hover and float on things. If you can lift something, it's like, yeah, I'm bringing Telekinesis. I'll float on like this little patch of rock or whatever to lift me up. It's like, it's great. You can find all kinds of really fun, flavorful, cool ways. You can
static shock it.
Yeah, it's awesome and amazing. Oh, dude, Static Shock. God, I missed that show, bro. That was such a good show. I'm so upset that they don't bring that back, man. God, I love that, dude. Another shout out to the Rod of Absorption. That's a fun one. Rod of Alertness is great. You literally get advantage on wisdom, perception checks, and initiative. You are able to cast Detect Evil and Good, Detect Magic, Detect Poison, or see invisibility from it. And as well as you get the ability to Protective Aura. And as an action, you can plant the haft end of the rod in the ground, whereupon the rod's head sheds bright light in a 60-foot radius and dim light for an additional 60 feet. While in the bright light, you and any creatures that are friendly to you gain a +1 bonus to AC and saving throws, and can sense the location of any invisible hostile creature that is also in the bright light. It lasts for a total of 10 minutes, or when a creature uses an action to pull the rod from the ground. This property can't be used again until the next dawn. Wonderful freaking item. Great support. I highly suggest like a paladin take this, because on top of that thing's aura, you also have your paladin protective aura or whatever that you have. That dude, you will just become an absolute force and unit with yourself and all your friends. Wonderful. Let's see. We also honestly need to talk about the crazy one, the Rod of Security. I don't know exactly when or how you guys might be able to use this in a campaign, but the effects it has are just crazy and bonkers, and we got to talk a little bit about it. It doesn't require attunement. It's a magical rod. While holding this rod, you can use an action to activate it. The rod then instantly transports you and up to 199 other willing creatures you can see to a paradise that exists in an extraplanar space. You choose the form that the paradise takes. It could be a tranquil garden, lovely glade, cheery tavern, immense palace, tropical island, fantastic carnival, or whatever else you can imagine. Regardless of its nature, the paradise contains enough water and food to sustain its visitors. Everything else that can be interacted with inside the extraplanar space can only exist there. For example, a flower picked from a garden in the paradise disappears if it is taken outside of the extraplanar space. Now, for each hour spent in the paradise, a visitor regains hit points as if it had spent 1 hit die. Also, creatures don't age while in the paradise. Although time passes normally, visitors can remain in the paradise for up to 200 days divided by the number of creatures present, round down. When the time runs out or use an action to end it, all visitors reappear in the location they occupied when you activated the rod, or an unoccupied space nearest that location. The rod can't be used again until 10 days have passed. Dude, that is insane. Like, you just have a free, this is a literal free get out of jail free card right here. Like, you're just like, you're in like a really bad dungeon and you like took a lot of damage or you're feeling bad or whatever. Maybe you're literally in a fight. You can just instantly teleport you and all other willing creatures that you want to this paradise place for amount of days equal up to 200 days divided by the number of creatures present, which as long as you don't, take
your party.
as long as you don't take 199 other people, you'll have a ton of, you can just stay there. Like, it doesn't even say like that other creatures can potentially like dispel it until you fall out of it. Like, it doesn't leave like a trace. You're just there now until you want to come back. Oh my God, that is busted and broken beyond belief. Holy shiitake mushrooms. Let's see. Anything else in this particular tier that you wanted to talk about?
No, I'm on a bit of like how many items do we have left?
Not a lot. After this, we've only got a couple of the legendary, I think, and then just a few of the artifact level.
Okay. I'm ready to move to legendary.
Yeah, we can bump up to legendary. Let me see. Because I think the only other one that we wanted to talk about was the Staff of Thunder and Lightning is the last one.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, go for it.
This staff can be wielded as a magic quarterstaff that grants +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. It also has the additional following properties. When one of these properties is used, it can't be used again until the next dawn. Lightning. When you hit with a melee attack using the staff, you can cause target to suffer an extra 2d6 lightning damage. Thunder. When you hit with a melee attack using the staff, you can cause the staff to emit a crack of thunder audible out to 300 feet. The target must succeed on a DC 17 con save or become stunned until the end of your next turn. You also gain Lightning Strike and Thunderclap. Lightning Strike can be used to cause a bolt of lightning to leap from the staff's tip in a line that is 5 feet wide and 120 feet long. Each creature in that line must make a DC 17 dex save, taking 96 lightning damage on a failed save or half on a success. With Thunderclap, you can use an action to cause the staff to issue a deafening thunderclap, audible out to 600 feet. Each creature within 60 feet of you, not including you, must make a DC 17 con save. On a failed save, a creature takes 2d6 thunder damage and becomes deafened for 1 minute. On a success, a creature takes half damage and is not deafened. And finally, you have Thunder and Lightning. You can use an action to use the Lightning Strike and Thunderclap abilities at the same time. Doing so doesn't expand the daily use of the other properties, only the use of this one. That thing is badass so very much. I say, like, give this to your, like, ranger or monk, even better. Like, give this to your monk, and we'll go absolutely ham. I would say with that is in effect the totality of the very rare list that we wanted to share with you. Feel free to check out. There are plenty of others from that list and from the others that you are more than free to look into. These are just us kind of showing some of our favorites that we picked and want to share. For the legendary tier, things start to get even more redonkulous. I'll start us off real quick with an interesting honorable mention, which is the apparatus of Qualish or the apparatus of the crab. This, in effect, is a literal like mech. This is like a literal robot mech that you can pilot. This item first appears to be a large sealed iron barrel weighing 500 pounds. The barrel has a hidden catch, which can be found with a successful DC 20 investigation check. Releasing the catch unlocks a hatch at one end of the barrel, allowing 2 medium or smaller creatures to crawl inside. Pin levers are set in a row at the far end, each in a neutral position, able to move either up or down. When certain levers are used, the apparatus transforms to resemble a giant lobster. The apparatus of the crab is a large object with the following statistics. It has an armor class of 20, 200 hit points, a walking speed of 30, a swim speed of 30, damage immunities to both poison and psychic. Now, to be used as a vehicle, the apparatus requires at least one pilot. While the apparatus's hatch is closed, the compartment is airtight and watertight. The compartment holds enough air for 10 hours of breathing divided by the number of breathing creatures inside. The apparatus floats on water. It can also go underwater to a depth of 900 feet. Below that, the vehicle takes 2d6 bludgeoning damage per minute from pressure. A creature in the compartment can use an action to move as many as 2 of the apparatus's levers up or down. After each use, a lever goes back to its neutral position. Each lever from left to right functions as shown in the apparatus of the crab levers table. We're not going to go over the table specifically, but that, in essence, like, feel free to dive into that. It's really interesting and cool. I don't know wherever you'd be able to use it in a campaign, but It's a literal mech that you can get inside and control. Fun as hell. What you got, Sammy?
Well, I was gonna start with Hazaron.
Hazaron's great.
It is a sentient evil greatsword from the Tyranny of Dragons campaign. It can talk in common or netherese, which I've never seen any other thing talk in that language. Even if you aren't attuned to the sword, you get a +1 bonus to attack rolls and damage rolls. And you also get an extra 1d6 necrotic damage. And this is without attuning to it at all. When you're attuned to it, the bonus goes up to +2 and then 2d6 necrotic. It has 4 spells. And 4 charges, or it has 3 spells with 4 charges to cast said spells. You can cast Detect Magic with 1 charge, Detect Evil and Good with 1 charge, and Detect Thoughts with 2 charges. Each night at midnight, Hazaron regains 1d4 expended charges. While there's a wounding section, while you are attuned to this weapon, any creature you hit with Hazaron can't regain hit points for 1 minute. The target can make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw at the end of each of its turns to end this effect early on itself on a success. The thing is, it doesn't say anything about if you hit it again after that.
It doesn't.
Which means they can save, but then if you hit it next turn before they heal, they're back to trying to save again.
They're back to trying to save again. Like, yeah, you can keep inflicting this effect on them.
Yeah, I mean, this sword is sentient and it's neutral evil, and it does want you to kill things, but it's not like Black Razor where it like takes over your mind or anything.
Yeah.
But
Black Razor is also another super powerful sword that is kind of evil and like
it has more of a I'm going to take over your mind.
Well, it wants to absorb souls. It's more that like malignant, like I want to absorb. It's evil in a lot more ways. Like
yeah, this one's more connected to the evil dragon people, but
yeah.
it's fun. It does damage.
It's a good time. It's a fun time to me. Once more, gotta pay homage to the Tat Man, as I'm now most likely going to be called. For mine, I got the Blood Fury tattoo.
Man.
Bloodthirsty Strikes is an ability that you get from this. The tattoo has 10 charges, and it regains all expended charges daily at dawn. While this tattoo is on your skin, you gain these benefits. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend a charge to do an extra 4d6 necrotic damage to the target, and you regain a number of hit points equal to the necrotic damage dealt. When a creature you can see damages you, you can expend a charge and use your reaction to make a melee attack against that creature with advantage on your attack roll. These are like great for barbarians, fighters, rangers, anybody that can deal like a lot of attacks and stuff. Like it's when weapon attacks specifically. Fantastic. Cloak of Invisibility, another super powerful one that deserves a bit of a mention here. Obviously, these are all going to start requiring, or at least most of them are going to start requiring attunement at this point, y'all. So you might as well just kind of make the assumption. While wearing this cloak, you can pull its hood over your head to cause yourself to become invisible. I believe we also did mention this particular item in a past video as well. While you're invisible, anything you are carrying or wearing is invisible with you. You become invisible when you cease wearing the hood, and pulling the hood up or down requires an action. Deduct the time you are invisible in increments of 1 minute from the cloak's maximum duration of 2 hours. After 2 hours of use, the cloak ceases to function. For every uninterrupted period of 12 hours, the cloak goes unused. It regains 1 hour of duration. So even with this, like I have a player who used this, and there's like almost no way that they will use the maximum amount of time allotted, like to no longer be able to use it. You know what I mean? Like it's just like this, and this thing is busted. You are just permanently invisible unless, you know, somebody, like I said, I think we made the argument before that if like somebody could like pull the hood off of you, or maybe if you fall and like the hood falls back or something, like
it's a magical item. I wouldn't say from the falling, but definitely from like someone forcibly removing the hood from
it's just like this is a busted item for sure, because unless you can see invisibility in some kind of way, they're just going to get constant advantage. People are going to have constant disadvantage. Nobody's going to be able to get attack opportunity on them. Like it is super powerful.
It's a rough one. I want to put out there, it's not like the flashiest one, but the Holy Avenger swords.
Oh, the Holy Avenger series. It's great.
I agree. I really enjoy. You gain it's any sword, and it requires attunement by a paladin. But you gain a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. When you hit a fiend or an undead with it, that creature takes an extra 2d10 radiant. While you hold the Dawn Sword, the drawn sword, it creates an aura in a 10-foot radius around you. You and all creatures friendly to you in the aura have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. The problem is when you say other magical effects, because that is a wide berth of things that you might put in there.
It's everything. It says magical effects, therefore it is anything that is magical.
That's like Dragon's Breath.
It could be.
But if you have 17 or more levels in the Paladin class, the radius of the aura increases to 30 feet. 30 feet. So if you're a Paladin, you already have your auras from your Paladin class.
Yeah.
And now everybody has advantage and they resist stuff.
Yeah.
And it's great. I love these swords because they're basically like, hey, this is our most powerful Paladin.
Yeah, it's the capstone. It's literally like an extra capstone
weapon
for Paladins. Yeah. It is their quintessential like representation of a Paladin's like holy weapon. It's a holy avenger. Yeah. It's literally what it's called.
I'd be okay with making it not a sword if they want to use a maul or a big hammer.
Oh, absolutely, 100% agree. 100%. I feel like there's no reason not to reflavor the type of weapon for any kind of cool thing.
But man, they're good. They work really well with Paladin.
Awesome. I in that same vein, I think I'll also just go ahead and say for a really awesome sword that I love or weapon, the Defender series of weapons. You get a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. However, the first time you attack with the sword in each of your turns, you can instead transfer some or all of the sword's bonus to your armor class to instead use it as a bonus to any attacks that turn. For example, you could reduce the bonus to your attack and damage rolls to +1 and gain a +2 bonus to AC instead. The adjusted bonuses remain in effect until the start of your next turn, although you must hold the sword to gain a bonus to AC from it. So you can effectively give yourself an extra +3 bonus or up to a +3 bonus to either your attack or your AC at any point during your turn, which is super cool, man. Like, again, the versatility from it, the ability to like either like want to press your attack or your offense or instead like put in your defense. Like I get the vibe and the image of just like a dude like coming into like a specific more defensive stance and then maybe switching to more like offensive stance like at any point, which is really awesome in terms of flavor but also mechanics.
It's nice.
I also have, I think we would do everyone a disservice if we didn't at least mention the big brother, as it were, to a previous item, the Wand of Wonder, the Deck of Many Things. Usually found in a box or pouch, this deck contains a number of cards made of ivory or vellum. Most, usually 75%, of these decks have only 13 cards, but the rest have 22. Before you draw a card, you must declare how many cards you intend to draw and then draw them randomly. You can use an altered deck of playing cards to simulate the deck if you would like. Any cards drawn in excess of this number have no effect. Otherwise, as soon as you draw a card from the deck, its magic takes effect. You must draw each card no more than 1 hour after the previous draw. If you fail to draw the chosen number, the remaining number of cards fly from the deck on their own and take effect all at once. Once a card is drawn, it fades from existence, and unless the card is the Fool or the Jester, the card reappears in the deck, making it possible to draw the same card twice. Now, again, we're not going to go over all the effects, because there's a lot of them, and they do a lot of things.
It's killed one of my characters.
Oh, it's killed one of mine, too, technically. If we, luckily, we also had another card from the deck, which allows you to rewrite events of the world to basically erase that event from happening, because it's also killed. Well, again, I wouldn't say killed. It sucked my soul from my body, trapped it inside an object, and sent it to some other random plane of existence somewhere. So technically speaking, one could say maybe I'm dead from that, but also maybe still in some way, shape, or form alive. Either way, without that specific other card that allowed to rewrite the events, I effectively would have been gone from the campaign.
Yeah, it's one of those items that if a DM gives that to their party, they're either okay with the world ending or their whole team dying.
Yeah, it's a campaign ender. It is probably one of the most prolific campaign enders in the game. Like you do this, you are really playing with fire, bro. Like you do it at your own pace, or do it at your own peril, I should say. Real quick. I think I should finally keep you all from the suspense for my final addition to the Mega Uber Dragon Ball Z Monk build. The final item, at least, to make this particular build, while you still also have an extra attunement slot available, are going to be the Gloves of Soul Catching. Your Constitution score is 20 while you wear these gloves. This property of gloves has no effect on your Constitution if it is already 20 or higher. But after making a successful unarmed strike while wearing these gloves, you can use the gloves to deal an extra 2d10 force damage to the target, and you regain a number of hit points equal to the force damage dealt. Alternatively, instead of regaining hit points in this way, you can instead choose to gain advantage on one attack roll, ability check, or saving throw you make before the end of your next turn. So that, coupled with the Eldritch Claw tattoo and the Claw's insignia, would give you at least a +2 to all of your unarmed strikes and natural weapons. If you empower the Eldritch Claw tattoo, you can hit a target up to 15 feet away from you, also dealing an extra 1d6 force damage to it, where the claws of the insignia claws as well, I think, also grants you an extra force damage die, I believe, at least 1d6, or maybe it just does the normal attack.
It's just the +1.
That's fair. But this then also gives you an extra 2d10 force damage every single time you successfully attack with an unarmed weapon or attack with an unarmed strike. And you can choose to either regain hit points equal to the force damage dealt. So, because the Eldritch Claw technically also does force damage, you get 1d6 plus the 2d10, getting potentially 26 points of health back if you maxed on all of the dice. Or, if you instead choose, you can just get advantage on your next attack, ability check, or saving throw, if you want. And then you still have an attunement slot for something else, if you want. This in essence, is the Uber Super Monk build that I want to make at some point. Like, I'm just going to decimate everything with my things and be super impossible to kill. You got another one you wanted to lay off?
I wanted to talk about the Rakdos Right Knife from
I love the Rakdos Right Knife.
It's a dagger, requires attunement. You gain +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. It's a crudely serrated blade with a hilt that resembles a demonic head and wings. Whenever you slay a creature with an attack using the dagger, the creature's soul is imprisoned inside the dagger, and that creature can be restored to life only by a wish spell. The dagger can hold a maximum of 5 souls. For each soul imprisoned in the dagger, your attacks with it deal an extra 1d4 necrotic damage on hit. While the dagger is within 5 feet of you, your dreams are haunted by whispers from the trapped souls. The dagger has the following additional properties: Siphon Vitality. As a bonus action, you can release any number of stored souls from the dagger to regain 1d10 hit points per soul released. Annihilation. If the dagger holds 5 souls, you can use this property as a reaction immediately after you hit a creature with the dagger and deal damage to that target. You can release all 5 souls. If the target now has fewer than 75 hit points, it must succeed on a DC 15 con save or die. If the target dies, you can't use this property again until you finish a long rest. I mean, it's not the most powerful, but it's fun.
It's pretty powerful,
It's
especially
pretty
for a
fun.
dagger. That is so freaking cool. I love the Rakdos Right Knife, man. That thing
It's
is
pretty
amazing.
cool. I like it.
On that note of like particularly powerful, interesting weapons, but I'm not. This is one kind of a beloved one of mine, but I don't. I feel like it'll be difficult to justify the use of it in most situations, and that's going to be Gert's Great Axe. Gert's Great Axe is essentially a great axe that is literally sized for a giant. It is an ancient, giant weapon that was used by a frost giant king or something, I believe. And effectively, you gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon. It is sized for a frost giant, weighs 325 pounds, and deals 3d12 slashing damage on a hit, plus an extra 2d12 slashing damage if the target is human. The axe sheds light as a torch when the temperature around it drops below 0 degrees Fahrenheit. The light can't be shut off in these conditions. And as an action, you can cast a version of the heat metal spell, save DC 13, that deals cold damage instead of fire damage. And once it is used, it can't be used until the next dawn. But this is like, dude, I literally, again, I think I told you, Sammy, I made a specific barbarian build. I actually mentioned him a little earlier today, where he specifically has, he's a bear totem barbarian, and I took specifically the bear totem where it allows you to like increase the carrying capacity by like ×2 or whatever, as well as he's a Goliath, so he already has the carrying capacity of a large creature on top of the bear totem aspect. He can, and he has a strength of 29 with the Storm Giant's belt. So I'm like, you know what? He can absolutely wield this freaking thing.
I just don't know how big, like, it's just so unwieldy.
He's like holding it, and he just like jumps back in the air because he also has the eagle totem, which allows him to fly and during his movement and his rage, and he can literally fly up and smash this axe down. I'm like, I want to use this so badly. Oh my goodness. You got another one you want us to shoot out?
Not for legendary. I had a couple for. I had three that I already
artifact?
talked about. Oh, you were on artifact already?
No, I got a couple more for legendary. I'd love to throw in.
Oh, then go for it.
I got Ifriti Chain. We already talked about Elven Chain before.
Yeah,
Ifriti Chain is probably
about that.
Even better. While wearing this armor, you get a +3 bonus to AC. You are immune to fire damage, and you can speak and understand primordial. In addition, you can stand on and walk across molten rock as if it were solid ground. This is so badass. Again, there are so few things that give you just straight up immunity to fire damage, let alone a +3 bonus to AC, granting you an extra language, and you can walk across literal lava as well. And because it's chain, you can wear it underneath other armor. Again, busted and broken, my man. Holy crap. Let's see. Another thing I wanted to talk about was probably the Princes of Apocalypse series weapons, which would respectively be Iron Fang, Tinder Strike, Wind Vein, and Drown. All of these weapons are obviously specifically tailored to the elemental aspects, either fire, earth, wind, and water. You could probably figure out which one of those based off of the names of the weapons, but these are exceedingly powerful in a lot of ways. Each of them usually offer you an extra language of their specific elemental type, as well as decent damage, as well as other things. Let's see. One of the ones specifically is Iron Fang, which is super powerful. Where are you at? There you are. A war pick forged from a single piece of iron. Iron Fang has a fang-like head inscribed with ancient runes. Iron Fang contains a spark of Ogremok, the Prince of Evil Earth. You get a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls, and when you hit with it, it deals an extra 1d8 thunder damage. You also gain these other properties. You can speak Terran fluently. You have resistance to acid damage. You have tremor sense out to a range of 60 feet. And you can sense the presence of precious metals and stones within 60 feet of you, but not their exact location. You also gain the ability of Shatter. Iron Fang has three charges. You can use your action to expend 1 charge and cast the second level version of Shatter, DC 17. Iron Fang regains the 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. Like, this thing is busted as hell. Same thing for its fire friend, Tinder Strike. Where are you at now, my friend? Another amazing, specifically an amazing dagger. Similarly, it allows you to speak the fire version of its thing, which would be Ignin. A flint dagger, Tinder Strike is uncommonly sharp and sparks cascade off its edge whenever it strikes something solid. It contains a spark of Imix, Prince of Evil Fire. You also gain a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls, and whenever you hit with it, the target takes an extra 2d6 fire damage. You get resistance to fire damage, as you might assume, as well as you can cast the Dominate Monster spell on a fire elemental. You can do this with all of the corresponding weapons, obviously with their specific elemental types. But these weapons are super badass, amazing. I would highly recommend any, GM kind of implementing them. They might have to like slightly homebrew them to maybe not be as specifically integral to like the module Princes of the Apocalypse. But other than that, always a great addition to anybody. I would say another honorable mention would be a Moonblade, or the Moonblade rather. This particular weapon is also potentially super busted, which honestly I should probably just stop saying at this point, because that's just kind of the
That's how it works when we get to this.
It's kind of the reoccurring, it's kind of the reoccurring theme of all of these weapons when you get legendary. They all have the potential to be just utterly busted. Of all the magic items created by the elves, the one most prized and jealously guarded is a Moonblade. In ancient times, nearly all elven noble houses claimed one such blade. Over the centuries, some blades have faded from the world, their magic lost as family lines have become extinct. Other blades have vanished with their bearers during great quests. Thus, only a few of these weapons remain. A Moonblade passes down from parent to child. The sword chooses its bearer and remains bonded to that person for life. If the bearer dies, another heir can claim the blade. If no worthy heir exists, the sword lies dormant. It functions like a normal longsword until a worthy soul finds it and lays claim to its power. A Moonblade serves only one master at a time. The attunement process requires a special ritual in the throne room of an elven regent or in a temple dedicated to the elven gods. A Moonblade won't serve anyone it regards as craven, erratic, corrupt, or at odds with preserving and protecting elven kind. If the blade rejects you, you make ability checks, attack rolls, and saving throws with disadvantage for 24 hours. If the blade accepts you, you become attuned to it, and a new rune appears on the blade, or you remain attuned to the weapon until you die or the weapon is destroyed. A Moonblade has one rune on its blade for each master it has served, typically 1d6 plus 1. The first rune always grants a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. Each rune beyond the first grants the Moonblade an additional property. The DM chooses each property or determines it randomly on the Moonblade properties table. So, in essence, this blade has the potential to have up to 7 properties before you even get a hold of it. And at the very least, like a +1, if not tons more. Like you can gain like finesse property, you can get a +3 bonus, you can make it a thrown weapon. It can become a defender sword. It can gain the abilities of a defender sword. It can score critical hits on 19 or 20. It can deal an extra 1d6 slashing damage potentially. It's ridiculous. It's so insane. And this blade, even though it's legendary, it clearly has the capacity to become an artifact level weapon. It's just it's
100%.
dumb. It's dumb. Let's see. Oh, another honorable mention in regards to armor would be the Obsidian Flint Dragon plate. This plate armor gives you a +2 bonus to AC and a resistance to both poison damage and was it also acid? No, sorry. Gives you just resistance to poison damage while you wear it. In addition, you also gain advantage on ability checks and saving throws made to end or avoid the grappled condition on yourself. This thing is great, man. It's just again, it's plate mail. That gives you a +2 bonus and gives you an automatic resistance to poison, which is nice. Anytime it gives you an extra resistance is great. Always a wonderful one to hit. Let's see. Are there any other ones in Legendary that I wanted to talk about at all? A free chain, Grimfors, Metalatok would be another one. Or what is it? Metalatok. Yeah, Metalatok is correct. Metalatok is a wonderful maul specifically. It's also known as the Frost Father. It is an ancient hammer fashioned by Thrym, the god of frost giants. The favorite weapon of the demon lord Kotschichi. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce that. But Metalatok is frigid to the touch and wreathed in mist. You are immune to cold damage while holding Metalatok. Whenever it deals damage to a creature, the hammer radiates a burst of intense cold in a 30-foot radius sphere. Each creature in that area just automatically takes 3d6 cold damage. So that's just this is not, again, this is a great weapon for an enemy. Probably not your party, because any guy who would be using this would be literally inadvertently damaging their party members with 3d6 cold damage each time they hit anything with it. Because you are immune to cold damage. It doesn't matter for you, but everybody else, there's no save. They just take the cold damage. That's crazy. What else? Storm Girdle is another cool one. There you are. Oh, sorry. I also want to talk about specifically The sovereign glue is another great honorable mention. Sovereign glue, as well as the universal solvent. This viscous, milky white substance can form a permanent adhesive bond between any two objects. It must be stored in a jar or flask that has been coated inside with oil of slipperiness. When found, a container contains 1d6 plus 1 ounces. 1 ounce of the glue can cover a 1 foot square surface. The glue takes 1 minute to set, and once it has done so, the bond it creates can be broken only by the application of universal solvent or oil of etherealness or with a wish spell. It's literally permanent glue. You cannot get out of it. But yeah, specifically for the Storm Girdle. Storm Girdle has 3 separate states: the dormant, awakened, and exalted abilities. At just simply the dormant state itself, you have immunity to lightning damage and thunder damage. And when you hit with a weapon attack that normally deals bludgeoning, it'll deal thunder instead. And when you hit an attack that normally deals piercing, it'll instead deal lightning. As a bonus, you can choose 1 creature within 30 feet of you to be struck by lightning. It'll be a DC 15 dex save, taking 3d6 lightning damage on a fail, or half as much on a success. With the awakened property, your strength scores become 23 if it isn't already. Your storm lightning instead from 3d6, it's 46. And you also get the ability to transform to a storm avatar, gaining you 30 feet of fly speed and hover. And finally, with the exalted state, your strength score becomes 25 instead. And your storm avatar deals 5d6 lightning instead of 46. And you can cast the control weather spell from the property at any time. Busted. Incredible. I would say that's the all of them for the legend rank items that we want to talk about right now. And finally, reaching the absolute zenith of equipment, of magic items, the artifact tier. Sammy, go ahead and let them know which artifacts you want to talk about.
Well, we're going to start with some books. We have the Book of Exalted Deeds. This is a artifact that requires attunement by a creature of good alignment. Basically, this book is all that is good in the universe. The fabled Book of Exalted Deeds figures prominently in many religions. Rather than being a scripture devoted to a particular faith, the book's various authors filled the pages with their own vision of true virtue, providing guidance for defeating evil. It rarely lingers in one place. As soon as the book is read, it vanishes to some other corner of the multiverse where its mortal guidance can bring light to a darkened world. Although attempts have been made to copy the work, efforts to do so will fail to capture its magical nature or translate the benefits it offers to those pure of heart and firm of purpose. Held together with a heavy clasp of what looks like angel wings, only creatures of good alignment that are attuned to the book can release the clasp that holds it shut. Once the book is opened, the attuned creature must spend 80 hours reading and studying the book to digest its contents and gain its benefits. Other creatures that peruse the book's open pages can read the text but glean no deeper meaning and reap no benefits. An evil creature that tries to read the book takes 24d6 radiant damage. This damage ignores resistances and immunity and can't be reduced by or avoided by any means. A creature reduced to 0 hit points by this damage disappears in a blinding flash and is destroyed, leaving its possessions behind. Benefits granted by the Book of Exalted Deeds last only as long as you strive to do good. If you fail to perform at least one act of kindness or generosity within the span of 10 days, or if you willingly perform an evil act, you lose all benefits granted by the book. It has some random properties, which I'm going to touch on real quick because this is going to apply to everything.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of artifacts.
All the artifacts give you minor and major beneficial properties, which are 2 separate tables, and minor and major detrimental
properties,
which are also on tables. Now, this can be either your DM will choose these or roll, and there's stuff like, you get extra skill proficiencies or stuff like that.
It's basically like the same thing as the Moonblade properties too, in a lot of ways.
But there's a lot of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
The ones that aren't, this one gives you 2 minor beneficial and 2 major beneficial.
So there's there's no negatives,
which is weird.
Yeah, it's the Book of Exalted Deeds, so it's only supposed to be good. You know
but
what I mean?
It gives you increased wisdom. So your wisdom score increases by 2 to a maximum of 24. You can only do this once from this book. Enlightened Magic. Once you've read and studied the book, any spell slot you expend to cast a cleric or paladin spell counts as a spell slot of 1 level higher. So if you cast a 2nd level spell, it's counted as a 3rd, but you only have to spend a 2nd.
Yeah, but you only have to spend a 2nd level slot.
You halo. Once you read and study the book, you gain a protective halo. This halo sheds bright light in a 10-foot radius and dim light for an additional 10 feet. You can dismiss or manifest the halo as a bonus action. While present, the halo gives you advantage on charisma persuasion checks made to interact with good creatures and intimidation checks made to interact with evil creatures. In addition, fiends and undead within the halo's bright light make attack rolls against you with disadvantage. Destroying the book. It is rumored that the Book of Exalted Deeds can't be destroyed as long as good exists in the universe. However, during drowning the book in the river Styx removes all writing and imagery from its pages and renders the book powerless for 1d100 years. Now, there is an opposite to this book, which is the Book of Vile Darkness.
Book of Vile Darkness.
Yeah. Contents of this foul manuscript of ineffable wickedness are the meat and drink of those in evil's thralls. No mortal was meant to know the secrets it contains, knowledge so horrid that to even glimpse the scrawled pages invites madness. Most believe that the lich god Vecna authored the Book of Vile Darkness. He recorded in his pages every diseased idea, every unhinged thought, and every example of blackest magic he could come across or devise. Just for context, let's see here. So similar to the other book, it takes 80 hours to read.
Yep.
And then the creature can freely modify the book's contents, provided that those modifications advance evil and expand the lore already contained within. Whenever a non-evil creature attunes to the Book of Vile Darkness, that creature must make a DC 17 Charisma saving throw. On a failed save, the creature's alignment changes to neutral evil. The Book of Vile Darkness remains with you only as long as you strive to work evil in the world. If you fail to perform at least one evil act in the span of 10 days, or if you willingly perform a good act, the book disappears. If you die while if you die while attuned to the book, an entity of great evil claims your soul. You cannot be restored to life by any means while your soul remains imprisoned. This has 3 minor beneficial, 1 major beneficial, 3 minor detrimental, and 2 major detrimental properties. Your adjusted ability scores. After you spend the requisite amount of time reading the book, 1 ability score of your choice increases by 2 to a maximum of 24. Another ability score of yours decreases by 2 to a minimum of 3. The book can't adjust your ability scores again. Mark of Darkness. After you spend the time reading the book, you require a physical disfigurement as a hideous sign of your devotion to the vile darkness. An evil rune might appear on your face, horns might sprout from your forehead, etc. Or you might become wizened and hideous, lose all facial features, stuff like that. Which the DM chooses, by the way. The Mark of Darkness grants you advantage on charisma persuasion checks to act with evil people, and charisma intimidation checks to react with non-evil people. Command evil. While you're attuned to the book, you can use your action to cast Dominate Monster with a spell save DC of 18 once per day. You can reference the Book of Vile Darkness whenever you make an intelligence check to recall information about some aspect of evil, or such as lore about demons. When you do so, double your proficiency with that bonus check. Dark Speech. You can use your action to recite words from its pages in a foul language known as deep speech or dark speech. Each time you do so, you take 1d12 psychic damage, and each non-evil creature within 15 feet of you takes 3d6 psychic damage. Destroying the book. The thing is that when you can tear the pages out, but any evil lore contained on those pages finds its way back into the book eventually, usually when a new author adds pages to the tome. If a Solar tears the book in two, the book is destroyed for 1d100 years, after which it reforms in some dark corner of the multiverse. A creature attuned to the book for 100 years can unearth a phrase hidden in the original text that, when translated to Celestial and spoken aloud, destroys both the speaker and the book in a blinding flash of radiance. However, as long as evil still exists in the universe, the book reforms 1d10 times 100 years later. If all evil in the multiverse is wiped out, the book turns to dust and is forever destroyed. Vile lore, because there's even more. The Book of Vile Darkness touches evil in every aspect of the cosmos. So you can find a couple things in here that are helpful. You can find the Vile Hypothesis. The book could hold a ritual that allows a character to become a lich or a death knight. You can find the true names of any number of fiends. And several spells of horrific evil of the DM's design and choosing could be in the book. Spells that can impose dreadful curses, disfigure others, require human sacrifice, afflict creatures with crippling pain, or spread vile plagues, and so on. Now, if you have this at all, yeah,
dude.
I did a lot of reading there. Jesus Christ.
Good for you, though. Well done, honestly.
Yeah, there is a lot you can do with those, and a lot of it takes, I think, a lot from what the DM wants to add to it.
Oh, yeah, for
but
sure.
Still, like, these aren't things, like, odds are, and I hate to put this out there, and I want to preface before we get into more of these, the odds that you're going to ever interact with these in a D&D campaign are very low. From, I would say, your average
They
play.
are. These are artifacts. It's a similar it's a similar chance of like level 20 play. You know what I mean?
Unless you're playing in a established book, and these, because some of these items are from specific books,
specific modules and books.
You may see them in action. The odds of you actually using them are so low, which is why these rules are so ridiculous.
Yeah. They're very specific. They're very long-winded, and like there's a lot to it. So like,
yeah. So if you want to pick the next one and
absolutely. One of the ones that I really love and that I wanted to jump into as well would be the Mask of the Dragon Queen.
It's a good one.
Individually, the 5 dragon masks. We didn't touch on any of them previously, but essentially there are 5 dragon masks that are legendary artifacts, specifically, or legendary items that each grant various corresponding effects due to the color of the mask of each dragon. But individually, the 5 dragon masks resemble dragons they are named for. When 2 or more of the dragon masks are assembled, however, they transform magically into the Mask of the Dragon Queen. Each mask shrinks to become the mottled head of a chromatic dragon, appearing to roar its devotion to Tiamat, where all the masks brought together are arranged. Roars its devotion to Tiamat, where all the masks brought together are arranged crown-like on the wearer's head. Below the 5 masks, a new shape makes itself, granting the wearer a draconic visage that covers the face, neck, and shoulders. While you are tuned to and wear this mask, you can have any of the properties from any one mask. Additionally, you gain the damage absorption from each of the 5 dragon masks, and you gain 5 uses of the legendary resistance property. The mask reshapes itself to fit the face and head of a wearer tuned to it. While you are wearing the mask and attuned to it, you gain the following benefits. You gain damage absorption. You have resistance against acid, cold, fire, lightning, and poison damage. If you already have resistances to those damage types from another source, you instead have immunity to those damage types. And if you already have immunity to those damage types from another source, whenever you are subjected to damage of that type, you take none and instead regain health equal to half the damage dealt of that type. That on and of itself is already crazy. In addition to that, you have Draconic Majesty. While you're wearing no armor, you can add your charisma bonus to your armor class. And as well as Dragon Breath. You have a breath weapon that requires rest to recharge. If you have a breath weapon that requires rest to recharge, you instead gain a recharge of 6. So I think it's basically like you have to roll like a d6, and you can recharge it on a roll of a 6.
Similar to a dragon.
Literally. Dragon Sight. You gain dark vision out to 60 feet or an additional 60 feet if you already have that sense. And once per day, you can gain blind sight out to 30 feet for 5 minutes. You also get Dragon Tongue. You can speak and understand Draconic. You also have advantage on any charisma check you make against dragons that share the color of the mask from which these properties were chosen. You also gain 5 legendary resistances a day. If you fail a saving throw, you can just choose to succeed instead. You also gain all of the individual properties of the different colored dragon masks. With Dragon Fire, if you deal fire damage to a creature or flammable object, it starts burning. At the start of each of its turns, a creature burning in this way takes 1d6 fire damage. A creature that can reach the burning target can use an action to extinguish the fire. For blue dragons, Lightning Shock. If you deal lightning damage to a creature, it can't take reaction until its next turn. Water breathing for either black or green dragon masks. You can breathe underwater. And finally, Winter's Fury for white dragon masks. While your current hit points are equal to or less than half your hit point maximum, you deal an extra 1d8 cold damage with your melee attacks. That thing, Holy hell! Like, I don't even know how. Like, I put this on a BBEG that I came up with at one point. And I'm looking forward to trying to use it because it's like, dude, you can literally gain not only immunity but also damage absorption if you can get immunity from other sources. Like, oh my lord,
it's a compounding thing. You have to make sure you set up other items and resistances.
I'll go again since you read 2 as well. Give you a little break as you need. Another super powerful one that me and Sam both find quite near and dear to our hearts that we love, that Sam and I've mentioned, is the Ring of Winter. Now, a particular individual by the name of Artist Simber has kept this item in his possession for over a century now. The Ring of Winter is a golden band that resizes to fit snugly on the finger of its wearer. A thin layer of frost coats the outside of the ring, which normal heat cannot melt. The ring feels ice cold to the touch and initially numbs the hand that wears it, but this cold ceases to be felt by one who is attuned to the ring. The Ring of Winter is sentient and tries to take control of any creature that wears it. If it succeeds, the ring compels its wearer to cause undue harm to everyone and everything around it, in a cold-hearted attempt to incur the wrath of enemies and bring about the wearer's doom. Sentience. The Ring of Winter is a sentient, chaotic, evil item with intelligence of 14, wisdom of 14, and charisma of 17, and can communicate by transmitting emotion to the creature carrying or wielding it, and has hearing and normal vision out to a range of 60 feet. The ring craves destruction, and it likes inflicting indiscriminate harm on others. The Ring of Winter also has non-detection. Neither the ring nor its wearer can be targeted by any divination magic or perceived through magical scrying sensors. It also has the effect of frozen time. As long as you wear the ring, you do not age naturally. This effect is similar to suspended animation, that your age doesn't catch up to you once the ring is removed. The ring doesn't protect its wearer from magical or supernatural aging effects, such as the horrifying visage of a ghost, however. You also obviously gain cold immunity. You do not take damage. You do not take damage from any kind of cold damage, nor do you suffer any ill effects from extreme cold. The Ring of Winter also has 12 charges and regains all its expended charges daily at dawn. And while wearing the ring, you can expend any necessary number of charges to activate one of the following abilities. You can expend 1 charge to raise the temperature, or to lower the temperature in a 120-foot radius sphere centered on a point you can see within 300 feet of you. The temperature in that area drops 20 degrees per minute to a minimum of minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Frost and ice begin to form on surfaces once the temperature drops below 32 degrees. This effect is permanent unless you use the ring to end it as an action, at which point the temperature in the area returns to normal at a rate of 10 degrees per minute. You can cast also some certain spells from the ring with a spell save DC of 17. You can cast Bigby's Hand. The hand, however, is made of ice instead of force. It is immune to cold damage and deals bludgeoning damage instead of force damage as a clenched fist. You can cast Cone of Cold, Flesh to Ice. So basically it would be Flesh to Stone, except obviously it would be flavored as ice. You can cast Ice Storm, Odaluk's Freezing Sphere, Sleet Storm, Spike Growth, and of course, Wall of Ice. You can also, last but not least, expend the necessary number of charges as an action. Use the ring to create either an inanimate ice object or an animated ice creature. The ice object can't have any moving parts, must be able to fit inside a 10-foot cube, and it has the density and durability of metal or stone, your choice. The ice creature must be modeled after a beast with a challenge rating of 2 or less. The ice creature has the same statistics as the beast it models, with the following changes. The creature is a construct with vulnerability to fire damage, immunity to cold and poison damage, and immunity to the following conditions: charmed, exhaustion, frightened, paralyzed, petrified, and poisoned. The ice creature obeys only its creature's commands. The ice object or creature appears in unoccupied space within 60 feet of you. It melts into a pool of water after 24 hours or when it drops to 0 hit points. In extreme heat, it loses 5 or 1d10 hit points per minute as it melts. And finally, it has other properties, of course. The Ring of Winter is rumored to possess the other properties that can be activated only by an evil being whose will the ring can't break. Frost giants have long believed that the ring can be used to freeze entire worlds, while Genie in the service of Kalashite Pasha once claimed that the ring could be used to summon and control white dragons, as well as mighty ice primordial named Cryonax. Destroying the ring. The ring is nigh indestructible, resisting even the most intense magical heat. If it is placed on the finger of a powerful archfey known as the Summer Queen, the ring melts away and is destroyed forever.
Awesome.
Fuck, dude. God.
We had a sorcerer that had it.
Damn.
He was able to resist the
the
evil,
mind control. Yeah,
and
domination.
let's just say, if you go up to like a city, and you're like, hey, by the way, your city is now a negative 32 degrees.
Literally.
You can ruin a city, and it's really fun because you're immune to cold, so you can walk into the center.
It doesn't matter.
You can walk into the center and then go cold.
Yeah.
And everyone basically starts freezing to death.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's very difficult to hold on to, and I would recommend that you are a charisma-based character because you have to make lots of charisma checks. But it's really fun, and it's very difficult to get Artist Simber to take it off or kill him. So I wouldn't recommend trying. But if you're me and you abuse College of Glamour, you can get.
Hey, man, there are ways. There are ways.
Yeah.
Around
I have the next one, which is the Staff of the Forgotten One.
Ooh.
It requires attunement by a sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. The crooked staff is carved from bone and topped with the skull of a forgotten archmage, whom Asarak destroyed long ago. He's a famous lich in Tomb of Annihilation, as both these items are present in. Etched into the skull's forehead is Asarak's rune, which is known on many worlds as a sign of death. When it's on your person, you gain the following benefits. Your proficiency bonus to intelligence, arcana, and history checks is doubled. You can't be blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, petrified, or stunned. Undead with a challenge rating of 2 or lower will neither threaten nor attack you unless you harm them, and you can wield the staff as a +3 quarterstaff that deals an extra 3d6 necrotic damage on hit. Invoke Curse. Staff of the Forgotten One has 7 charges and regains 1d4 plus 3 expended charges every dawn. While holding the staff, you can use an action to expend 1 charge and target 1 creature you can see within 60 feet of you. The target must succeed on a Constitution saving throw using your spell save DC or be cursed. While cursed this way, the target can't regain hit points and has a vulnerability to necrotic damage. A greater restoration, remove curse, or similar spell ends the curse on the target. The Forgotten One. The bodiless life force of a dead archmage empowers the staff and is imprisoned within it. The rune carved into the staff's skull protects Asarak from this spirit's vengeance. Each time a creature other than Asarak expends any of the staff's charges, there is a 50% chance that the life force tries to possess the staff wielder. The wielder must succeed on a DC 20 charisma saving throw or be possessed, becoming an NPC under the DM's control. If the intruding life force is targeted by magic such as Dispel, Evil, and Good Spell, it becomes trapped in the staff once more. Once it takes control of another creature, the spirit of the dead archmage attempts to destroy the staff. Destroying the staff. A creature in possession of the staff can use an action to break it over the knee or a solid surface. The staff is destroyed and releases its remaining magic in an explosion that expands to fill a 30-foot radius sphere centered on it. Each creature in the area must make a DC 18 dexterity saving throw, taking 24 d10 force damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful. When the staff is destroyed, the life force of the Forgotten One is released into the afterlife. Where it goes is anyone's guess. Casting the staff into a sphere of annihilation destroys both the staff and the life force trapped within it. The staff doesn't explode if destroyed in this manner, but its destruction causes the sphere to be destroyed as well.
Oh, okay. All right. Almost there. We're getting there.
I have one more after this.
No, I got 2 more.
Okay.
Sword of Cass. Another great one.
It's a good one.
Love that one. When Vecna grew in power, he appointed an evil and ruthless lieutenant, Cass the Bloody-Handed, to act as his bodyguard and right hand. This despicable villain served as advisor, warlord, and assassin. His successes earned him Vecna's admiration and a reward, a sword with as dark a pedigree as the man who would wield it. Now, suffice it to say, for a time, as again, he was his loyal servant, Cass to Vecna, but eventually Cass did end up betraying and turning on Vecna. Ironically, also, Asarak was also Vecna's apprentice. The two of them did actually collaborate with one another to kill Vecna, which didn't quite work out exactly the same, but either way, legend says Vecna's destruction did come at the hands of Cass. But Vecna also wrought his rebellious lieutenant's doom, leaving only Cass's sword behind. The world was made brighter thereby afterwards. The Sword of Cass is a magic sentient longsword that grants a +3 bonus to attack and damage. It scores a critical hit on a roll of 19 and 20 and deals an extra 2d10 slashing damage to undead. If the sword isn't bathed with blood within 1 minute of being drawn from its scabbard, its wielder must make a DC 15 charisma save. On a success, the wielder takes 3d6 psychic damage. On a failed save, the wielder is dominated by the sword as if by the dominate monster spell, and the sword demands that it be bathed in blood. The spell effect ends when the sword's demand is met. Now, the sword has one minor beneficial property, one major beneficial property, one minor detrimental, and one major detrimental property. However, it also has just innate bonuses and abilities, such as the Spirit of Cass. While the sword is on your person, you add a D10 initiative or to your initiative at the start of every combat encounter. Excuse me. In addition, when you use an action to attack with the sword, you can transfer some or all of its attack bonus to your armor class instead, same as with the defender abilities, the defender weapon abilities. The adjusted bonuses remain in effect until the start of your next turn. Spells. While the sword is on your person, you can use an action to cast one of the following spells. Save DC 18. Call Lightning, Divine Word, or Finger of Death. All incredibly powerful abilities. Once you use the sword to cast a spell, you can't cast that spell again from it until the next dawn. The sword is sentient. It is a chaotic evil weapon with an intelligence of 15, a wisdom of 13, and a charisma of 16. It has hearing and dark vision out to a range of 120 feet. The weapon communicates telepathically with its wielder and can speak, read, and understand common. The sword's purpose is to bring ruin to Vecna. Killing Vecna's worshippers, destroying the Lich's works, and foiling his machinations all help to fulfill this goal. The Sword of Cass also seeks to destroy anyone corrupted by the hand and eye of Vecna. The sword's obsession with those artifacts eventually becomes a fixation for its wielder. Destroying the sword. A creature attuned to both the Eye of Vecna and the Hand of Vecna can use the wish property of those combined artifacts to unmake the Sword of Cass. The creature must cast the wish spell and make a charisma check contested by the charisma check of the sword. The sword must be within 30 feet of the creature, or the spell fails. If the sword wins the contest, nothing happens, and the wish spell is wasted. If the sword loses the contest, it is destroyed. This thing is badass. It's crazy. And it's not nearly as crazy as some of the other artifacts, but it's definitely an artifact that I think you could introduce into a campaign and still be, okay towards like the end, most likely. You know what I mean? Like, or you could even do it where it's like it has a limited amount of its abilities and stuff at the offset, and as they rise in power, it gets like its power back, and maybe even like takes control of some of like the wielder, depending, and drive it to do certain things. You know what I mean? It's cool in that way. What's your last one, Sammy?
My last one is the Wand of Orcus.
Dude,
which is kind of a well-known
classic, bro.
It is a mace that requires attunement. The ghastly Wand of Orcus rarely leaves Orcus's side. The device, as evil as its creator, shares the demon lord's aims to snuff out the lives of all living things and bind the material plane in the stasis of undeath. Orcus allows the wand to slip from his grasp from time to time. When it does, it magically appears wherever its master senses an opportunity to achieve some fell goal. Made from bones as hard as iron, the wand is topped with a magically enlarged skull that once belonged to the human hero slain by Orcus. The wand can magically change its side to better conform to the grip of its user. Plants wither, drinks spoil, flesh rot, and vermin thrive in the wand's presence. Any creature besides Orcus that tries to attune to the wand must make a DC 17 Constitution saving throw. On a successful save, the creature takes 10d6 necrotic damage. On a failed save, the creature dies and rises as a zombie. In the hands of one who is attuned to it, the wand can be wielded as a magic mace that grants a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. The wand deals an extra 2d12 necrotic damage on hit. Its random properties are 2 minor beneficial, 1 major beneficial, 2 minor detrimental, and 1 major detrimental. You do gain +3 bonus to armor class while holding the wand. It has 7 charges, and you can use an action to expend 1 or more of its charges to cast one of the following spells with a spell save of DC from it. A spell save DC of 18. Animate Dead for 1 charge, Blight for 2 charges, Circle of Death for 3 charges, Finger of Death for 3 charges, Power Word Kill for 4 charges,
Speak with dead for 1 charge, and the wand regains 1d4 plus 3 every dawn. While attuned to the wand, Orcus or a follower blessed by him can cast each of the wand's spells using 2 fewer charges, minimum of 0.
Damn.
So if you find this and are also blessed by him, you can do
cast Blight.
virtually all of this for free.
You can cast Blight for nothing. Like
yeah.
you can constantly just cast Blight.
Call undead. While you are holding the wand, you can use an action to conjure skeletons and zombies. Calling forth as many of them as you can divide 500 hit points among, each undead having average hit points. The undead magically rise up from the ground or otherwise form in an unoccupied spaces within 300 feet of you and obey your commands until they are destroyed or until dawn of the next day, when they collapse into inanimate piles of bones and rotting corpses. Once you use this property of the wand, you can't use it again until the next dawn. While attuned to the wand, Orcus can summon any kind of undead, not just skeletons and zombies, and the undead don't perish or disappear at the dawn of the following day, remaining until Orcus dismisses them. It is sentient. It is a chaotic evil item with an intelligence of 16, a wisdom of 12, and a charisma of 16. It has hearing and dark vision out to a range of 120 feet. It communicates telepathically and can speak with the wielder. Wielder can speak, read, and understand Abyssal and Common because of the wand. Its personality is cold, cruel, nihilistic, and bereft of humor, as its only purpose is to help satisfy Orcus's desire to slay everything in the multiverse. In order to further its master's goal, the wand feigns devotion to its current user and makes grandiose promises that it has no intention of fulfilling, such as vowing to help its user overthrow Orcus.
God.
Destroying the wand requires that it be taken to the positive energy plane by the ancient hero whose skull surmounts it. For this to happen, the long-lost hero must first be restored to life. No easy task, given the fact that Orcus has imprisoned the hero's soul and keeps it hidden and well-guarded. Bathing the wand in positive energy causes it to crack and explode, but unless the above conditions are met, the wand instantly reforms on Orcus's layer of the abyss.
God.
The best part about that is most reincarnation spells require you to have a piece of the wearer of the thing. You do, but it can't be taken off of the wand, so technically you don't.
What if he just becomes the wand? What if he just literally forms his body? Because the wand in the picture almost looks like it literally has a spinal cord.
It's made out of the skull, so you can't use that as part of the item because you wouldn't be able to detach it. You're basically it would have to be
a true resurrection spell thing.
You have to find his soul, and then true resurrect it.
Dude, thing is, the ability to summon skeletons and zombies dividing among 500 hit points worth is insane.
How about the fact that when he does it, he can do any kind of undead?
That's jeez.
And also, Orcus has his own stuff that he gets to do as well.
I got one more. Here. And since you did a demon, I feel like it's only right that we end this with a devil.
Okay.
Who technically isn't a devil. The Sword of Zariel. Technically, in this point, it's actually not devilish. It's far more celestial before Zariel's fall. It is a long sword and an artifact that requires attunement by a creature the sword deems worthy. This long sword belonged to the angel Zariel before her fall from grace. Fashioned from celestial steel, it gives off a faint glow and hum. The weapon chooses who can attune to it and who can't. It desires a wielder who embodies bravery and heroism. The sword allows you to attune to it immediately without having to take a short rest. The first time you attune to the sword, you are transformed into a heavenly, idealized version of yourself, blessed with otherworldly beauty and a touch of heaven in your heart. Neither magic nor divine intervention can reverse this transformation. Your alignment becomes lawful good, and you gain the following traits. Angelic language. You can speak, read, and write celestial resistance. You have resistance to necrotic and radiant damage. Divine presence. Your charisma score becomes 20 unless it is already 20 or higher. Feathered wings. You sprout a beautiful pair of feathered wings that grant you a flying speed of 90 feet and the ability to hover. If you already have a different kind of wings, these new wings replace the old ones which fall off. You gain true sight. Your eyes become luminous pools of silver. You can see in normal and magical darkness, see invisible creatures and objects, automatically detect visual illusions and succeed on saving throws against them, perceive the original form of a shape changer or a creature that is transformed by magic, and see into the ethereal plane, all within a range of 60 feet. You also gain new personality traits determined by rolling once on each of the following tables. These traits override any conflicting personality traits, ideal, bond, or flaw that you previously had. Personality trait. I treat all beings, even enemies, with respect. I won't tell a lie. I enjoy sharing my philosophical worldview and experiences with others. I cut right to the chase in every conversation. I often quote or misquote religious texts. I anger quickly when I witness cruelty or injustice. My praise and trust are earned and never given freely. I like everything clean and organized. Ideals. Charity. I always help those in need. Faith. I choose to follow the tenets of a particularly lawful good deity to the letter. Responsibility. It is the duty of the strong to protect the weak. Respect. All people deserve to be treated with dignity. Honor. The way I conduct myself determines my reward in the afterlife. Redemption. All creatures are capable of change for the better. For bonds. Bond 1. I have a favorite religious hymn that I constantly hum. I must keep a written record of my beliefs and the sins that I witness. When finished, this book will be my gift to the multiverse. I have cherished memories of Idelglin, I don't know how to pronounce that, of Idelglin, though I've only seen this bucolic town in terms. I would die for those who fight beside me, regardless of their faults. I seek to honor the angel Zerial by destroying fiends and other evildoers wherever I find them. The sword of Zerial has chosen me, and I shall not fail to wield it justly. And finally, flaws. I am too quick to judge others. I offer forgiveness too readily. I will sacrifice innocent lives for the greater good. Flaw? What flaw? I'm flawless, utter perfection incarnate. I allow nothing to stand in the way of my crusade to eradicate evil from the multiverse. I ignore those who do not support my plans, for my calling is higher than all others. And finally, the Sword of Zerial has a number of other properties and benefits, and maybe some other things maybe not so beneficial, maybe a bit detrimental. Holy light. The sword sheds bright light in a 5-foot radius and dim light for an additional 5 feet. Fiends find the sword's light disconcerting and painful, even if they can't see it, and have disadvantage on attack rolls made within the wearer's radius of bright light. As a bonus action, you can intensify the sword's light, causing it to shed bright light in a 15-foot radius and dim for an additional 15 feet, or reduce its glow to its normal intensity. Random properties. The sword has 2 minor beneficial properties. For Searing Radiance, the sword deals an extra 2d8 radiant damage to any creature it hits, or 3d10 radiant damage if you're wielding the weapon with 2 hands. An evil creature that takes this radiant damage must succeed on a DC 17 con save or be blinded until the end of its next turn. The Sword of Zerial is sentient, lawful, good item with an intelligence of 10, a wisdom of 20, and a charisma of 18. It has a hearing and normal vision out to a range of 30 feet, and the sword communicates by transmitting emotion to the creature carrying or wielding it. You also, while holding the sword, have the ability to gain advantage on all wisdom insight checks. Now, the only way to destroy the sword. Zerial can destroy the sword simply by grasping it. She couldn't bring herself to do so when she was an angel, but as an archduke, she has no compunction about ridding the multiverse of the weapon. The sword is also destroyed if it's used to shatter the companion, shattering the companion, unless the blade is wielded by an angel of challenge rating 15 or higher, or a good line cleric or paladin of at least 10th level. If Zerial is killed for good, that is, if she dies in the 9 hells, the sword becomes no harder to destroy than a normal longsword. Holy macaroni. My goodness, golly gee gosh darn. This thing literally just turns you into a completely different character if you have it. Good God, Lord.
I love it.
Well, that's essence is it.
That's
Friends,
magic items.
family, beloved ones, we have done it. We have finished regaling you all and our personal takes and choices and thoughts and opinions on all the manner of amazing magical items from common to artifact grade. We hope you guys, if you did stick around for this exorbitantly long stint, enjoyed, found comedy, maybe some anger, maybe some rage, all throughout this whole endeavor. Honestly, please leave some comments down below about your favorite items, artifacts. They don't have to be magical. They could be just equipment that you like using. Something
I especially like the mundane ones.
Yeah,
so
they're really cool. Like again, the more imaginative or creative you got with it, by all means, please do so. Once more, thank you guys all. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, and such if you haven't, and we will see you all later. Peace.
Peace.